Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. I'm Emmanuel, I'm an airline pilot, and today let's have a look at the new Houston scenery and enjoy a little bit of United Airlines action. Now, the Houston scenery is especially interesting because FS Dream Team has used a couple of new techniques, well, not necessarily new, but rarely used techniques, which really boosted the frame rate at the scenery, at the sacrifice of a little bit of quality. But at the end of the live stream, I want you guys to be able to make up your own opinion of what it actually looks like. So, with all of that said, I suppose we just get started straight away, and we'll start by actually having a look at the Houston scenery before we start and go flying. So that is the important thing that I want to start with. Now, we might about start. A lot of you have asked me like, oh, how do you walk around your airports? How do you do stuff like that? And I'm going to show you right at the beginning over here. So normally, here's what I do. I go to the camera, I select the camera drone, and then in order to do walkarounds and stuff like that, I would normally reduce my drone speed to something in the region of about 3 and the rotation speed to something around 45. And that normally gives me a very good setup in order to do my walkarounds, as you guys can see right now. So that's normally how I do that. For today's case, let's use it in order to walk around not the airplane, but the airport a little bit over here to get a close look at what the gates look like. We're currently parking at Charlie 33 over here in Houston, and we'll start by just about walking around a little bit over here, having a look at the airport closer, and then I'm going to show you a little bit more of the airport as it is going to turn out. So maybe we just about start having a little look here, because there is quite a huge quality difference in the buildings and in the apron itself and the taxiways. So let's start just about looking at the buildings, looking at the objects that we have around here, and just about exploring those a little bit. So, as we can see, the buildings, well, typical FS Dream Team quality, I would say. Back in the day in P3D, they were top-notch. Nowadays, I would say they have turned to something around, well, standard, I would say. Nonetheless, this is good looking, but the important thing I want you to take away from this is actually that we have very good frame rates for the price of a little bit less of a quality. So that's about what I would expect there. So let's now go ahead. We've seen the terminals over here, and there is something I want you to notice. There are some really nice screenshots shown on the product page showing the 3D terminal interiors. However, not the entire airport actually has 3D terminal interiors. Only a minor part of it does. The rest of it uses some Microsoft Flight Simulator internal technique there to make the windows look like they are 3D. So to make them look like there is stuff behind those windows, as you can see while I'm moving around. But when you're actually trying to move into them, you will see that this is just a texture game, to call it like that. In my opinion, this saves a lot of frame rates, and it still looks very good when you're moving around of it. However, you cannot actually move into the terminal. There is only one point there where you can actually move into the terminal, and I want to head over there right now so that we can have a look at that. And for that, let's speed it up a little bit. And that's on the other side over here. And that's this part. Here we go. That's this part of the terminal. Let's bring it back. So this over here, this is the only 3D terminal interiors I could find around the airport. So if we head into there, that's the gate Charlie 9 and stuff like that. So over here, we actually have a 3D terminal interior in the big glass hall. And I just about have to say that I believe that FS Dream Team did a very good job there at averaging out what you might want to see from, you know, your average terminal and performance. Now, you will hear me quite a bit that I'm talking very much about good performance at this airport. And that's because it really does have very, very good frame rates for me. For an airport of this size, it absolutely does. Nice to see a couple of details here as well, but you will also notice that the texture resolution isn't as high as it would be at the competition, for example. So Indie Builds, NK Studios, they all are using a higher resolution. If you look at the walls from the inside over here, obviously you aren't going to see that from outside, but talking about the outside, how about we just go here? If we check the product page of Houston, we will find a lot of very high resolution screenshots. Yes, those are there. For example, the taxiway edges are looking really good. Let me accelerate this once again a little bit for you. So if we look at the taxiway edges, we will see that they have a very good resolution over here. Like this. And this is also where they recorded their screenshots from. For example, if I would look at it something like this, then we will say, like, yeah, this is looking really, really awesome. However, if we look at the taxiways themselves, we're going to see a huge quality difference. So the edges over here seem to be really good quality, while the taxiways themselves are a really low resolution satellite map, it looks to me. Obviously enhanced by the structures that we get on top of them, but that's a different texture layer there. So the sceneries are looking, well, it's an interesting compromise that they used there, something that I haven't seen in a scenery in Microsoft Flight Simulator for quite a long while. But if we just about look around it, then they did achieve a very good compromise there between performance and between the looks. Now, some areas are looking a bit worse as well. If we look at this, for example, then this is, well, I don't know, this is not very good if you ask me. This is something they could really enhance over here. And you find these areas pretty much all around the airport. So that's something that we should definitely be aware of. Now, if we go ahead and go back to our airplane, how about we just take it flying and just see what it looks like from normal operations, which is basically what most of us are going to experience the airport in. So let's head right back to our Airbus. Here we are. And then we can start our live stream as we would normally do them. And today we are planned to fly from Houston Airport. And we'll do a little bit of stuff going around the area and exploring some nearby sceneries. Our first flight is going to lead us to Midland International Spaceport, which is just about an hour and 15, and later on, if we still have the time, we might do a flight over to Memphis as well. We'll see about that. But first sector, gonna lead us to Midland Spaceport, and with that said, let's head over into the cockpit and do the usual flying stuff. During the entire stream, I want you guys to just take in what this scenery actually looks like, so that you can build up your own opinion on if you like the approach that FS Dream Team took over here, and get the hugely boosted frame rates compared to the little bit lower quality that we have, for example, on the apron textures. Then again, while sitting here at the gate looking at the terminal, you can see that not everything is 100% crisp, but nonetheless, I do believe this looks quite good, and in my opinion, at least in my first impression, it seems to be a good compromise between quality of textures and quality of, well, performance. Alright, so enough talking. Let's go ahead and power up our Airbus. Safety inspection first, the weather radar and PWS are off, engine masters off, engine mode selector normal, landing gear lever is down, and the wipers are off. Oh, let's power it up. As always, you give the Airbus power, and then you give it time. And not press any button at all. And Stefan, hi, nice to see you here. Good performance also comes first for me. After all, we usually sit in the cockpit and not in the terminal. It's not an airport sim. Yeah, I do agree, Stefan. I do absolutely agree on that. Now, might be worth mentioning over here that with your top-looking sceneries, like for example Indie Builds JFK, I really have performance problems. I can't fly there. So I'm quite happy they did it this way. But I want you guys to be able to build your own opinions. Okay, we got 1609, so let's just about change that. I changed the local time to match my German real time. So let's say we want to go off block at 1630 and update. Really have to say, the more I fly the Phoenix, the more I get to like it, so that's really good thing there. And 777 driver, hey, nice username, mate. Howdy, you caught me on a free day on a really busy roster for the month. Oh, that's good. And squealing bagpipes, the first flight is gonna be to... See for yourself. It is gonna be towards Midland International Air and Spaceport. So that is the first idea of what we're gonna do today. Quick look into the weather. We got a couple SIGMATs in the area, but some thunderstorms forecast with the tops above level 450. Wind gusts to 70 knots in the Fort Worth. FIR, Albuquerque is also reporting some large area thunderstorms. So that's kind of what this looks like, but I have a little bit of hopes that we are going to be a bit before that. And Scott L94, morning, what's on today's schedule? Well, we're going to fly it over to Midland Spaceport, then back towards Houston, and time permitting, I hope to be able to fly it over to Memphis afterwards and then back towards Houston. But that is really time permitting, I don't know 100% yet. Depends on what the lady is doing. You know where that's going. Okay, so, for all my European friends, we are operating in the US, so we will be using pounds today. So this is all in pounds. I would say planned 400 pounds taxi fuel. The weather, let's quickly look into that as well for Midland. Clear skies, the forecast itself is staying quite good, so I don't see a reason to take extra. So I'm more than happy to go at 13,000 pounds today. Let's go ahead and start loading up our plane. And here we go, to the ground services. And they have already connected everything, and then mass and balance. That looks good. The weight is looking good as well. Load the airplane, please, and we can take a fast time load. Okay, what's the current temperature? We don't even have any data about that. We want to get that. I have a feeling it might be hot. When I flew here yesterday, it was 29 centigrade, and currently it's 22. Okay, that is fine. But even at 22, with the skies being about clear, it can get warm in the cabin rather quickly. So I suppose we get the airplane up running and start up our APU straight away. So battery voltage above 25.5. That means we can turn the batteries on. And DAFSA 108, how is my A330 training going? Well, so far I'm still doing self-study. The course itself is only going to start at the beginning of next month. So from the 5th onwards, the official typewriting starts. Until then, it is just me preparing for it. Okay. So that done. I would say it's quite warm over here, so we did the APU fire test. Let's go ahead and fire up the APU. It's funny to see the differences between the A320 and the A330 there. For example, the A330 has a separate APU battery, and the panels all look a little bit different. A couple of people have asked me if I could do a video on the headwind A330, and I did have a look at it. However, well, the headwind A330 is still mostly an Airbus A320 with, you know, an A330 coating around it. But looking at the looking at all the different screenshots and looking at the systems themselves, you can really tell the headwind is an A320 that looks like an A330. But, well, for preparing for a typewriting, that is not really suitable if you ask me. So it's a nice toy to play with, don't get me wrong there, and for freeware it is absolutely superb. However, it's really just that. So, let's go ahead then and turn everything on. I love how little switches there are to flick in the Airbus compared to the 737. Really makes life a lot easier. Okay then, ecam pages, we've got sufficient oil quantity for the flight, we got sufficient hydraulic for the flight, and we've got sufficient oxygen for the flight. Status page, in-up systems autopilot, that's because the RS isn't aligned yet. Let's do a recall. If you hold the button for several seconds, then it should recall anything it had stored previously. Okay, and then obviously we want to align the standby. And here we go. Okay, so refueling is complete. That means we can turn on the signs and the pumps. And then we might as well turn on the APU bleeds. Okay, get it nice and warm, please. Let's see, yeah, 29 degrees in the cockpit already. That's why we turned it on. That's exactly the reason we turned it on. Okay then. Frequencies, I'm using my standard setup here. Honeycomb goes in number 1, and then Guard goes in number 2. Even though we are officially not allowed to use Guard and VATSIM, I always like to tune it. You know, just in case. I know a couple controllers do as well. And that's our system setup basically completed. So, with that done, let's go ahead into the MCDU. And we're going to start by connecting the ACARS and downloading our flight's data. Here we go, Houston to Midland, and that's that stuff. So, aircraft status, we're in an A320 CFM engines. United in real life uses the IAEs, but, well, we gotta live with whatever we have available. Also clear those messages down here. IRAC data is current, so let's go ahead to the init and request our routing. We can already enter the flight number, which is gonna be United... what are we? 1326. Costa NX 27, cruising at level 320 by the plan. Like this. The wind we can uplink. By the way, you guys see me uplinking everything here in the simulation, but I just about want to mention, I had a couple comments underneath a couple of my videos, and people were like, oh, we can't even uplink SimBrief into the 787, so we can't fly it, and so on. And I'm really thinking like, dude, we are typing our long-haul routes in the A330s manually. We don't uplink any of that. So, uplinks are really overrated in flight simulation. Sure enough, it is nice to, you know, make your life easy and having to press as little buttons as possible. However, it is not what is done like on the majority of flights. Okay, ILS 10, and we're gonna fly it from Mike Alpha Fox. So that is just a little bit I wanted to say here. Those uplinks are really overrated in my opinion. Yes, they are nice to have. Yes, I'm using them when I have them available in the sim. But in real life, you barely see them in action. Obviously, there are some airlines who do it more, some airlines who do it less. But I tend to say the majority of them really doesn't have uplinks. I guess that falls under the category of flight sim myth busting. But that shall be fair enough. Okay, we do not need any radio nav aids, so let's go ahead with the init page. Okay, we got a preliminary load sheet there, 0 fuel weight 123.5. We're rather light today, and the reason for that is that we have that in real life the flight would be flown with an A319, not with an A320, and I just looked at the United A319s and they seem to have 128 seats, so that's the number of passengers that I planned for the flight. It certainly makes for a little bit of fun to fly the airplane, you know, in different weight conditions and not all the time fully loaded up, which really can be, well, always the same, if you know what I mean. Squealing bagpipes. In real life, does your flight plan automatically close when you kill the engines? Well, in my previous airline, we didn't use... we didn't use ACARS at all. We did it via the iPads, so there was nothing that could have closed automatically. So we just had to write the stuff down manually. The FMC flight plan deleted itself 30 seconds after touchdown on the 737, and that's pretty much all I could say about that topic, really. At least all that comes to my mind on it. Okay, we don't have any intersection data, so we just about got to take the full length. That's fair enough. Also interesting, by the way, if you look at the performance tool that Phoenix has built there, you click 2 buttons and then calculate. I wish it was that easy in real life. I really wish. And QDG John, when you're getting on the A330, will you fly both the CEOs and the NEOs? I will fly only the CEOs. My company has the 200s and the 300s. Okay, flap 2 takeoff, downtrim point 2, 68 degrees. 2/0.2 down, and then we got 68. Okay, 34, 34, 36. Gonna fly NADP2, that is in already, and I would say that's about our FMC setup completed there. GPS primary, so thing is aligned. Then let's go ahead. What's our altimeter? 2,999. Set, and why is this in hectopascals? Why is the standby in hectopascal? I believe I changed everything to American units. Let's see, yeah, pressure, inches. What if I change this back and forth? Nope, it stays. Okay. Anybody of you have any experience on how to change this from hectopascals to inches? Otherwise, I suppose we could always do it like this. Lauren, are you allowed to tell us your company you are flying for? Well, I want to wait until we receive the until I receive my social media policy from the new company when my training starts. Before that, I don't really want to say too much, just in case they are not as social media friendly. However, I've seen quite a lot of pilots from them doing YouTubing, and they generally had no problem saying it. So I'm rather positive, but nonetheless, I just want to be completely sure. Okay, temperatures are looking good now. Then let's go ahead with our departure briefing, and we can accept the load sheet here. So, threats for the departure, well, to be honest, I don't really see too much. We're flying on Honeycomb, so we are on VATSIM, but there is currently no ATC online. The local time in Houston got to be something very early in the morning at the moment. And for that reason, we're flying Honeycomb, so we've got to do our announcements, but I don't see any threats coming up there. So, weather is good, airplane is in a good shape, we don't have any significant NOTAMs affecting us, and that should be it. So then let's talk about the taxi. We're standing at Charlie 33, and if we look into the parking charts, that is down here in the bay. We're going to push back somewhere over here and then taxi out via one of the bridges, I guess Romeo Alpha, and then Romeo Alpha onto Whiskey Alpha up northbound. And then via Whiskey Alpha. Actually, you know what? We gotta take Whiskey Bravo over here. Or we just cross 15 right and go Whiskey Whiskey. Well, let's say we go Whiskey Alpha, Whiskey Whiskey, and then 215 right. Okay, I would say that is about that part already. So let's go ahead and talk about the takeoff. We have a flap 2 takeoff with a slight downtrim, 68 degrees flex temperature, speeds 34, 34, and 36, and all of that is in our FMC. In case of an engine failure, we can proceed straight ahead. Let's have a quick look into that. So we can simply proceed straight ahead and pick up the hold on the runway track, and then we can come back for an ILS approach. Runway 27, should be the easiest there. And if we look into the departure chart, we can also find our MSA. So Bandito 5, MSA 3,100, and for that reason we are going to climb to 4,000 feet, which I've entered on here. Stefan, are you involved in the Aerosoft A330 in any way, beta testing for example, or do you plan it after your type rating? After the type rating, maybe. Before it, no. Before that, I just want to stay with the systems of the Phoenix over here, which are a bit more in-depth than what Aerosoft is building on. And I'm not trying to go too close into, you know, the Aerosoft A330 there before I've actually completed my type rating, just in order to avoid any negative training. Okay then, let's continue over here. Runway 15 right, initial climb is on a heading of 149 to 600, and in here we've got 149 to 600. And then turn right across Scam at or below 5,000 feet. So we've got Scam, and that's at 5,000 feet. And then continue track 277 towards Shark. So we have 278 towards Shark. Top altitude is 16,000 from the charts, so let's dial that in, even though we will initially climb to 5,000, but the Airbus system is going to take care of that for us. Okay, so after Shark we go towards Bandito. And then we have the, however you pronounce that transition. That's going to be interesting when I'm flying to the US for the first time, so pronouncing those waypoints correctly. They will immediately know they are dealing with brand new European. Okay, so our routing is now leading us towards Bandito. And then we go to CAS above 13,000, and we have CAS above 13,000. And then on via Zoo, Pufa, Pastor. So we have Zoo, Pufa, Pastor, and then Sigurd. Okay, and that is it. And ODG John, did you not do your basic training in the US? No, I didn't. I did the entire training here in Europe. In Germany, to be precise. Okay, that's our briefing complete. So now that we got that stuff done, let's go ahead and try to find an Airbus checklist. Just joking, obviously I got one. So, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers, removed. Fuel quantity, we got 12,920, and that is sufficient for us today. Seatbelts are on, ADRs. Set to nav. Barrel ref, 2,999 set, and that's reading 100 feet. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. Now here's the thing. I recently figured out that you can see I've got very good frame rates right now. However, if I'm using GSX for the pushback, that really kills my frame rate. For that reason, I'm going to do the pushback manually here, using the Phoenix tool, and not the GSX pushback. Okay, so we can connect the pushback tuck, and we can disconnect our ground power unit. Park and brake is set. Let's also see, we just got our load sheet, and that is in compliance with edition number 1. We got 123.4 and 30.1. Okay, that's a takeoff weight of 135.9, and in here we've got 135.9, 128 passengers plus 5 infants. Wow, 5 infants. That's gonna be poor cabin crew today. Poor cabin crew. Okay, and since it is in compliance, we don't need to revise our takeoff performance, so that is going to be fine. Okay, APU is running, APU bleed is on, the tuck is connected, then let's go ahead and do our before start procedures. Fairly simple. And since we're in the US, we're also going to turn our transponder on. Okay, before start checklist. Park and brake, set. Takeoff speeds and thrusts. So we've got 134, 134, 136, and 68 degrees flex temperature, and that is up here as well. Windows, 1 and 2 closed, and the beacon is on. Before start checklist complete. Okay, so let's have a quick look. We're going to push straight and then probably going to turn the entire plane around onto here. I suppose that's what we're going to do. Okay. So, ready to go. Then the park and brake is 1 second. Park and brake is released. Start the pushback. We're gonna delay the engine start a tiny bit until we have moved far enough. Let's see from the outside. My plan is to push it kinda like this, so back here and then make it a turn onto that line, so that we can then taxi out like this. I have no idea if I'm going to be able to do that. The manual pushback method is still a little bit of a thing. However, the frame rate is so much better without using GSX that I kinda intend to do it that way. Jacob Woody 27, what do you think of the Phoenix in terms of performance? Well, the frame rate in the Phoenix is about the worst I have in any airliner add-on, or at least in any good airliner add-on, should put it that way to be fair. And I'm really looking forward to that new update that they're working on, in which they are apparently going to increase the performance of the plane drastically, at least according to their recent blog post. So that's really something I'm looking forward to. At the moment, the performance is really not the best. It could be a lot better. Apart from that, however, I have to say that the Phoenix is a very nice add-on. So, did I just say nice add-on and then I see my pushback tuck totally elsewhere? Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Well, you know what? We're gonna stop the pushback here. Let's stop the pushback here. Thank you. Okay, that was obviously not the best pushback in my life, but you know what? We'll take it anyway. Starting engine number 2. I just love the auto start of the Airbus. Makes things so much easier. And squealing bagpipes. You should try Pilot Edge on Western USA, but then again, you're in Europe, so it's a little difficult for that. Yeah, I thought about Pilot Edge, but seeing that I don't fly in the US that often, I don't really think it is worth the investment. I remember Pilot Edge is something like $20 per month or something the like, and I just don't see it being worth it for me at the moment, especially that since I do most of my flights outside of the Pilot Edge coverage area, it would just seem more logical to use VATSIM for me. And Yttrium, never had GSX cause the Fenix to have worse performance. That's interesting. Well, it's not only the Fenix, it's in any airplane really. As soon as I call up GSX, my performance really drops noticeably. It didn't do that at first when GSX was first released, but it started doing it afterwards. Okay. Then let's go ahead with the after start checklist. Anti-ice, off. Ecam status, checked. Pitch trim. Let's see, we've got 29.5% set. Rudder trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. Okay, quick look into the taxi before we go. Wow, we're moving backwards. Literally, why are we moving backwards? Our parking brake is set. How's that possible? There's no tuck connect. Interesting, I click stop once more, but the tuck was disconnected. Sometimes I don't understand Flight Simulator logic. Okay, brake temperatures are looking good though, so no idea what just happened there. Sometimes Flight Simulator doesn't make sense. And not just sometimes. Oh, looks like that second tuck connected itself. Just why? Alright, we're gonna take that first bridge onto Romeo Bravo. No, actually we take the second bridge onto Romeo Alpha, Whiskey Golf, Whiskey Alpha, and then in Whiskey Whiskey we're gonna cross the runway and taxi at 15 right. Perfect, so equipment is away, lights off. Houston traffic, United 1326, taxi holding point 15 right. Off we go. Clear on the left, clear on the right. Brake check, pressure 0. Okay, the right side is clear. That American is parked over there. Let's just quickly swing over to the second bridge here. So, as we're taxiing out, do take note of the taxiway textures over here. So, just build your own opinion on that. I'm not going to comment on them too much. But you can really see how on the edges over there, they went for a rather high resolution, while on the main taxiways, the resolution is rather low with a high resolution taxi line and lights on them. So, that is an interesting approach there. But the result of that approach is that I'm getting very good frame rates. So, I guess everybody will have to build their own opinion on if that is the thing to do for the developers, or if they should continue making everything absolutely high definition for the sacrifice of more performance. Okay, flight control track. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral. Unfortunately, Phoenix doesn't simulate the pedal disconnect button properly, so we cannot check the rudder as we're taxiing, but since we could already turn left and right with the nose wheel steering, I do assume that it works. And Alex John, hello from Hawaii. Well, that's got to be first. Somebody from Hawaii on one of my live streams. Okay, so we're gonna make a slight left turn, swinging over into the Whiskey Alpha taxiway. The left and the right are clear. And everything is clear around. Let's swing over onto Whiskey Alpha, and then we'll take Whiskey Whiskey to cross 15 right for cross 15 left for a departure and 15 right. Okay, quick review of the takeoff briefing. This is going to be a left seat takeoff on runway 15 right, flaps 2, noise abatement procedure number 2, and we have takeoff speed 34, 34, 36 at 68 degrees flex temperature. All of which has transferred onto the displays as well. Our sit straight ahead 600 feet, then a right-hand turn, and the emergencies straight ahead 25 miles, climbing 4,000, MSA 3,100. And that should be about it. So, let's go ahead and do the taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting. We've got config 2. Radar and PWS. On and auto. Engine mode selector. Normal. ECAM memo. Takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Okay, Whiskey Victor over here, and then Whiskey is next. Quick look over the main apron over here. Once again, you can nicely see the high resolution textures on the taxiway edges, while you can also see the low resolution they used for the general apron over there. Okay, crossing 15 left. Let's go back to the cockpit. My taxiing is really atrocious here. The approach is clear, the left is clear as well. Then we can take it straight to runway 15 right on the intersection. Okay, cleared for takeoff on 15 right. Lineup checklist, takeoff runway 15 right is over there confirmed. TCAS, TARA, packs both off. Lineup checklist complete. And JFoot709, I'm not the newest trained A330 pilot on YouTube yet, since my type rating hasn't started yet. But it's going to start in about a week's time. A week and a bit, actually. So far I'm in the state of, I read pretty much everything there was to read about the aircraft. And, well, let's go. Oh, timing. Stabilized. Man flag 68, SOS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. Sometimes I hate those little click spots there. Passing 100 knots. D1, rotate. You're up. Positive rate. Takes 600 feet, starting the right-hand turn. Got sufficient speed for a 25-degree bank angle here, or even a 30 if the plane wants it. Lovely look outside, but we gotta remember to keep flying. Thrust climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Speed checked. And flap 0. Speed checked. Always a challenge to hand fly the plane and do the pilot monitoring work at the same time. But pack number 2 going on. Slightly speeding right now. Luckily they don't have any speed cameras up here. So pitching up that fair bit, and about 12 degrees should be fine as far as I remember. Here we go. We've made it out of Houston. And we got Alt Star. Come on, airplane, pitch down for me, please. Here we go. That's better. But don't descend. Still getting used to how that Airbus flies. Especially since there are so many different iterations of the fly-by-wire. I recently tried the fly-by-wire A320, and it felt completely different in terms of hand flying than the Fenix did. Interestingly enough, if I compare the fly-by-wire Airbus to the Fenix Airbus, it really feels to me like the fly-by-wire flies better. It feels closer to the full flight simulator that I've flown on so far. Obviously, I didn't do too many Airbus full flight sessions yet, and I'm sure I will be able to give you some better feedback once I've actually completed my type rating. But in the meantime, I really have to say that the fly-by-wire Airbus feels nicer to me than the Fenix Airbus in terms of the flight dynamics. Which kind of surprised me, but then again, we have to keep in mind the fly-by-wire guys are doing a really good job there. And most importantly, they are community driven, so they really develop what the community wants to see, and not necessarily what the real-life pilot beta tester who has a specific setup wants to see. And Sonny Gold, which new destinations on the A330 are you looking forward to the most? Cancun. And Windhoek. And the Maldives. I guess those are going to be my new favorites. Especially the Maldives, because as far as it looks right now, my airline has 2 flights a week going there. And those 2 flights, well, mean that you are going to have a layover of a couple days on Maldives every time. So you can actually go swimming and go enjoy the area. Which is, you know... In my previous airlines, we've been back home every evening. So we always flew back to home base. And while that also has a bit of charm, especially when it comes to having a family life, having a girlfriend at home and stuff like that, you know, I am looking forward to a couple layovers. Something I really like about the Airbus is that the side stick basically commands the G-forces that you want. So if you fly faster, you can still do the same side stick input, and the airplane is going to give you a reasonable response. You know, compare that to, for example, the 737, where you have a direct deflection of the control column, and when you fly faster and you do the same input, then you might easily cause, well, a couple passengers to fly around. Okay, so climb level 320. Remalion, hello from Reunion Island. Well, that's nice. I should do more live streams at this time of the day. I guess it's really a lot more different people than who usually watch my streams. Hello there. And Ben Airbus 330, you will fly the 330 for which airline? I don't know yet if I can say that, because I have no information on my new airline's social media policy yet. So if they allow me to openly talk about it, then I absolutely will. But if they are more restrictive, like my previous airline used to be, then obviously I cannot put all that information out there. I do have good faith because there are some YouTubers from that airline who do real-life videos. So I kinda hope it's not gonna be a problem, but we'll see about it. And Daniel, yes, this is the first time I've caught a live stream, 9 PM here in New Zealand. Yeah, indeed, it's currently 11 AM for me, so that's quite a difference. Alright, Simbrief has planned us at flight level 320. The Airbus says the optimum is going to be 360, so we're passing a transition. Let's set standard, and once we're out of that, standard set, passing 179 now. So once we're out of that, I might just about check the briefing to see why we didn't get any higher altitude. Let's see if there's anything we can find in there. What do the wind charts say? Flight level 300, we got about 55 knots of wind. So some people asked me earlier, like, could you explain how to read the significant weather charts and so on? Well, the significant weather charts are looking rather boring here, but I'm going to go into that in a moment. However, let's start with the wind chart, because that's a bit more interesting for our flight right now. And looking at this, you've got the big black triangle over there. That basically means 50 knots of wind. And then if you go a little bit further to the left, you've got the large, you got that large stripe, and then you got a small one. The large one represents 10 knots, the small one represents 5. So if you look at this symbol over here, for example, you've got 55 knots of wind, because you've got a triangle and a small stripe. And then if you go a bit further over here, you've got, for example, 45, so 4 large and 1 small one. Then we also got the temperatures, saying minus 36 over there. Do note that it is possible that the minus is not added in front of the number. So on any upper altitude chart, or basically on any chart, temperatures are always assumed to be negative, unless there is a plus sign in front of them. Okay, then that is at flight level 300, we're looking at about 55 knots of headwind. Then flight level 340, we're looking at, well, this is a bit stronger. Yeah, this is generally a little bit stronger, I would say. And then we also got a chart at level 390, which is even stronger. Okay, so SimBrief planned us at flight level 320 to avoid us flying into stronger headwinds. We can see it here on the vertical profile chart as well. Note that we're going from the right to the left on here, because we're flying westbound. So on here we can see at the top of climb we're expecting something in the region of 70 knots of headwind, and that is quite consistent with increasing altitude. And then as we go over into the flight, we can see that at higher flight levels the headwind is quite a bit stronger than it is at lower levels. So over here by the end of the sit, it's still roughly the same. But after that, look at that. You've got 70 knots of headwind up here at flight level 390, and then you only got 45 knots at flight level 320, and for that reason SimBrief has planned us down here. Also nice to see, by the way, that we got the that we kind of found a little hole over there. I would say we can climb to flight level 340, because down here we've got a 50 knot headwind, and over here it's 45. So I would say level 340 should roughly be the optimum in terms of the wind band. So how about we just go ahead and do that, and thereafter I'm going to answer your question, Dirk. So let's say we want to go flight level 340. Okay, that's 340 blue and flight level 340. So Dirk, what is the blue line we see on top? That is the level of the tropopause. So basically flying along that level is going to be the most turbulent, we can say, roughly. Flying above it is generally going to be much less turbulent, and flying below it can be turbulent as well, because this is the region where the weather is usually taking place. So if you fly above the tropopause, you are generally out of the weather, with the exception of thunderstorm clouds. So for that reason, we have the tropopause drawn in here. And if you're flying exactly along it, usually you can say when your altitude is going through the tropopause, that is where you will encounter turbulence. Okay, then we also have the significant weather chart that some people asked me about earlier, so let's have a look at this as well. Not a lot happening on here right now, so quite easy to explain. Let's start on the left there. You got this little symbol over there, and that is basically an area of significant weather. And we can see, looking at the sign in here, isolated embedded CBs from the ground of the chart until flight level 450. So now we need to look, the lower level of the chart we can see down here is flight level 250. So we've got isolated embedded CBs between level 450 and something below level 250. What the lower end is, We don't know, because it is not on the chart, because this is an upper level chart. So that's this area in which we can find isolated embedded CBs. Now, that is really not too much a problem, because isolated means that they are normally well spread from one another. So we should easily be able to navigate in between them using our weather radar. Embedded means that they are enclosed in other weather. So, for example, looking outside, we can see over there we've got banks of clouds, and the embedded basically tells us that the CBs would be hidden inside those clouds. So that's pretty much that. Then we got this little line up there, which is a jet stream. So we can see that we are basically flying exactly against the jet stream on our way over. So we're basically flying exactly against the jet stream. On top of it, we can see the speed of the jet stream. So remember the numbers I told you from the wind chart earlier. We got 50, then we got 4 times 10, and we got a 5. So it's 95 knots of wind going that way. And the core of the jet stream, where the wind is the strongest, is at flight level 390. Now, sometimes you will have an indication below it, like between, for example, level 320 and level 450. And a jet stream is generally defined as an area of wind that is faster than 60 knots. So if you have that information, like between level 320 and 450, for example, then you know that below level 320 the wind is going to reduce from those 95 knots at level 390 gradually until it is less than 60 knots at level 320, for example. So that is how to read the jet streams. Also, what you often find is an area marked around the jet stream, something like this, where you have clear air turbulence. Now you will have a symbol for that inside the chart as well, so don't worry about that. Finally, what we have down here, that 500, is the highest level of the tropopause in your region. So flight level 500 down here. You might also have indications of the lowest level of the tropopause, but not for this flight, so we only got this, and that's basically all the information we have on this particular significant weather chart over here. And JFoot709, long-haul pilots are meteorologists. Well, basically it's not only long-haul pilots, it's all pilots that need to know this kind of stuff. So this is really what we go over on our 737 flights as well. This is nothing long-haul specific. I am really looking forward to what they're gonna teach me on the long hauls, however, in terms of meteorology, because yes, I do agree that generally long-haul pilots know more about the weather and the different weather scenarios than short-haul or medium-haul pilots. So it is something that I'm really looking forward to learn. And you know, the interesting stuff is, you eventually reach a point where you believe like, so I know a lot of stuff by now. Like the weather explanations I just gave you, even though those are really, you know, basic stuff. What is worth mentioning, however, is that there is probably so much more that I don't know yet, that I'm really looking forward to experience. Okay, let's see, we reached our cruising level, 62 knots of headwind, so if we compare that to the chart, let's see if our decision was right or not. What does the vertical profile say? Yep, 60 knots is forecast, and that is what we'll have until after Cigar, and thereafter it's going to become a little bit less at our levels, so that way it's going to be worth the extra climb. Okay, quick check in our FMC. Optimus 370, but going higher is not worth it because of the winds. And apart from that, 225 miles to the top of descent, 1733, so that's in roughly half an hour. Very nice. 9.7 tons of fuel. Let's have a look into the flight plan. Top of climb, 16 minutes, and 9.1 thousand pounds is the target. We have 9.7, so we saved a little bit of fuel and we climbed a little bit higher. Fair enough. I am absolutely happy with that. Alright, so that is that part. Let's quickly go ahead and set up our FMC for the arrival. So, very quick look here into what we might fly. Let's start by getting the most recent weather from our destination. So, that is going to be KMAF. Weather request, and I want both the META and the TUF. Send. Weather data. So, latest META, 140 at 11, visibility 10 miles, sky clear, 20 degrees, altimeter 3000, and that's that. Okay. By the way, interesting as well, something that some people have asked me from time to time is, what do those remarks in the US stand for? Now, to be honest, I don't know them all either yet. That's going to be stuff I'm going to learn during the type rating then, because we will be flying a lot to the US. However, a bit of stuff I know. So the A02 basically indicates it is an automatic weather report. So not done by any meteorologist, but by the automatic equipment at the airport. SLP 116 indicates the sea level pressure in hectopascals. So this is basically 1011.6 hectopascals. So if you had an airplane that doesn't have an altimeter in inches, like we have it on the standbys over here, then you could simply select 1011, and you would know that from your METAR as well. So that's quite useful there. Now the rest of it, this section over here, I don't know, so my apologies for that. Looking at the weather forecast over here from 0520, so that's a couple of hours old by now. And it is forecast till the 28th on 0600, wind 130 at 15, visibility more than 6 miles, scattered clouds 3500. So overall we got some very good weather there. Taking that into account, we might as well plan for a visual approach. So let's take this, and let's quickly go ahead and prepare the FMC for that. In any case, I want to take into account possible shortcuts as much as possible. So we've got the Hotel Alpha Fox VOR up here, and then we basically got this. Well, that is quite close already, but something I want to do is this. /-4. It should have been 10/-4. Okay, doesn't seem to like that. Well, that's unfortunate. But anyway, it's just a couple miles less, so let's say we've got a prediction of 7,500 over here. If we make that 5,500, we should be more than fine for a visual approach. And like that, our FMC is basically prepared for that. And Steve, remember, light switches are inverted. Yeah. All the switches are in the Airbus, but I guess I'm gonna learn it eventually. Funnily enough, due to these switches in the Airbus being the other way around than in the Boeing, back in the day when Lufthansa still flew their Boeing 737s, they rewired all the switches in the 737 to match the Airbus. So I did my MCC training on a former Lufthansa 737 simulator, and the switches were inverted compared to the PMDG. And that was really like, oh boy. I took a lot of time to get used to that. And after that, when flying the PMDG, I was basically lost. That was really interesting. They just inverted all the switches in order to make it easier for pilots to transition between the aircraft. That was funny. That was really funny. Okay, let's go ahead and enter a little bit of information into the FMC as well. Descent at 287 knots looks fine for me. So we've got 3000. Temperature currently 20 degrees, and the latest wind 140 at 11. Transition level 180 stays the same. We're going to do a config 3 landing. So let's select landing flap 3, and I've made it my own SOP to turn the glide slope modes of the GPWS off, because the glide slopes are just so bugged in the simulator. Okay, quick look into the charts to see what the destination elevation is. Let's see, Midland International, we got... is that already all the charts we need? Yep, it kinda is. Okay. And for the approach, give me the ILS runway 10 chart, please. We're not gonna fly the ILS, but nonetheless, I would like to have it up here. So, touchdown zone elevation 2869. We're gonna add 500 for our visual approach minima, so that gives me 3,369. So 3369 is gonna be our barrel minimums. Okay, and that is basically all we need in here. Now, for a visual approach, I also want this. And I want a 25-mile ring around the runway so that we know our MSA. Okay, secondary flight plan, we'll just keep the copy of the active that we had, and that is basically our setup completed. We can also enter a runway over here, that gives us a nice distance to it at any moment. Okay, and that should be it. Okay, anyone in for a quick shortcut? Not to fly this, but to go direct Sierra Juliet Tango? I would say that sounds like a good idea, so let's do that. We'll take the beam points and insert. Okay, and I think with that we are all set up. Let's quickly run our landing performance calculation. So, KMAF, runway 10, it's a dry runway. Let's quickly take the latest META, apply that, and our landing weight. Let's see, we estimate 6.5, currently have 9.2, so that means we're going to burn 2.7. Well, let's make it 2.6, so 130,000 pounds. 130.0. Okay. Low auto brake, idle reverse, flap 3, auto throttle on. That seems about like it. Looks like we'll need the entire runway with that. Let's see if that makes any sense. Landing runway 10. Yeah, we gotta vacate Charlie anyway, so I suppose we can use the entire runway as well. Okay, so for that, flap 3, auto brake's low. And that should be all we need. 153 miles to run, 31, so that means we got 20 minutes left that we can enjoy flying around now. I guess I didn't look at the comments too much recently, so let's see about that. Willie Thornton, Fly-by-Wire could sell their plane on Marketplace for $4.99 and it would sell like hotcakes. Yeah, it absolutely would. Honestly, there is one big thing I dislike about the fly-by-wire, and that is the incorrect geometry of the cockpit. Like, you're looking in front, and at the same time you see the bottom below the FCU like this. So you see this, and at the same time you also see this, the top of it. That's just, you know, that is my biggest thing that I dislike about the fly-by-wire, really. If you look at that, you know, it doesn't look like that. And I do know it is the Asobo model that is causing this. That's out of question. I do know about that. However, it is really something where I'm thinking like, well, please get that self-made virtual cockpit out as soon as you can. I know they're working on one. I'm really putting great hope in that. And I'm really hoping that that cockpit is going to have correct geometry. And Steve, Fly-by-Wire has a printer. Yeah, they do. JFoot709. Fly-by-Wire runs on their donations because they are free. It's a business model of donations. Honestly, that is an interesting theory, but I don't think they are going to be able to finance all their development and make a profit just on the donations. Looking at my own YouTube channel at least, the amount of donations I get in the channel are, they do by far not cover the time that I'm spending for the channel. So I believe just like I'm doing this as a hobby, just like I'm doing this, you know, because I enjoy doing it, the same applies kind of to fly-by-wire simulations. I would expect so. I would be really surprised if they got enough donations that they could really, you know, make a living out of that. And Metal Eye, hi, nice to see you. And Yttrium, I also don't like how the MCDU is duplicate in the fly-by-wire. I like them to be separate. I just hope Phoenix improves the flight model because I can't really stand how the fly-by-wire looks. Yeah, I fully agree with that. I fully agree with that. Would be very nice if they had, would be very nice if they had that, Mogu, so will the PMDG 737-600 be released for Xbox Series X and S? I would expect so. I don't know any reason why it would not. It's probably just gonna take a little while, because you know how the marketplace ingestion process is. A developer submits an add-on, and then it takes ages for that add-on to actually get approved and get put up for sale. And I could very well imagine that Microsoft have approved the 700 and 800 first because they are going to make the most money for Microsoft, and that the 600 and 900 are somewhere far down the queue. But I don't know about that. You would have to ask PMDG, and they could give you more details if those have been submitted already and what the process and the current status is. But I do imagine that all of the 737 models are eventually going to come to Xbox. The only thing I am unsure about is the electronic flight back. Now, first of all, it would be nice if that ever came to PC, but I'm sure it will. But I don't know if the electronic flight back can actually come to Xbox, because it depends a lot on internet connectivity for stuff like charts, like SimBrief, etc. And on Xbox, you don't have that. So, remember the reason why the Phoenix is never going to be in Marketplace. You need those external apps to run the ProSim software and to connect to the internet. Like the entire EFB runs through the internet. All those uplinks over here, everything in the ATSU runs through internet. And that is impossible to do like that on Marketplace. And especially on the closed environment that Xbox is. So for that reason, I'm not 100% sure if... well, I am 100% sure that the Phoenix is not coming to Xbox. But I'm not 100% sure if the PMDG EFB is ever going to come. I recall Robert hinted at that in a post somewhere in the forum as well, but I don't know what the current situation is. I'm sure that if it is possible, they are going to do it, but I don't know if it is possible. Then Nordic Aviation, hi, do you think we will get more additions to the PMDG 737 after getting the Weather Radar and the EFB? Yeah, I think so. So far, what PMDG has basically always done is when they have developed new stuff for new aircraft. So let's say PMDG would develop a new feature for the 777 on its release, a feature that we have not seen before in the 737. Then that feature would pretty surely be ported back into the 737 as well. Remember how we've seen that in the past with, for example, the PMDG custom ground steering model in P3D, or the PMDG uplinks that we saw introduced in 2013 in the PMDG 777 in P3D, or in FSX back in the day. All of those were eventually made compatible with the 737 as well. So I'm sure that any new development they do for the 777 and for the MAX and for the 747 is eventually going to end up in the 737 as well. Now, there is one more thing that has been announced already that is definitely coming, and that is the new navigation database format. So they simply need to find the time to develop that, and they are working on it. So that stuff is eventually coming, and that will obviously come in the 737 as well. So that's going to include stuff like radius to fix and all this lovely stuff that the PMDG 20-year-old format that they are using at the moment simply doesn't have. And JFoot709, a performance calculator is just math. Making the sim match reality is tough. Yeah, that's really true. Even though is just math is easier said than done. If I'm calculating a performance for the 737 on my electronic flight bag, which is an iPad of the latest generation, I believe it is the 9th generation, if I'm doing that, I end up, you know, sometimes it takes 3 or 4 seconds to do that calculation. Now, if you imagine the processing power a modern iPad has, then you can imagine how much calculation is going on there in the background in order to get that stuff actually running. So, it's quite incredible sometimes what you see in those, that software. And Nordic Aviation, didn't Randazzo also mention the cockpit door and changes to the cabin? Yeah, now that you mention it, that is something that he did, yeah. So opening cockpit door is something he said in the past would be coming as well. And Yttrium, any idea if RMP-AR is ever coming? Well, with the new NAV database, we are certainly going to get all the radius to fix and basically all the entire set of modern RMP capabilities. So we are going to get all of those. Now, RMP-AR basically means approval required. So AR means that the airline needs to get approval from the authority to conduct those approaches. The approaches themselves are going to be based on the same stuff that is introduced with the modern days suite of avionics anyway. So, you know, RMP-AR approaches are conducted or are designed by radius to fix operation, by course to intercept, and so on. And that stuff is going to come with a new database. The current PMDG LNAV system is actually capable of doing all those already. However, what's not there yet is the database that can actually contain them, and that is what they're working on at the moment. So that stuff is coming for sure. Okay, let's see if I missed something a bit earlier on. Oh, doesn't look like it. Okay, so we're just about 80 miles out from our destination. Might be just about time to do a quick PA to the passengers, tell them that we're halfway through the flight, so let's go ahead and do that. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel, and once again I would like to welcome you aboard our United Airlines A320. We're now halfway on our way to the destination. Remaining flight time is now in the region of approximately half an hour. And the weather at our destination is currently showing very nice. Clear skies, a light wind coming from the southeast, and a temperature of 20 degrees centigrade. I'd like to thank you very much for choosing United for today's flight. Hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. And if there's anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our charming cabin crew. Thank you for your attention, and see you again very soon. Okay, that's the cabin up to date. Let's have another quick look into the FMS to make sure that I didn't accidentally mess anything up. But this looks about like what I wanted. Okay. That's good. What is the MSA in the area? Maybe a general look at the destination is always a good idea before you start an approach. Interestingly enough, there really aren't too many charts available. Look at that. We only have those ground charts, then we have some approach charts, but that's it. No sit, no nothing. All we can use is the ILS chart. Sector MSA is 5,500, and we plan Midland VOR exactly at that MSA, at 5.5. If you look at this, the airport elevation is 2,900 roughly, so we're going to be less than 3,000 feet above the ground, and then we are just going to fly the visual into here. I will tune the ILS. so that we can use that as a backup for our approach, And then I've also tuned the glide slope mode off in the GPWS so that we don't get any nuisance warnings there, as Microsoft Flight Simulator loves to give us. Metal Eye. The Become a Member option is still not visible in the iOS mobile versions, but on other channels it is. Okay, that's interesting. I'm going to check it after the live stream. I am not 100% sure why that would be. Really not 100% sure. Because as far as I know, I have enabled all those options. Really, as far as I know, I've enabled all of them, but I'm gonna check it after the live stream. By the way, a lot of you have waited for my video of the real-life electronic flight bag, and it is up for channel members now. So, from business class membership onwards, the EFB video is there, and I'm going basically through the basic stuff that we're doing with it on everyday operations, and I have to say that I really like how it turned out in the end. So, you will notice that in the real EFB video, I'm going quite close to the stuff that Phoenix has in their EFB as well. There is quite a bit more stuff on there, even some stuff that I couldn't show simply because it was, simply because it is company data that I cannot share with everyone. However, you will notice that the performance calculators are quite similar. And, for example, the ability to view flight plans actually is so enhanced in a real EFB over what we have available in Flight Simulator. So if we look at that, we have our SimBrief plan over here, but that really only makes the smallest part of the real-life flight plan app. And I'm sure you're gonna love seeing that. And Triple Driver, have you seen the turbulence suppression system on the 787? It would be cool to see that on the Microsoft Flight Simulator 787. I've also been thinking of changing type to the 78. Well, 777 Driver, actually I haven't seen that system, but I would very much recommend you join the working title Discord and tell them about that system as much as you can. And they told me already that they are very interested in doing as much of the stuff as they possibly can, so maybe that is something. I don't know. Drop them a message, see if you can get in touch with the developers, and I absolutely recommend suggesting them to do this kind of stuff. I've had a couple chats with the working title developers after I did my videos on the 787 and the 747, and they are really great guys there. We had a huge fun talking, and I'm sure they took a couple of very neat ideas with them as well for what might come in future versions. So drop them a message. They are really great guys to work with. And Mogu, sir, do you think supersonic aircraft similar to the Concorde might ever fly again for commercial travel? That's a good question. To be honest, I don't see that happening too soon. Maybe in business aviation. Because in business aviation, money usually is not as much of a concern. If you can get a CEO to Australia and back on the same day, I'm sure supersonic flight would be something viable. However, due to the very nature of supersonic flight, with the technology we have available these days, it's always going to be very fuel intensive. And for that reason, I am quite sure we will not see supersonic travel on normal passenger aircraft. Because the time people spend on that normal passenger aircraft usually just is, not that expensive. If you have the option, a Concorde used like 80 tons of fuel to fly from London to New York. A 787, which carries 3 times the passengers, uses less than half of the fuel. So you can see how the ticket prices would skyrocket if you fly supersonic. And you might save 3 hours there, but for the typical tourist and even for most businessmen, it's just not going to be worth it. only for really the highest echelons of CEOs who earn like tens of thousands of euros every single day. For those people, the supersonic travel might be worth it. And Yttrium, not sure if you've ever tried the AAU-1 aircraft, but working title said the 787 would be system-wise above the CJ4 but below the longitude. Do you see this already or happening in the future? Yeah, we can see it already in the betas. We can see how all the foundations are there and how most of the stuff that you're using in a normal flight is there already. It only needs improvement and bug fixing at the moment, which is totally normal in an open beta, by the way. So everything we're seeing in the open beta looks totally normal to me as somebody who's used to beta testing for many years. So I really see that stuff going to a very good point. And Jan, hi, nice to see you. JFoot709, I expect all business class flights to become more regular. Pilots will be earning millions soon enough. Real work is the only work in demand. Yeah, well, I don't agree 100% with that, especially if you look at luxury aviation like private jets. Don't mean that the pilots earn very well. In many cases, actually, private jet pilots earn less than the cattle class drivers at Ryanair, Wizz Air and the likes. So, if you look, for example, at VistaJet, which is the second biggest charterer of private aircraft after NetJets here in Europe. If you look at VistaJet, their pilots earn half the money that a Ryanair pilot gets. So, I had a couple captains from my former airline applied at VistaJet, and they didn't even want to tell them the salary before they signed the contract. Think of that. And in the end, one guy said like, no, I'm not going to sign anything until I have the pay slips and the pay data. And yeah, they just never talked to him again. In the end, a captain at VistaJet gets somewhere around 4,500 euros gross. A captain at Ryanair gets 10,000. Imagine that. And those guys are flying the richest of the richest. So, just because it's super expensive to rent a private jet doesn't mean that the pilots are paid very well as well. In fact, in the US we're currently seeing a transition to increase pilot salaries. You know, the top levels for short to medium haul are now around $490,000, while the top on long haul goes to about $590,000. That is what American Airlines and Delta have just introduced. And obviously that is the top, so not every pilot gets that. Indeed, you can only expect to get that at the very end of your career. But nonetheless, that is about the best you can get at the moment. And Konali, hi, nice to see you here. All business class flights have failed in most cases. There is currently one French airline that is kinda operating on a positive margin. That is my experience as well. Think 10 years back when Private Jet, or when Private Air, that was the name of the company, operated Boeing business jets with a 90 business class seat only configuration on long haul flights for Lufthansa. For example, they flew 737 BBJs with about 90 business class seats in them to India. And yeah, they did it for a couple of years, and after that, Lufthansa scrapped it again because they just didn't earn money on that. 777 driver, I will have to head off. Always great to chat with a fellow Boeing pilot. Been talking to far too many Airbus pilots recently. Take care and fly safe, sir. Well, thank you very much, my friend. I'm looking forward to see you again soon. But by that time, I'm afraid I will probably be something into the region of an Airbus pilot as well. I know, I'm sorry. ODG John, didn't Etihad fly an all-business A340 for a while? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know, sorry. What is worth mentioning, though, is that with a lot of flights going across the Atlantic, you have, the business and first class basically pays the flight, and the economy class makes the profit after the flight is paid off already. So 3 miles to go to the top of descent. Good point, Mogu Mogu. Let's go ahead and start our descent. It was something like flat level 200 initially. And down we go. And JFoot709, just letting future engineers know that is not much better. At least being a pilot is fun. Yeah, I guess that's what we have to come back to. And ODG John, also don't forget the horrible lifestyle private jet pilots have to live. Yeah, it depends a little bit. You know, for example, in NetJets, they are living a very nice life, actually. In NetJets, they usually fly quite a bit, and they're working, I believe, 7 days on and 5 days off in a row. And the first and the last of the working days are actually commuting days. So they can freely choose the home base where they want to live, and then they spend 7 days in a row, and then they have 5 days off at home base. So it can be good, it can be bad, it really depends on the airline. Haneti Masakura, hello, great content as always. Well, first of all, thanks for that. I wanted to ask you, is it hard to pass an airline interview, and how hard is it to get the first airline job? Well, let's start with how hard it is to get the first airline job. To be honest, that is really going to depend on the current market situation by the time you finish your license. So, there are times where people get hired right off flight school, and where airlines can't get enough of them, and there are times where it is a little bit more difficult. Generally, the situation here in Europe is like you can get a first job, but you will have to accept going to a low-cost airline like Ryanair or Wizz Air, and you cannot expect to get a job close to your home. So if you're willing to go, you know, anywhere in Europe, then you can pretty surely say for a European pilot you are going to get a job after flight school. However, you know, it cannot be guaranteed that it is going to be your dream job. In general, you do those, you fly it for 2 years, then you got 1,000 hours or more, maybe even 1,500. And, you know, you fly those 1,500 hours in Ryanair, and then you start applying for the proper airlines, where you are going to be treated good as well. And, you know, if you do that, then you are basically going to get a good job. Now, regards to your second question, how hard is it to pass an airline interview? Honestly, I passed about half of the airline interviews I did. Now, in my experience, I usually pass those interviews that I prepared for the least. The more I prepared for an interview, the higher the chances that I failed them. Because they don't want to see any pre-learned phrases or stuff that you learned by heart. They want to see how you act spontaneously. And that is pretty much my experience. Those interviews that I just did spontaneously, that I didn't really prepare for too much, those were the interviews that went the best. So, how hard is it? Well, hard to say really. But you should have some general stuff prepared, like if they're gonna ask you where do you want to be in 5 years, yeah, I want to be captain in your aircraft, obviously. You know, bit of stuff like that you should have prepared, but that's really gonna be the most important point there. By the way, I find it absolutely fascinating how much the terrain changes when you're flying over the US. In Houston, everything was green. And now, here at Midland, well, things look totally different, and it's just about a flight hour away. I find that absolutely fascinating, really. It's one of the reasons why flying in the US is so much fun for me in the simulator. You do a flight of a length of maybe an hour and a half, and you're in a totally different world. And JFoot709, in the US, engineering gets a lot of money. You don't even have to be good at it. Yeah, well, ask the MCAS guys. No, just joking. Engineers are obviously a profession that is really needed, so for that reason, people just have to pay good in that branch. And the pilot asks, how much do you earn on average as a newly hired pilot? Well, that's a good question. For many airlines, you can get that kind of information from the Pilot Job Network website. So a lot of information is available out there. I tend to say that if you are with a halfway decent airline, so if you are not in pay to fly, then I would say you can expect something in the region of 3,000 to 4,000 euros gross. In Europe, that is. Depending on where you fly, it can go up. So for example, in Ryanair, at German bases, you know, once you got your 1,500 hours, you will end up somewhere in the region around 6,000 euros gross, which is a good salary. But then again, you also have to pay your own training, your own uniform and stuff like that from that salary, so keep that in mind. But you get where this is going in general. So I would say that unless you are in some airline that is, you know, questionable, like doing those pay-to-fly programs and stuff like that, unless you are doing something like that, your pilot salary is normally going to be okay at European airlines. I cannot really talk for the rest of the world, but in the US, salaries are increasing at the moment, so new hire pilots actually get more and more over there, but they started at a really low base as well, so I'm not 100% sure what the current numbers look like in the US, but even in the commuters, you can definitely live from it at the moment. It's just amazing how the terrain looks, isn't it? So different from... the US is so different from other parts of the world. And just thinking what all of these actually are, like we got those little planes there, and then we've got the roads leading to it, but what is that actually? Somebody said in the comment that it looks like an oil field below. Might be. It's really fascinating for me to see. I can't wait for my first real flights to the United States to see how different it is in real life than it is in the sim. And I'm sure those are not too far off. The type rating is going to be done in like 3 months and a bit. And I really hope that my first flights are going to take me to the US. I'm really hoping for it. Okay, set altimeter 3000. What's that again? 1016. And we're passing 15.8, descending 10,000 with flex number A. Set. And ODG John, maybe a suggestion for a next flight. Go island hopping around Majuro. It's stunning there too. Is there good scenery available over there? I mean, today we are certainly going to fly around Houston because of the new scenery. But if there's a good scenery available, then we might take that into account. Why not? Yttrium, I also love how the US has most of the photogrammetry cities, and the range that the photogrammetry extends is much larger. Yeah, that's true. To be honest, in my own simulator I turned the photogrammetry off because I had some frame rate problems. I'm really on the verge of buying an RTX 4090 right now, that the prices have dropped a bit. I'm really on the verge of buying one, so that my frame rate problems are hopefully solved once and for all. But then again, I thought the very same about the RTX 3080 Ti that I have at the moment 2 years ago, and I spent $2,000 on that. And then nowadays, I'm already getting partially laggy frame rates already. So George, at the moment I run a 3080 Ti, which should be quite good, but, you know, Mogu Mogu, sir, this might seem like an absurd question, but have you ever seen a UFO? Well, UFO, yes, but only in terms of unknown flight object, because we simply didn't know what it was, and ATC didn't either. But we had a case flying over France during a major military exercise in the area, where we saw something flying above us, some black aircraft. Nobody knew what it was. We asked the ATC because it seemed close, but they just said they didn't have any radar returns at all at that position. So I'm pretty sure it was some stealth aircraft of some NATO military, where I can only speculate which one it might possibly have been. In other words, I'm pretty sure about which one it would have been. And those guys just flew straight through France without caring too much for ATC. That was an interesting one. We just kept it at, okay, we've seen this, and that's gonna be it. Okay, and Konali, if you make a bit money with this channel, just deduct the 4090 from the tax. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do, my friend. Okay, so Python 10,000, lights coming on, LS coming on, constraints coming on. And then let's have a quick look into the FMC. We don't have any radios set up. We have GPS primary, high accuracy, and the landing data is still accurate. Okay, that's all we need. So, over there is our airport. Over there is our landing runway. Let's go ahead and read the approach checklist. Barrel ref, 3000 set. Seatbelts on, minimums. 3369 set. Auto brakes, low. Engine mode selector, normal. Approach checklist complete. Okay, with that said, let's go ahead and do a little bit of visual flying there. So, autopilot off, flight director's going off, Birdie is active, and that should be all we need. I'm going to keep the auto thrust on. It is something that I really want to get used to a little bit. Normally I'm not a big fan of using manual flight with the auto throttle on, but I know that in the Airbus type rating they want to see me doing that, even though on the line we will be allowed to fly by hand as well. But I know that in the type rating they will teach me doing that. So for that reason I'm going to do it a little bit more in the simulator at the moment, just so that I can, you know, get used to it a little bit more. And to be honest, in a sim where you basically need a hand in order to handle the mouse and stuff like that, it's probably not too bad to do either. So down there is our airport. Want a nice downwind here. Altitude is pretty much looking good as well. And Kimbert, will you ever consider doing real-life workday videos? If my new airline allows me to do it, I probably will. But I don't know yet if they will allow it. Okay, flaps 1. Okay, for now let's go ahead and fly that approach. Direct 2. Where is that runway? Oh, interesting. Can actually not select anything here. That's interesting. Well, in that case, we just about tidy the flight plan up like this. What's that? Clear map. Okay, that's what I wanted. Okay, that's the flight plan tidied up. There's our landing runway, flaps 2. Okay, clear on the left, there's our runway. Gear down. Let's say we are clear to land. Okay, that should be good enough to start our final turn. This is a lot of guesswork, by the way, at the moment, because this is actually the first visual approach I'm flying with the Airbus in a long time. So it's a lot of playing around for me at the moment as well. Let's set the missed approach to 7,000. Like this. So that's our runway. So let's see how that's going to work out. Terrain noted. Okay, altitude-wise we are looking good at the moment. Just making sure we don't get too fast over here. Okay, turning final. We are a bit high at the moment, that is for sure. But we are well above the stable gate, so we can use a higher rated descent at the moment as well. A little bit high at the moment, that's for sure. Localizer coming alive. But keep in mind we're doing a visual approach, so the stable gate is just 300 feet. Checked. Okay, landing checklist. Eca memo, landing no blue. Landing checklist complete. Should get into the profile nicely so that we are stable by 300.
Above.
Checked. And here we go.
Minimum.
Continue. Okay, Papi and glide slope are again a total mismatch. Welcome to Microsoft Flight Simulator.
100. 50, 40, 30,
low,
20, retard.
That was interesting. Okay, we're down. So, spoilers, decel, reverse normal. Reverse green, I believe, is the Airbus call. Still gotta learn those. And manual brakes. Let's catch that exit. Below 60 knots, that means we can actually use it. And here we go. Okay, that was the first sector. Ended up a little bit high on the visual, but we were stable by the gate, so that is all that we need. Certainly with a bit more practice, that is going to turn out much better. But overall, it was a totally legal landing, so I am absolutely happy with that. So, vacating to the right, off to the terminal, and then we're gonna go back towards Houston. It's gonna be a very short taxi-in, so here we go. So, crossing 3-4 left, drop light on, clear right, clear left. Okay, we can go straight ahead into the parking. Pretty small airport over here. And Citadel, are you going to do 2 sectors in total or more today? I don't know 100% yet. 2 for sure. I might do more if I'm still, you know, if I'm still in the mood for it. Left the runway, strobe lights off. Okay, after landing checklist, radar and PWS off, after landing checklist complete. And here we go, gate number 2. Here we go. Parking brake set, APU is available, APU bleed on, and shut down. Okay, engines are running down, nice. And that's it. Okay. Then let's do the parking checklist. Park and brake our trucks, set. Engines, off. Wing light, off. Fuel pumps, off. Parking checklist complete. External power is available, very good. Temperature at the moment 20 degrees, we might turn the APU off. Okay, commence deboarding. Yes, please. And while you guys are starting the deboarding, we can go ahead and plan the next flight already. Does anybody know if they have preconditioned air units available here in the US? Or rather, if they are using them? Especially on airports like this? I guess it might be a little bit too early to ask people for experience in the United States, but, you know. JPOT709, is there ever a need to run the APU long enough to imbalance the fuel? Yeah, I had it a few times, especially when I was waiting for a slot in Spain, because they disconnect the... They have to disconnect the jetway in order to send the ready message, and in order to do that, they need to disconnect external power, so you're standing there on APU for hours at a time. And that can most certainly cause, you know, an imbalance if you're standing there for 2 hours and longer. Okay, so let's go ahead and plan the next sector real quick. I have everything prepared already. Let's bring up SimBrief. And here's the real-life flight from Midland to Houston, United 1549. So let's go ahead and plan that. And it's going to be from KMAP towards Houston. Our aircraft is going to be an A320 of Phoenix, and I will quickly have to change the registration here. November 42... What does it say on the plane there? 423 Uniform Alpha. Cost index 27, that seems to be what United is using on those aircraft. We'll keep it at the Lufthansa layout. Passengers, well, in real life it was an A319, so I suppose we use less than 128. And since it's the US and people say that airlines always carry a lot of cargo, let's take 350 pounds of that as well. Okay, any good routing here? Nope, certainly not. Okay, then we're gonna do this. And that seems all fine for me. Generate the flight, please. And Metal Eye, you're correct. I mean if preconditioned air is actually used commonly in the US. So, 55 minutes of flight time planned. Let's quickly pre-file it on VATSIM. And while I'm doing that, we can already go ahead. And I guess there is no hiding place. We got to have a look at the landing in Sim Toolkit Pro. So, let's have a look into that as well. So, view the details. Nice little route of flight there, about as straight as it gets, and saved as much time as possible on the turn inbound there as well. So, view the full landing report, please. Here we go. Touchdown a little bit in front of the aiming point. That was my impression as well. And 330 feet a minute, so we could have flared a bit longer. Yeah, I do agree with that. I have no problem admitting that I got a little bit of trouble landing the Phoenix, so that looks absolutely fair for me. Okay, on to the next sector then. Simbrief flight plan is pre-filed, quickly changing the VATSIM lock into the new call sign, because I tend to forget once I actually start my pre-flight preparation. And JFoot, I'm told it's part of the jetway in the US. Yeah, the question is just if they actually use it, because in Europe many jetways have it as well, at least in southern Europe, but they just don't connect it when it's not warm enough. But not too much of a problem there, we're just gonna go ahead and do it like this. So, what do you guys think about changing to the first officer's seat? You know, first sector flown by the captain, second sector flown by the first officer. What do you think? Or are we going to stay on the captain's seat? You guys get to decide. I'm fine with both. Oh, an hour and 6 is what we took there. And we got a company message. That's probably going to be the arrival report. Yep, arrival message at 17:50. Okay, perfect. Okay. And Konali, Captain, the view is better. And Yttrium, well, good luck landing in the right seat. I'm terrible landing even the 737 from the right. Yeah, it needs a bit of getting used to, but I suppose that's going to be fine enough. But that is 2 votes for flying from the captain's seat, so that's what we're going to do. So let's go ahead and import the next flight. We planned the off block for 18:15, I would say. Dismiss, yes, change this. 1815, update. 19 minutes to run, perfect. That's what we're looking for. So that's our latest flight plan then, OFP number 1, planned at level 370. That should give us the best winds, as we figured out in the previous flight already. And then weather briefing. We've still got convective SIGMATs for Fort Worth and for Houston as well now. But we'll check the SIGVIX chart to see if that's actually worth anything. Then Houston, wind calm, 22 degrees, altimeter 3000, and the forecast is pretty much the same. Alternates, we got Dallas, and that is looking good. Dallas Love Field, good as well. San Antonio, good as well. And Austin is good as well. So that's all fine. So what does our flight plan say? Of course they gave us the alternate that needs the most fuel. I don't know why Simbrief is doing it. It's just about stupid. But if that's what it is, then that's what it is. So let's see. That's 12.5 plus 400 taxis. So yeah, give me 13,000 again. So mass and balance, are they all out yet? Yes, they are. Okay, so 13,000. I find it really hard to adjust this properly, but here we go. Okay, 13,000. Load the aircraft in the fast time, please. Okay, nice. So let's do the systems. Flight recorder on, since we need to record our briefings. Then seatbelt remains off for now. We've got this set. Pack flow can remain low since we got less than 140 in the cabin. Fuel pumps off for the time we're refueling. Very good. And LS goes off. Flight director goes on. We don't need the birdie anymore. The rest of the stuff over here we're going to do later. And then everything down here is set as well. Okay, nice. Then we can start with the FMS. Got a load sheet there, which is a preliminary, and we're going to use that later. So, flight init data request. Daylight 36, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, that's our weather downloaded. So So then, init, request, UAL, what are we gonna be again? 1549. Cost index 27, and cruising at flight level 370. Wind data, request please. We're going to depart runway 10 once again. We have no SID, so it's going to be radar vector departure, and we will vector ourselves. Wind data uplink, nice. And then for the arrival, let's see what SimBrief planned. 8 right. Let's see if we can get any information on what they're actually using there. So, flight radar is always a good source for that kind of stuff. Let's see. Houston. Is there anything going on already? Yeah, 4,200 at that point. That definitely looks like they're using runways 26 there. What is that? Also going to Houston, 5,000 feet. That's interesting. Are they landing opposite? Let's see the other aircraft we have. Anything landed already? Yep. That's definitely 27 in use. Okay. I can live with that. And David, yes, you got it. The low setting is used for less than 140 passengers. I believe less than 141, actually. I don't know. It's different on the 320 than it is on the 330, and I'm learning the 330 stuff, obviously. But I believe on the 320 it's less than 141. Okay, so runway 27 is what we're going to use. Might give us the shortest taxi. On the other end side, let's take 26 right. Then we're going to get a slightly longer taxi, but that means we're going to see a little bit of the airport. Okay, so it should be the Gusher 3 arrival and the diesel transition. I like it. Don't let Greta hear it, but I like it. Okay, Zappo via, insert. Okay, let's have a look at what we just about built. Yeah, that looks pretty much like what I expected. For the emergencies, we simply go straight at 25 miles. Why is that an invalid entry? That should be a valid entry. And it is. Okay, I probably did a typo then. So 108 inbound, right-hand turns. MSA, we said it was 5,500. Let's just verify that real quick. It is indeed, so we're going to climb to 6,000 in case of an engine out. And here we go. And if we need immediate return, we can do that. For the ILS, runway 10, no star, no via. That's all we need. Okay then, in it, let's get up the load sheet that we've just been sent. And there's a telex message there, vPilot relayed, connected to VATSIM, nice. And the load sheet, so 0 fuel 121.8. And then we're looking at a CG of 33.0. Okay, so like this, 13,000 pounds of fuel. Diversion fuel I'm going to take right from the flight plan. And that is 4.5, leading us to Fort Worth. And that's 134.4, and if we check over here, we get 134.2. That's minus the taxi fuel, so the load sheet is good, we can accept that. Eric, hello. Is the Phoenix realistic boarding time actually realistic? Hard for me to see how airlines are getting 25-minute turnarounds if the boarding also takes 27 minutes. Yeah, I share your concerns. Now, is it realistic? Well, that really depends on a couple of different cases. If you're using a jetway, the turnaround will generally take longer. So in Ryanair, for example, if a 25-minute turnaround is planned, they are not going to use a jetway. If they use a jetway, they plan 35 minutes because it takes longer. Now, the 27 minutes that Phoenix actually assumes as realistic, in my opinion, is too long. But, you know, depending on the airline's procedures, if the airline has ultra bad procedures, then I can absolutely see that happen. If the airline has procedures that are alright, then, you know, it will be faster. And Konali, I guess it depends where you are. In Europe, some airlines actually take 30 or more minutes for an A320. In Japan, I took hand-stopped 15 minutes to board 400 passengers into a domestic 777. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, then again, let's quickly do mathematics. We've got runway 10 dry, we just synced the load sheet, we got the weather at 3001 now. Let's see, still 1016, okay, so 3001, and then we have flap 2 takeoff, down trim point 261. 2/0.2 down, and 61 degrees. And the takeoff speeds with that 26, 30, 30. So we've got 126, 130, and 130. And this equals NADP 2 already. So that's pretty much our setup complete. Nice. Okay, we've got to wait for the load sheet. In the meantime, we can start reading our checklists already. So, cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity. 13,000 pounds. Seatbelts on. Now they're on. ADIRS. nav. And barrel rev 3001, reading 2860, set left, set right, cockpit preparation checklist complete. Okay, that's it. Let's do a quick take-up briefing before we go. So, threats for the departure, not any, to be honest. Aircraft is in a good shape, weather is good, and the airport doesn't have any significant NOTAMs affecting us either. So, for our pushback, it's going to be to the right-hand side with the nose, and then let's have a quick look into the taxi chart. Taxi is going to be via Papa, crossing runway, what's that, 28, then all the way via Papa for a... No, actually that's incorrect, we don't want to go 16 right, want to go runway 10. So we're actually going to go Papa, Alpha, and then runway 10 full-length departure. Don't have anything else for that, so our takeoff is going to be from the runway 10, dry surface, flap 2, down trim point 2, 61 degrees, and we've got flap 2, down trim point 2, 61 degrees, and the takeoff speeds 126, 130, 130, which we have in here and on here. Okay, our SID is radar vectored, so we go straight out on the runway track. MSA 5500, so initial climb sub 1000 looks good to me, and it is going to be radar vectored, and eventually going to be a direct towards Sierra Juliet Tango. Emergencies, we proceed on the runway track and climbing to 6000 feet. That's going to keep us safe, and we've entered an ILS in case of an immediate return. So that is our emergencies. Looks okay to me. Okay, any questions about the briefing? Probably not. Then let's say hello to the passengers, and then we go. In the meantime, we can start up the APU so that we use the time in a good manner. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of United Airlines, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight to Houston. Flight time today, 55 minutes at a smooth ride at 37,000 feet. Thank you for being with us. Sit back, relax, enjoy the trip, and the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. I'd like to ask you to pay your full attention, as that's not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Thank you for your attention, and again, make yourself comfortable on board. Okay, so they are catered for. Let's see, park and brakes are in. What's the brake temperature? 130, fine, so we can go. Then we still need the GPU, but we can take the chocks out and connect the tuck. Do we actually have a tuck here? Yes, we do. And it's killing our ground power unit. Nice. David, is it a personal preference thing whether you enter the speeds first or the flap setting and flax temperature? Well, for me, I guess it kind of comes back to the 737. If you enter the flap setting on an assumed temperature in the 7.3 while you had speeds before, the speeds are going to be deleted. I suppose for that reason, I do it the way I do it. Okay, APU available. Then the ground power can go. Thank you. We also still need our final load sheet, but let's just force it. Here we go, load sheet sent to ACARS. And here we have it. Okay, that is a revision to edition number 2. Okay, so we need to redo the performance. So we've got 1 to 1.7. And 30.4. Okay, so the CG over here is the limiting value, and that is also the reason for the revision. Okay, that makes 134.3, and if we check that over here, we end up 134.3. Okay, accept. So let's quickly take a look at the performance again. So we've got a 134.3 and 29.6. That's 29.6. Okay, so it looks like we actually did our computations for the takeoff data using the latest revision of the lid already. Sometimes the sync load sheet just gives you the final much earlier than you actually get it on your FMC. Okay, that means our performance data is going to be fine. Then we can go ahead and run the before start checklist. Park and brake, set, takeoff speeds and thrust. So we are using 126, 130, 130, 61 degrees, and that's checked. Windows, closed, beacon, it's now on. Okay. With that, we should be all ready to go. So what are they called here? Midland. Fine. Midland Traffic United 1549, push max stand 2. Not using GSX to conserve some frame rates. And we are all set to go up here. Okay, park and brake off. And start the push, please. Off block at 12, we said 15 was our target. So we are doing pretty good on that. Very nice. Then let's go ahead and start the engines. Still within the gate area, just waiting until we clear that. So once we're clear of the gate area, we can go ahead with the engine start. Basically now. Starting number 2. Then we can start moving our tail to the left there. That should hopefully bring us halfway decently onto the taxi line, but we'll see about that. And Eric, no, I did not completely uninstall GSX yet. It's just a discovery I made over the last couple of days that if I am using... if I'm not using GSX, I'm getting a lot better frame rates. And for that reason, I stopped using it over the last recent days. And I really notice it. Frame rates are really a lot better at the moment. I did have that problem with the frame rates with GSX when I first started using it, so it's probably been a recent update that introduced that problem. But, you know. So how bad was my pushback? Yeah, very bad. The line would have been over there. Okay, no further comment on that. We're just gonna disconnect the tuck here, and that will have to do. But if you're seeing this, don't do this at home. This is not a good pushback. Photo Pro Max, did you roll back NVIDIA drivers? No, I didn't. I actually didn't touch them. Okay, so that is 2 good starts. Let's go ahead and do the after start procedures. And then we can do the after start checklist. Anti-ice, off. Honeycomb status, checked. Pitch trim. Looking at 29.6% set. Rudder trim, neutral. After start checklist complete. Okay, clear left, clear right, taxi straight out, left turn. Brake is off. And let's go. So, brake check, pressure 0. Suppose I don't need the table anymore. Something I would kind of like to see would be an option in the Phoenix to mirror the EFB from your colleague. So basically, an option to say that the right EFB shows me the exact same as the left EFB. Obviously as an option, because I do like to change seats between left and right. But you know, it would be very nice if we had that so that, you know, while I'm looking over here, I could still see my taxi charts on there that I've prepared on the left side and the other way around. But I suppose things will have to work like this as well. Okay, so next to the left, but we've got a bit of time, so let's go ahead and do the flight control track. Pull up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral, and the rudder we cannot check due to the limitation with the paddle disconnect button from Phoenix not doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, let's do the takeoff confirmation, but I'll wait with that until we've actually turned to the left there, so that I don't accidentally go straight over the runway. Just a little safety measure there I'd like to put in place. Okay, taxiway Alpha to the left. That looks like what we wanted to take. Alpha. We go. Okay, takeoff confirmation. This is going to be a left seat takeoff for Romeo 10, flaps 2, noise abatement procedure 2. We've got 61 degrees flex temperature, speeds 26, 30, 30. The SID is straight ahead on a radar vector, and we are eventually going to proceed direct to the VOR and MSA 5500. In case of any emergencies, we are going to climb straight ahead to 25 miles, MSA 5.5. So climbing to 6,000 feet is going to keep us safe. There is VFR traffic suspected around the airport, so for that reason we are going to use the autopilot rather early and keep looking outside. Any question? No? Very good. Taxi checklist. Well, first of all, taxi items. Here we go. So, taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting. Config 2, radar and PWS on an auto, engine mode selector, normal, ECAM memo, takeoff, no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Then we're almost at the Romeo already. Okay, clear on the left, clear on the right. Midland Traffic United 1549, taking off runway 10. Lineup checklist, takeoff runway, 10 confirmed. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2, off, Takeoff checklist, lineup checklist complete. Timing. Stabilized. And flag 61, SOS runway, auto thrust blue, thrust set. (100 knots). B1, rotates. Europe, port and freight. And as said, we're going to use the autopilot because there might be VFR traffic in the area, so that we can focus on looking outside. Heading, open climb. I'm waiting for the Airbus to bring the nose down before I'm reducing my thrust. Here we go, thrust climb, auto thrust. Flaps 1. Eject. So the first VOR is pretty much straight ahead, so we will just about continue on this heading for now. 10 seconds are over, so we can turn the pack number 2 on. Let's continue our climb into the safety of controlled airspace. Look at how long it takes for the Airbus to accelerate over here. I wonder if that is actually correct. Melvin Johnson, welcome as an economy class member. And Marek, is auto flap retraction modeled? Yes. Okay, flap 0. Okay, let's go ahead and continue our climb out. There is no after takeoff checklist anymore, so... Fantastic looking terrain, isn't it? Again, that's something that I really appreciate flying over the US, that everything just looks so totally different. Connor, when do you start training in real life on the Airbus? By the way, congratulations. Early next month. And Konali, after takeoff checklist, don't hit the ground. Yep. And 757 Spy. Hi 737NG driver. First time I've seen you live. Thank you for such great real world content. Happy landing. Thank you very much, my friend. That's much appreciated. I would say we're about high enough. Let's go direct to that first VOR. Sierra Juliet Tango, insert. Nav. Climb. Melvin, would I recommend the Thrustmaster TCA Officer Pack Airbus Edition or the Logitech Rhino? That's a good question. The Thrustmasters, they are rather cheap, to be honest. They look roughly like Airbus stuff, but it's still cheap plastic. While the Thrustmaster stuff is a bit more, it's a bit more solid. Personally, I'm flying the Airbus with the Thrustmaster Warthog, and that is really a solid metal stick. Like on that one, you can really feel your plane, you know? So I would possibly recommend taking the Rhino over the Thrustmaster, over the Airbus stuff. And Marek, acceleration seems about correct, especially on a heavy 321. You go from config 1 to 0, you're almost ending up in VLS. Yeah, But is it correct that it takes so incredibly long to gain airspeed there while it keeps climbing at 1500 feet a minute? That is what I'm wondering about. The 737 really reduces the rate more so that it accelerates quicker. You know, that is what's been catching me there. Okay, so the 10 checks are done. Then we're nicely back on our way. When we're getting a little bit higher, we will obviously do all those checks for the winds and stuff. Melvin, which pedals would I recommend for budget? Well, if I'm looking at budget solutions, I've always made good experience using Honeycomb hardware. So I'm not sure if the Charlie pedals are actually released by now, but if they are, then I would certainly recommend you to get those. So the entire Honeycomb stuff is pretty good. If you're looking for budget hardware, I would absolutely recommend to get the Honeycomb stuff. And Marek, especially on a high 321, no, we have that. Yttrium, most pilots told me that acceleration is incorrect in the Phoenix, but obviously I personally know nothing. Well, I guess we just about gotta watch a couple more Airbus stuff. Metal Eye, I would not save on the rudder, you will end up buying twice. Yeah, that is my experience as well. At the moment I'm using the Thrustmaster Pendular pedals, which have been like $500 or so, and I'm using them since 2019 now. Prior to that I used the cheaper Zytec pedals, and they, yeah, while they were cheap, they usually broke after 2 years or something the likes, in one case even earlier. So yeah, I do agree with you not to save on the rudders. However, on the same side, I'm thinking that the Honeycomb stuff has been quite durable for me so far. So, I don't know. Okay, set standard. HK Flight Simulation, have I been blocked or something? Like, did I post something derogatory? Can someone confirm? I just want to know. HK Flight Simulation, I'm not aware that I blocked you. I'm not aware of that. Now, if something happened half a year ago, I would probably not know anymore, but no, I can see your comments, and at least as far as I can see, you are not blocked or anything. Lullaby, hey, I'm attending the Qantas Pilot Academy in a month and wonder what was your study routine like in ground school? Do you plan making videos on this stuff in the future? I might make some videos on it, yeah. It's just something that I haven't really thought about so far. But my study routine was pretty much... Well, first of all, I obviously had the classroom courses. And when I did those, I really, you know, went to the flight school, studied there, and then clicked those questions, and then went back home and, you know, did whatever I did for the 2 hours until I had to go to sleep and then go to flight school again the next day. Now, during the self-learning period, I basically took my flight simulator all the time, and I went flying long haul on flight sim, and then used those 8 hours en route in order to study for my exams. So that was kind of my routine there. And then after my theoretical exams were all over, in the practical part, I really took Flight Simulator and flew every single training exercise that I knew would be coming ahead. So, you know, that is pretty much how I did it. And HK Flight Simulations, okay, no issues, because I was like wondering, like I said hi but didn't even come up, did I screw something up? No, you didn't. If you were blocked, I would not even see you, but no, it's just that when I'm explaining something and people come in and say hi, then I don't reply to every single hi all the time, because I like to keep those explanations together and not interrupt them all the time. So I'm sorry if that came across any wrong. It certainly wasn't meant in any way like that. And I actually appreciated your comments on the IAE engines up there as well. So HK Flight Simulation said a bit earlier up, the acceleration is that of the IAE, and Phoenix based it on the IAE 320. So V2 will show the real side of CFM, being an absolute meme in climb performance. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. And Marek, I only had experience with IAE and Pratt & Whitney engines. CFM might be a little bit different. Yeah, okay. You know, it just looked a little bit strange to me that the Airbus, while it was accelerating, it just took ages. You know, in the 737 it went so much quicker, but not necessarily because of engine power, but more because the 737 would actually not try to climb at almost 2,000 or 1,500 feet a minute while it accelerated, but the 737 would pitch you down to some, 500 to 1,000 feet a minute, and then the acceleration would obviously be quite a bit larger. And I would probably imagine that to be the same in the Airbus, but I'm not 100% sure really, as I haven't flown the A320 and I won't fly the A320 for a while. I wonder what it's going to be like on the A330, since people say it's rather underpowered, but it's going to be interesting, that is for sure. In HK Flight Simulation, 737 has a better engine, period, and that's a fact. Well, the engine is the same on the 73 as what we have on the Airbus here right now, so the CFM56 still is a CFM56. Obviously, the software, which vertical speed you're aiming for and stuff like that, that's gonna make a huge difference, of course. And HK Flight Simulations, but more evolved with a buzz saw noise. Yeah, that's true. Even though I'm pretty sure that Boeing would actually like to see it the other way around. Nonetheless, let's quickly have a look into our cruise level and decide on that, because we're already approaching flight level 300. So we saw on the earlier flight already, we basically looked at the weather already, but let's just give it a quick second look, because we do that on every single flight. So we've got a jet stream over here, flight level 390, and let me actually bring that a little bit closer in. I've got my 40-inch screen over here, obviously. I can see things a lot better than you can over there. Yeah, let's have a quick look there. Level 300, the wind is about 60 knots. Level 340, it's 55 knots. And level 390, we're looking at something 60 knots again, okay. Vertical profile chart is looking fairly similar, but gets a little bit weak down there below 350. So I would say 370 actually is a good level in terms of flight plan. If we quickly look into the FMC, optimum 370, cruise 370, so 370 is absolutely fine for us. So that's what we'll take. And Marek, will the 737 roll on idle power on the ground? The NG won't, so you need a little bit of breakaway power, like 30-35% N1, and once you reach your speed you can put it to idle and it will decelerate very, very slowly. So that's how the 737 NG performs. The MAX is a different thing though. The MAX is certainly going to roll on idle power, and it's going to go all the way up to 30 knots in idle. Combine that with the fact that we've got carbon brakes fitted on our MAX and steel brakes fitted on our NGs. The carbon brakes are going to perform different when they get hot, so that's quite a good thing. But especially when we started flying the MAX at my base, things got quite interesting because all the captains were used to rolling a 737 NG, and it really took them a while to get used to rolling the MAX. And with me sitting there on the first officer side, we didn't have a tiller, so I couldn't taxi the aircraft. And I just sat there, I was like, mate, the theory is to accelerate to 30, then go back down to 10 and not ride the brakes. But all the captains just rode the brakes to maintain an exact 30 knots. I was like, no, that's not how we should do it. Your brakes are getting hot. But, took a couple weeks from the moment the Maxes were introduced at my base, and by the time they were introduced a few weeks later, then everybody did it correctly. But it's always nice to see. And always nice just to keep it in mind and to, you know, see how everybody else is adapting differently to new aircraft. Connor, how close do I think the PMDG 737 is to the real aircraft? Well, that's the good question. I would say as close as you can get it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Now, that does by no means at all mean that it is very, very close to the real aircraft. Because Microsoft Flight Simulator just imposes so many restrictions on us that, you know, it can become quite a thing to get your... it can just become quite a thing. So I would not recommend anybody to practice manual flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's just not going to work. Aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator are behaving differently than real aircraft. That's out of question. And during the development, you know, I sat there for countless hours together with the developers telling them, like, yeah, that's how it should be. And then they tried to do those things. But when they did them, then the stupid engine of Microsoft Flight Simulator just broke something totally different. So you will remember in one of the recent PMDG updates, the engine spooling time has got broken, and PMDG needed to fix that. Now, the reason it got broken is because they tried to fix the engine start behavior, because the engine start is quite off at the moment. And they tried to fix it, and by fixing the engine start, all of a sudden the engines wouldn't spool correctly anymore in a totally different regime. And you would think, like, what on earth is going on there? So, yeah, those limitations imposed by Microsoft Flight Simulator are certainly something to consider. Nonetheless, in general, the PMDG 737 is correct. Like, the pitch and power values are not 100% spot on, because did you know that MSFS doesn't know what wave drag is? And doesn't know Mach effects? You would think a simulator would have something as basic as that, but no, they don't. So, you know, you got the choice between having a correct pitch on the approach and having a correct pitch in cruise. And you gotta make some small sacrifices there when you're creating a flight model. However, in total, I would say that the Flight Simulator is actually okay. It's obviously not going to be perfect, but it is okay for what it's doing. And I do certainly think that thinking that we are hand on heart in a computer game over here, I know some people will hate me for it, but remembering that we're on a computer game here, I would say that the PMDG is getting quite close to the real one. Not perfect, but for sure it is the best 737 simulation that we have available these days in the overall package. For sure, if you take the Zibo in X-Plane, it's going to have some better flight dynamics because X-Plane simply has a better engine. But, you know, if you take everything combined, I would say the PMDG is the best at the moment. Yeah, lots of comments there that I need to answer at the same time. Jan, what side stick or yoke do I use? I'm using the Thrustmaster Warthog together with the Thrustmaster Boeing yoke. Well, at the moment, obviously, I only have my Warthog connected. And as a throttle, I use the Honeycomb Bravo, and as rudder pedals, I'm using the Thrustmaster Pendular pedals. By the way, none of them I got for free, so none of them is advertised. I really like them the most. Then, Konali, shouldn't carbon brakes be used less in total number of applications? Yes, pretty much. Your theory there is pretty much correct. That steel brakes wear down by application duration and braking force, while carbon brakes wear by each individual brake application. That is correct, yes. Yttrium, do you still stick by what you said in one of your videos that Microsoft Flight Simulator is the best consumer flight simulator, or do you believe there are better options? I still stick with what I said, that MSFS is the best consumer simulator available. It has clear limitations, like with the flight model, but then again, even the full flight simulators feel different from the real airplane. So the flight model is just something, 99% of the time you're sitting there on autopilot anyway, and the autopilot is doing a halfway decent job. So the flight model thing is really something. Metal Eye, thank you very much for watching. Metal Eye, I see you soon again. Okay, back to the explanation. Everything else in the simulator, just look outside, look at everything that you see outside. Except maybe for that little line of color change over there in the satellite pictures. Look at that. Which other consumer flight sim is going to give you this? In X-Plane you need terabytes of data for all the satellite pictures. The same goes for P3D. The weather engine is by far the best we've seen in any flight sim. It still is very limited, don't get me wrong there. The weather engine could really use some improvements. But overall, MSFS really is the best package. It's got clear limitations, totally out of question. But, those limitations are outweighed by the visuals and by a lot of the logic as well. I mean, yeah. The weather logic and the flight physics could absolutely be better, that's out of question. They are two big weak points of the simulator. But it makes up for it. Especially since it is stuff that, at least in the style of flying that I'm doing here, with airliners, those do not really put a great constraint on you, Some stuff is better, other stuff is not so much, but the overall package, I would say Microsoft Flight Simulator is still by far the best available. X-Plane certainly has better physics, out of question. But, on the other hand side, it doesn't look very good. And looking at the availability of add-ons, there are some very good X-Plane add-ons, but, none of them really looks good. So it's everything coming together. And if I'm taking into account the overall package, I would say that Microsoft Flight Simulator really hits it. And then Inverse Galaxy 83 is, you also have a very good point there, that it is also by far the best if you ever do VFR flying. I absolutely agree. Even VFR, even without autopilot, even in manual flight, if you're going on a small airplane, X-Plane has the better flight physics and gets closer on the flight, but then again you can't navigate properly. So, there again, what wins the overall package? Well, once you're trimmed out and once you're not touching the controls too much anymore, then certainly Microsoft Flight Simulator wins it. You can fly proper traffic pattern because you have all the ground features there, That kind of difference. And HK Flight Simulations, even the full motion simulators, even they aren't perfect. The controls of the 737 in the full motion sim, they still feel different from the real airplane. And, typically the first tail strike you do in your recurrent simulator session will be for free, because, the instructors know as well that the real plane feels different. And Marek, views are better than in real life. Rarely we have such great visibility. That's absolutely true. I mean, 50% of the flights were just stuck in a white soup up there at cruise level. And yeah, the views are certainly better. If everything was 100% realistic, you would probably see grey in grey out there on the train. But that wouldn't look very appealing. So, for that reason, I can absolutely understand why they made the upper level visibility so much better. I can absolutely get that. And Gabor, is that the moon rising on your left? Yeah, it is. That certainly is the moon. And 1008OH, yeah, I've done so many cross-country flights with the 172 in the US and MSFS, and it's such a pleasure. Totally agree. Totally agree. And the level at which most of the default aircraft are by now, especially the aircraft and avionic updates, but also the A310 for example, it really brings your simulator to totally different thing. There has never been a better time for flight simulation than right now. There never has. There are clear limitations on the add-ons that we have at the moment, but the overall experience and the overall package that we get from flight simulation at the moment really is something that we've never had in the history of flight simulation. Okay, trusting waypoint diesel. Do we have that? Yes, we do. 24 minutes, and we should have 8.3. So we're 25 minutes in the air, 9.1. So we saved a little bit of fuel, and that all makes sense. First off, yesterday I saw a YouTube channel provided by a real Embraer pilot. Do you mean Ethai? Is the channel Crew Rest? Because he's a really great guy. He tested the newest X-Plane E-Jets and he said the avionics are taken from Boeing logic, far unrealistic. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't seen that video, but I wouldn't be surprised. Konali, the star map in Microsoft Flight Simulator is also out of the world. You can recognize all stars and planets, even the colors of some stars as... man, I can't pronounce that, match the real world, so star navigation is possible. That's something I never even thought about. But yeah, might very well be. And Quoten Wagneriana, I don't think the visibility being better was a decision made because it looks better. It is simply a matter of not yet implementing aerosol density data fully. Might be as well. In any case, I do believe even if they had the option, they would stick with it, because this just looks a lot more impressive, and we have to keep in mind that for Microsoft this is still a game. And most gamers will be most interested just by the way this looks, you know. If you sat there flying across the Atlantic, you know, 90% of the time flying over the Atlantic, you have a closed cloud coverage. How many people would enjoy that, and for how long? You see, that's kind of what I mean. And 8K Flight Simulation, do you have any hope on the Aerosoft A330? Well, I know what to expect from Aerosoft Airbuses because I worked on them for several years, and working on the Aerosoft Airbuses actually earned me my ATPL. So I know what to expect from them, and for that level they are going to be good. They are not going to be Phoenix level system-wise, but they aren't intended to be. You know, they will probably cover most of the SOPs, and as long as they do that, as long as that is what you're expecting from them, then I'm sure they are going to be a very good add-on. Not exactly what you're expecting from, you know, what you're expecting from PMDG or Phoenix, but as long as you don't have false expectations about the aircraft, then I don't think that there will be any disappointment, quite the opposite. Okay, let's get some weather in the meantime, as we are nearing our top of descent already. So, Houston, wind calm, 7 miles, scattered 7,500, 21 degrees, 3002. So, it's going to be a long landing, so we're going to use config 3 once more. We won't need any auto brakes, we can just let it roll. And then we need a couple charts. So, arrival. We are going to follow the Gusher 3 arrival. And we're going to fly onto 26 right. Well, before we decide on that, how about we quickly go ahead and have another look at Flight Radar to see what they're actually using there in real life. Just to be sure that we don't do anything incorrect here in that sim. Just clicking myself through the different aircraft that are currently over here, see if any of them landed recently. Looks like they're still using runway 15 for departures. For arrivals, do we have anything? Yeah, that doesn't look to be going that way, so it's probably going to be like this. What about this? Southwest? Yeah, okay. That is going to a different airport. But generally, it looks to me like they are still landing in westerly direction, so I suppose we stick with that. Okay, so we are going to stick with runway 36 right, so that we get to see a little bit of the airport there. Obviously 26 right is what I meant, sorry for that. And we might still need a ground chart, airport info. Okay, so this is my general idea. We're going to land on 26 right, and then we'll have to taxi across all those bridges up here and all the way down here. We're going to park up here, which is the area of the airport where they modeled the 3D terminal from the inside. So the real flight parked on the southern apron, but I want to show you that 3D terminal interior. And since we've seen the southern apron already on our departure, we're going to take the northern apron this time. Then 26 right, let's quickly enter the minimum, which is 295. Here we go, 295, and that should really be all we need. Let's quickly review what we inserted. Making sure that everything in here is correct. And that pretty much looks like it, if you ask me. Okay. So, approach briefing, threats for the arrival. We are arriving on Honeycomb and it's probably going to be rather busy. And George, welcome as an economy class member. Welcome. And David, the FAA has a digital ATIS for the big airports online. Yeah, that's a good point. You know what? We are quickly going to check that. That is a very good point. Okay, so here we go. That is the real life ATIS. Houston from 10:53. That is roughly now. Wind calm 7 miles. Arrivals expect ANA Yankee 26 right, or the ILS 26 left. Okay, so we've actually got a replan for the ANA. No, actually ILS 26 right. So that is what we'll use. Bird activity in the vicinity, so tail strike is a possible problem. Couple of lights out of services, etc. Okay, so ILS 26 right will work. Michael Z, hello there. I'm a controller at Fort Worth Center. On my break I could go look up Houston's arrivals if you want confirmation. Well, we just got our confirmation from the real life ATIS already, but thank you very much for the offer, Michael. Okay, so yeah, that's the threats then, mainly bird strike. So if we do have a bird strike on final, if we have sufficient thrust available to continue to land, then we will do that. If we don't have enough thrust available, we're going to go around, come back, and do a second attempt with the proper configuration. Apart from that, the weather is looking good. The airport has no significant NOTAMs affecting us here on VATSIM, and the aircraft is in good shape as well. For the arrival, we just looked at it already. I'm not going to go through every single waypoint here. The stuff is correct in the FMC, as I've flown this arrival yesterday already off screen. We don't need any radio navigation setup. The GPS is primary with a high accuracy. And for the descent page over here, we're planned at 289 knots. And for the approach, we have a config 3 landing minimums 295 and all the good stuff in here. For go around, we're using 1000 and 1000. Clean speed is going to be 220 knots. Extra fuel, we are bringing 8 minutes of extra fuel for us here, which is 600 pounds. Secondary flight plan, we can copy the active and insert runway 27 just in case we get that. So ILS 27, and we don't need any vias or anything the likes. So just in case we need it, we're prepared for the runway 27 as well. And what we can do as well, go to the performance in it and then quickly search the ILS chart so that we have the minimum available already as well. Approach, and then we've got ILS 27. So this is the secondary flight plan, minimum is 286, and like that we are fully set up, so we only need to take the secondary active if needed. Okay, but here we go. Primary flight plan is filled out for 26 right, as planned. Okay, so that's pretty much everything we need. 1 mile from the TD, let's go ahead and start our descent. I'm just going to wind this all the way down to, let's say, 3,000, and the Airbus is going to take care of us. Even though, no, it does not. Look at that. We've got a 12,000 above restriction as pipey. 12,000 above, but this goes to flight level 60. So the Phoenix is bugging around there. Also look at the speed over there. That is definitely not correct either. So the target shouldn't be 280. Should stay on the Mach number until reaching 280. So, not working 100% here it seems. Okay, so let's look at the taxi we basically did already. Going to vacate the runway towards the end on Foxtrot Delta, so on the second high-speed exit. And then we go via Fox Delta, November Echo, onto November Fox, or maybe onto Whiskey Whiskey directly onto the apron. And then we are going to park over here. So we're probably going to take November Fox, November Charlie, and then taxi over here and to the main apron. Looking at the parking gates, we can do that as well. Those are it. The Charlies, Charlie 4 through Charlie 11, that is where we are going to park. And that is the part of the terminal that actually has the 3D interior at Houston. Any questions about the briefing? Probably not. Okay, more drag, and we're actually losing the path a bit here. So let's just about give it a bit of speed brake. Did you know that on the A320, the speed brake is only going to extend half, even if you put the lever into the full position while the autopilot is on? Let's see if we can see the Phoenix do that. Where's my flight control page? Here it is. So this is what we have right now, with the lever in the half position. And if we take it to full, then there shouldn't be any change. So remember this. Now we go to full. And look at that. The speed brakes stay exactly as they are. So if you wanted more speed brakes, you would have to disconnect the autopilot. Let's see if they simulate that. Autopilot is off. Speed brake lever full. But looks like there is no change. Maybe there is more limitations in place than I am aware of. Maybe. So back in autopilot. Let's do those again. Oh. Oh, what am I doing? I took the thrust levers out of the climb detent. Here we go, that's better. Marek, disconnect autopilot and you have full speed brake. On an A321 you can use full speed brake regardless. Yep. Marek, could you just comment on if the indication on the flight controls here were correct when I disconnected the autopilot? Because I kinda expected to see more indications here, but maybe that is just another limitation that I am not aware of. Could very well be, I wouldn't be surprised if it is. After all, I'm learning A330 theory there, and if there is one thing that I learned, then that is that the A320 is not an A330. There are differences between the two types. Alessandro, any thoughts on the fly-by-wire versus Phoenix? Sorry if I'm the 100th person asking. Yeah, we talked about it on the flight over a little bit already, but my main difference here is the Phoenix has more accurate systems, but the fly-by-wire flies nicer. I much prefer the fly-by-wire in terms of hand flying over the Phoenix. And Johan, try to recycle the speed brakes with the autopilot off. Well, you know what? Speed brakes are stowed at the moment. Let's put off the autopilot. Let's take the speed brakes out now. See what happens. No, we're only getting those 3. Maybe the others are only going to come up on the ground. I could imagine that. Also nice to see, by the way, how long the Airbus takes to actually stow the speed brakes, because it stows them in a nice and controlled manner. Unlike in the 737, if you do this on the brake, your passengers are going to fly around in the cabin. On the Airbus, the computers take care of it and extend and stow the speed brakes at a reasonable level. Okay, getting a bit high though, so we might have to use the speed brakes for a bit longer. I suppose we're just about going to set them to the half position then, which is all that we're going to get anyway. Michael, hi Manuel, nice to see you online. Had too much work last few months. Can you tell in short words what happened that you left the Boeing seat and switched to the Airbus? Well, basically I was looking for a different lifestyle. In my old airline, it would have been about time for the command upgrade, and that would have taken me out of my base, and I would have, you know, go to the other side of Europe for that, and I really didn't want to do that. So, for that reason, I decided it's time for a change, and I wanted to have a bit more relaxed working day as well, which is part of the reason why I opted for going long haul, because, you know, doing one sector and sitting in the plane for 12 hours, or doing 4 sectors in the same time, you're still sitting in the plane for 12 hours in the 737. So, you know, this is probably the nicer working environment overall. That's my primary reason why I'm changing. And Yttrium, will you be doing streams more often, and if so, any group or shared cockpit VATSIM flights planned? I cannot promise anything yet, because I will be starting my A330 type rating early next month, so I have absolutely no idea how much time I will have available by then. If I find the time, then I probably will, but I can't promise it at the moment. And Konali admitted you wanted a table in the flight deck and free meals. Well, you got me. You got me. Marek, in the air you only have spoilers 2, 3 and 4 used for speed brakes. Spoilers number 2, 3, 4, 5 are rolled spoilers, and spoiler number 1 is ground spoiler only. Thank you very much, Marek. Thank you very much. Goes into the direction of what I suspected, but very nice to have it confirmed. Okay, passing a transition, set 3002. And that equals 1017. Passing 17.4 now, and descending further. Marek, as you're watching, could you tell me? I'm seeing a magenta 6000 on the altitude. My FCU is set to 3000, but I've got a restriction to close pipe above 12,000 and import between 9 and 12,000. Why do I get the why do I get the magenta 6000 on the PFD? Shouldn't this be 9,000 at the moment? That is my understanding of it, but I'm still learning the Airbus. I'm trying to understand why the Phoenix is giving me 6,000 over here. With the between restriction over here, and with the previous 12,000 above at Pipey, I would have expected to see first 12,000 in magenta and then 9,000, but it gives me 6,000 straight away, which is the restriction at Gusher over there. That seems strange to me. If you can make any sense of that, then... and Marek, can you show flight plan page in MCDU? Yes, sir. Here you go. In the meantime, George, I'd love to change career to become a pilot. The training is just so expensive. I see that Jet 2 and 2 are doing endorsed training again, though, and that they're pushing for diversity, which is great. Yeah, just apply there, see if you can get into any airline program. Let's use a bit more speed brake to catch the path back. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the explanation for that magenta altitude restriction there. I mean, probably just something that I don't know yet. I'm sure at this moment there's many things about the Airbus that I don't know, but looking forward to it. And Alessandro, I'd love to become a pilot, but I'm 22 years old and a year away from a master degree, so... Okay, Alessandro, at 22, you are not at all too old to become a pilot. Back in the day when I did my 737 type rating, my colleague whom I did the rating with together was 38, and pilot was his third profession. So you are not at all too late there. We're approaching 10,000. Lights on, constraints, LS, constraints, decent range, nav 8, secondary, and GPS primary. Okay. Okay, Marek, FMGC will display restriction in magenta on PFD if it plans to level because of it. Okay, perfect. So, for my understanding, the M port between 9 and 12, it planned to cross that at 10, so for that reason it didn't show 9,000 on here, but 6,000 where it plans to actually level off. Is that correct then? Marek, next restriction will cross at around 11,000 and restriction at 10,000 feet, so no level off. Okay, perfect. So the 6,000 is here because it plans to level off. Thank you very much for that, Marek. That makes sense now. I guess that's really one of the things that, yeah, Airbus will catch me out on when I start flying it. Gene Face, would you recommend to do the ATPL theory via distance learning or rather an actual classroom mostly? Personally, I'm a classroom guy. I need to talk with that instructor. So, for me, it would always be classroom. Okay, so at 6,000 we're going to level, and you know what? Then I am going to select it on the FCU as well. 210 knots. Why should we go that slow? I disagree on that. Let's go selected speed and maintain 250. Vogel, what a nice typo. Hopefully I can do my Abitur next year and then get into an airline problem after. What a nice typo. I guess you meant to write an airline program, but yeah, honestly, do your A-levels, which is the English equivalent, do your A-levels and then apply to the airlines, and if you can't get training directly with an airline, then consider if you can do it privately. And Yttrium, look at that, computer game teaches a real-world pilot something. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the reason why, even though it is a game, it still has a simulation aspect in it. And certainly, you know, if I was type rated on the Airbus already and I wouldn't understand things like that, it would be a different thing. But seeing that I'm not yet, and that I'm just preparing for the type rating that is going to start soon, you know, these things obviously do happen. But that is also a reason why, you know, why flight simulation is so useful. I did a video on the topic, how I'm using flight simulation to prepare for my type rating. It's a members only video at the moment. But, you know, for that very reason, I really like the simulation, because it teaches me things like this. And Marek has really helped me on that, and I would absolutely not be surprised when I'm in the actual type rating, when that examiners are going to, and instructors are going to go like, oh, so you know that stuff already? You know, that's where simulation is really good at, teaching you how those computers work. You can't learn how to fly an aircraft, but you can learn to understand an aircraft. And Marek, by the way, you can fly managed profile and selected speed. Yeah, I just don't see any reason to go managed at the moment, because it would be such a slow descent, and I don't intend to fly all the way out there either, so I really intend to turn base beam Orwell, and for that reason I'm just taking selected at the moment. George, if you had one tip for an airline program interview, what would that be? Just be yourself and don't trust any of those stupid programs who say like, oh, you need to learn X, Y, Z and stuff like that. Don't pay thousands of bucks for any preparation course. Just be yourself. Prepare with whatever the airline gives you beforehand. Maybe do a bit of research on what they're interested in and stuff like that, but that is really my most important advice that I can give you. Okay, let's quickly clean up the flight plan a bit. We want chops over there. So chops into here and then clear that. Insert. That is what I wanted. Okay, flight plan is cleaned up. Nice. Vogel went into a Level D simulator after learning the A320 in the Phoenix, and the pilot in there was impressed with me for my first hour. So yeah, the simulator can teach you a lot. Yep, that's absolutely it. You learn a lot of the theory. You can't learn the practical flying, but you learn a lot of the theory. And that includes the instrument scan. And if you already have a good instrument scan, then your flying will be better straight away. Not on a real life level, obviously. I'm talking on a hobby level here right now. But, you know. Okay, let's quickly read the approach checklist. Barrow ref 3002 set. Seatbelts on minimum, that is 295. Auto brake off, engine mode selector, normal, approach checklist complete. Then we need to lose 4,000 feet, that makes it 18 miles. So I would say we got another 5 miles over here to lose, but the Phoenix loses speed very, very well, so I'm just about going to maintain the 6,000 a tiny bit longer before we actually start the descent. By the way, this is kind of what I talked about earlier in flight regarding the visibilities. You know, this is much more common to see, that you've got that haze layer that you can only see so far. This is much more common than having unrestricted visibility like you have pretty much all the time in Flight Simulator. Even when the meta reports 10 kilometers of visibility, you know, it might just be 12 kilometers. And this certainly is more than 12 kilometers. So, you know, you can only get that much information from a meta. And Photochromax, €2 donation on Yttrium behalf. Thanks for all your videos. Well, thank you very much, Photochromax and Yttrium. That is really much appreciated. And Gene, isn't that radiation fog? Well, not necessarily. That's just generally reduced visibility, okay? Over here we can see that it is quite low level, so there is a chance it may be radiation fog indeed. Seeing the temperatures at the moment and seeing that we've got mostly clear skies, there is a certain chance for it, but you need to keep in mind that at the moment I'm flying with a different time than what it actually is. So this weather corresponds to time at 12:16 UTC in the real Houston. I guess that is something around 6 o'clock. So yeah, it might be radiation fog indeed. It might be. And Tim Tunda, I want to get straight into the 757, bypassing all the smaller aircraft in order to get an ATPL. Well, Condor is your chance then. And Alessandro, just a question on MSFS. I don't understand if you can purchase the 787 separately without buying Super Deluxe or whatever. No, unfortunately you cannot. Your only way is to get the Premium Deluxe version. Okay, let's go ahead and start our descent towards 2,000 feet. We'll also start reducing our airspeed. Approach phase has activated itself, it seems, so let's go manage the speed. And I want to do a little bit of hand flying, so I'm just about going to switch the lights on, assuming that we have received landing clearance. "757 Spy, have you flown the What's in Frankfurt Friday event? Would you comment on how realistic the event is?" I've flown it, I've controlled it, and it is realistic, yeah, it certainly is. The amount of traffic can sometimes be insane, so I don't know what amount of traffic you experience there. It can sometimes be really insane, but that can happen in real life as well. Okay, let's go manual. Power directors off, birdie on. And down we go, base we go. On. Speed checked. Houston traffic, United 1549, turning right base, runway 26 right. Now I'm really missing a second pilot in order to set the FCU for me. That would be really nice right now, but I guess I'll have to live without. In Yttrium, getting the birdie you do by the switch above the autopilot buttons. Okay, might be a little bit high there. Let's use some speed brake. Slope alarm. Localizer alive.
2,500.
Terrain noted. Tiny overshoot, but that is fine. And the speed brake is back in. Shut up. Okay, 3,000 set, flaps 2. Gear down. Houston traffic United 1459 established on 6 mile final 26 right. Okay, flap 3. Landing checklist, ECA memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete.
1,000.
Checked. Okay, runway is in sight. Slight tailwind component here, but that's fine. 500 continue.
400. 100 above.
Checked.
200.
I'm ignoring the glide slope a bit here because, well, flight simulator. Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
And here we are.
United 17, 28.
So, reverse green.
So my
We got no auto brakes and
Eight
spoilers. 100 knots. Okay, didn't intend to use that much reverse. Let's get rid of it. 70 knots. So that's the first exit coming up. We're gonna use the second. Okay, looks like there's a guy landing the opposite direction. So we better gotta take it across the other runway quickly. So take it off here, take it to the left, and then we'll see if we can cross in front of the other runway before the other guy arrives or not. Okay, runway is vacated. An hour and 1 flight time. Turn here is a little bit wider for that reason. I'm keeping the speed up. Obviously, if the turn was shorter, we would be doing it a bit slower. Hey, get me that ground chart. We need to know where the other runway is. We're just in front of it. Let's take a quick cheat here on the TCAS, see where the other guy is. 3 miles out. Houston United 1459. Can we cross 8 right? Or shall we wait for the other guy? No comment, but okay, he was 3 miles out a second ago. For that reason, let's go ahead and cross it. See him anywhere? No. If I can't see him, he's not a threat. Here's me United 1459, clear of 8 right. Okay. So, next up to the left there. Well, not this one, but next one, November Charlie. Ultimately, we want to see a bit of the airport as well there. And then when I eventually find the time, I still need to clean up my lights. There we go. Start up APU, and finally clear those. Okay, after landing checklist, radar and PWS off, after landing checklist complete. So we're looking for gate Bravo 4, Charlie. Did I say it was 4? I don't even remember. One of the Charlies. Here you go, Charlie 10 is what we're looking for. Charlie 10. We're at November Delta right now. That is here, so we go one further and then next to the right. So the terminal part up there is what we need. APU still takes a little bit. What is that? Is that a guidance system floating in the air? Oh no, here it is. Okay. That looked a bit strange already. Okay, I suppose we should be going a little bit further straight because that is our gate. So, Charlie 10, that's what we're going for. And here we are. Okay, park rec set, APU available, shut down. Okay, so we made it. Let's quickly watch the engines run down, and they're below 20%. Beacon off, parking checklist. Parking breaker chocks, set, engines, off, wing light, off, fuel pumps, off. Parking checklist complete. Okay, you can start the deboarding. And on this one, I am actually going to use GSX because they implemented quite a cool feature. Let's request the deboarding here. We get handling via shitport. And now we want to see something pretty cool. Because what FS Dream Team did over there is they implemented people not only walking in the jetway, well, at the moment we won't see anybody in the jetway anyway, but inside the terminal. Okay, please toggle the jetway. Looks like the jetway isn't gonna move. Come on, don't do that to me. Please connect it. It worked when I checked it before the stream. Come on, toggle jetway, please. And obviously it doesn't work. That is really bad luck. Prior to the live stream I checked it and it worked, and obviously now it doesn't. Well, let's do the following anyway. Let's have a quick look into the terminal there. Like that. So normally what would happen is the following. Normally, you would see the passengers inside the terminal come out over here, and they would be walking all the way over. They would be walking away from the airplane through the terminal. That is what the GSX guys have, or what FS Dream Team has done with this scenery. It's a pity we don't see that in action right now, because I really hoped we would. But, well, so be it. I guess that's the show effect. Whenever you want to show something cool in action. And George, slew forward a bit and restart Throttle. Yeah, might give that a try. I hate playing with Throttle because it kills my frame rate, but looks like we might have to. So, GSX, reset position. And then I'm just about going to restart the Throttle engine completely. Jeff L., I used to work at this airport. Glad to see it in the sim finally. Let me know what you think, Jeff. Let me know what you think. Okay, so you know what we're gonna do? Is it gonna recognize us? Well, is it gonna start at all? Come on, Throttle, I restarted you already. We're gonna get there, eventually. Just give it a little while. Or so I thought. Let's restart it once more. Sometimes this is a little annoying, but we're gonna get there. So, Throttle. Start. At least the door opened now. Here we go. That's what we're looking for. Let's quickly go to reposition aircraft. We're on Charlie 10. We'll just do this. Just warp me there. Okay, it warped me a meter back. Let's see if we can get the deboarding now. Entering by shipboard. This should hopefully be better. Now we're in the correct parking position at least, that's for sure. Houston, we have a deboarding problem. Good point, Photochromax. But the jetway still isn't moving. Okay, I don't know why that is, sorry. I don't know why that is. It worked previously. Now it doesn't. Always the same, isn't it? When you're doing a live stream with 100 people watching, it doesn't work. But anyway, the point is I will make a separate video where you will see the people coming out of here and walking away in the terminal. And you will eventually get to see that. Sorry for the rest of it. But, well. Anyway, this is what the internal of the, what the interior of the terminal looks like. And obviously they got a beer garden right at the gates. Why am I not surprised? I need a drink now. I need to drink now. Anyway, while we're sitting here, you guys got the choice. For our next destination. Are we going to fly to Memphis or are we going to fly to Oklahoma City? You get to choose. I got both sceneries installed. Memphis from Amsim and Beautiful Model of the World, and Oklahoma City obviously from Any Scene. So you get to choose which one to fly to. And while we're looking into that, I am going to show you how I'm actually doing these things. And Vanguard, hey, people are walking towards the gate. Yeah, that's something at least. By the way, nice to see you here. But yeah, those people are just about walking around. There should be some coming out of the gate where we are actually standing. I don't know why it doesn't work right now, but that should happen. That should happen. Okay, yeah, some people say this airport, others say that, but the overall amount of people, let's see, votes for Memphis, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and for Oklahoma City we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now it's 6 votes for Memphis. Okay guys, you have decided we're flying to Memphis. But we're gonna stay in the beer garden to create our flight plan. We are absolutely gonna stay here for our flight plan. We need to take a little break as well, don't we? So you guys have voted, we are going to Memphis next. So let's bring up flight radar, because I did do a little bit of preparation in advance. Obviously I would have had both flights ready, but here's what we're gonna take. So that's gonna be United 1794. And Jan, 15 minutes from bottle to throttle. Yeah, I figure so. And Tyler, what's the price of this add-on? Well, that's the very cool thing about this. It comes at $10 US, plus your local tax, whatever that is. So $10 US is quite a good price for the airport. It has its small problems, as we've seen on the beginning of the live stream. And as we might have a look at again later on. So we're gonna be United 1794 from Houston towards Memphis. Alternate, what does it present us with? Well, Little Rock looks close, so that's what we'll take. And then the schedule of the flight, Houston to Memphis, should be an hour 35. And it's operated by a 737-900 in the real life. That means we're going to take a full complement of passengers. And let's take 2,000 pounds of cargo as well. It's a cargo hub after all. Runway 15 right for the departure. That route looks good to me. And I would say that is a flight plan that we can accept like this. Generate. And Vanguard, the roleplay is next level here. Being a pilot is a state of mind. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, so airtime 1 hour and 11, so 10 minutes longer than the one we just did. Pre-file on VATSIM. And that looks about good to me. Off we go. And with that, I would say we are about ready over here. So, I would say that was our little break with the drinks being done. So let's have a very quick walk around the terminal over here, because there is some nice stuff to see. It's not as high a resolution as, for example, some stuff from Indie Builds or MK Studios or Flight Tampa and the likes. However, look around this. I would say the resolution is good enough that looking from your aircraft, this actually looks quite good. And the good thing is that the performance is really, really great. Like, you can see it right here. There are a couple micro stutters in here, yes, but that might be due to my computer system as well. But apart from those micro stutters, it's really working, and it's working nicely. Now, I have to add that this part of the terminal where we are right now is the only part that is actually done in 3D. For the rest of the terminal, they did stuff like this. So, when you're close to the window, everything looks like it's moving. Like, look at this. This looks 3D internally, but it actually isn't. If you're getting close to it, look at that. You're, well, just inside the building. So that's a feature from Microsoft Flight Simulator that you can implement stuff like this. And it's certainly very, very good for your frame rate. So that is quite a good compromise. There are some downsides here as well. If we head over to our aircraft once more, and if you look at the resolution of the general apron, I mean, look at all those different colors that we see everywhere here. That just doesn't look right. And look at that. This looks like there should be a road over here, but there is no crisp texture for that. You know, this is a very low resolution satellite image, and then they put some crisp textures on top of that, as we can see, for example, over here. So, do let me know what you think of that approach to making a scenery. And in the meantime, we are just about going to head right over to our aircraft. And, well, I suppose we can't get the jetway working, which is unfortunate. But that means we have to fly without it, so let's go right back into the cockpit. Also, just to show you, look at the frame rate as it is right now. You can really see the lagging right here. You can really see it. Now I'm going to go ahead and kill GSX, and you will immediately notice that the lagging is getting much better. So, reset. Now let me kill the Quattro engine. It leaves a bit of a trace there, but now it's dead. Oh, look at that. And it just seems smoother. It's really getting smoother there when I'm killing GSX. I don't know why that is. Once GSX has been used, it constantly affects the frame rates negative a little bit, in my experience. But, you know, overall, that is the reason why I'm not using it too much these days, because well, it just makes my simulator a little bit smoother. Okay, import next flight, please. Let's see when we've been on block. And in the same time, we've got external power available, so we can shut the APU. Okay then, AOC menu, flight init, and initialize data request. Here we go, Houston to Memphis. Uplink, UAL 1794. Is that even correct? Yeah, 1794. Okay, update the scheduled departure time. Let's say we want to go at 1955. Update, thank you. In 15 minutes. Good. Okay, a couple convective sigmats en route, but the really interesting part here, Memphis, showing very good weather. And we got some thunderstorms from 2000 UTC, so that's going to be after us. From 1700 there is thunderstorms in the vicinity, and the general forecast is that there may be some thunderstorms in the vicinity. Okay, so what else do we have then? Little Rock is our alternate, and Little Rock is looking very good, so I don't see reason to take extra fuel. So we end up at 13.5, I would say. Okay, 13.5. Load aircraft, load fast time. The real time, as a couple of people said on the previous flight, is just taking very, very long. So we are just about going to do things like this. Another quick attempt. Can we get the jetway moving? No. I don't know why it's stuck. It worked previously. I even started recording a little bit of stuff for a video about the airport yesterday on it. But, well, it is what it is. So, gonna fly at level 370 once more. Wind data, request that, and then leaving Houston on 15 right. This time we're hopefully not going to fly above Scam. Okay, Lyric 8. Here we go, Lyric 8, and that is leading us towards Lyric. Okay, fair enough. Let me take it like this. And for the arrival, let's see, they plant us on 18 left via the Harburg 3 from Echo Lima Delta. ILS 18 left, Harburg 3 from Echo Lima Delta. Secondary, we're going to do exactly the same as we did before. Let's see if it even has the waypoint remembered. That would be great. Yep, it does. Quick look if that is actually the correct waypoint. Which it is. Very nice. So it remembered that stuff. This is how we would do it in real life, by the way. You would have all those waypoints for the emergency sits saved in the computer. So you don't have to download, or you don't have to create them every time. But they are there already so that you can simply and quickly take them over. And if we need to come back, we are going to do so on runway 27. No star, no via, very good. Nice. Let's see if they sent us a load sheet already. I seriously hope they do. So, what do we have? Oh, 2 load sheets even. Wow. Okay, so, arrival message, 25, that's fine. Load sheet preliminary, what else do we have? Telex connected to VATSIM, and load sheet preliminary edition number 3. Okay, then we're just about going to ignore that one and we'll go from this. So we've got 131.8. And the center of gravity 30.9. We planned 13.5 on the fuel. And finally we have an alternate fuel of 3.1. Look at those calculations here. Isn't that just insane? Minus 3.3 tons or minus 3,300 pounds to get to the alternate? What do we have on the init A page? Little rock, as planned. Yeah, I have no idea why it's doing that, but for that reason I'm always inserting the SimBrief calculated fuel myself. My Polish friend, whose name I unfortunately don't know how to pronounce, do you use the Phoenix to prepare for the type rating, and if so, to what extent? I actually did a video about that you can find as a channel member, so I do recommend you to have a look at that. 10 minutes or something of me just talking about how I'm using the Phoenix for the type rating. Okay, takeoff weight 144.9, and indeed, that's what it's supposed to be, except. And Photochromax, gotta go enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone. Bye, Emmanuel, bye, everyone. Thanks, Photochromax. See you next time. So that's Houston, we need that, and then finally we also need some departure charts. If we can find them, that is. Lyric 8, that should be it. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, so briefing for the departure then. Threats, I honestly don't see too many of them, so aircraft is in a good shape, the NOTAMs are good, and there's nothing wrong with the airport. So, before we do the briefing, however, let's quickly do the rest of the setup. I was a little bit quick there. So, we'll need this. We need... Is the fueling done? Yes, the fueling is done. So we need this. And we can pack flow normal since we have more than 140 passengers. And the pumps are coming on. Flight directors, and that is pretty much it. Reset the timer. Yep, that's it. Okay, quickly gonna do the takeoff performance as well. I really wanted to start the briefing too early there. Okay, 15 right, and we synchronize the load sheet and the weather. Calculate. And that gives us flap 2 down 0.265 degrees. So 2/0.2 down and 65 degrees. And finally takeoff speeds 46, 46 and 50. 146, 146 and 150. Perfect, that's what we need. Okay, yeah, then we talked about the threats. For the taxi, it's going to be pushback to the right-hand side with the nose. And then let's quickly get out a taxi chart. Here we are. So taxi is going to be straight out over there. Whiskey, Whiskey, Whiskey 5, November 8, 15 right for the departure. So for the takeoff itself, we are using flaps 2 takeoff and 65 degrees of flex temperature. And the speed's 46, 46, 50, and that's all in the box. So we have the Lyric 8 departure. And if we look at that, initial climb on the runway heading 600 feet, and thereafter it's going to be radar vectors towards Nitke. And then PD, Darter. So we have runway heading 600, radar vectors, Nitke, PD, Darter. Music, Clone, Velco, Enjoy, Lyric. And in here it's Music, Clone, Velco, Enjoy, Lyric. Perfect. So that is what we're going to fly. Emergencies, we go straight at 25 miles, 3,100 is the MSA, as we can see over here. And that's gonna be it. So straight at 25 miles, pick up the hold over there, and that's all we need. Any questions? No? Very nice. Then let's do the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pits and covers removed. Fuel quantity. We have 13,500 pounds on board. Seatbelts on. 80 IRS. Navigating. And barrel rev 3002, reading 100 feet. Checked. Cockpit preparation checklist complete. How's the boarding going? Yeah, complete. Okay, that's what I call timing. Start up the APU, and then we can go. APU starting. Let's quickly say hello to the passengers. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon from flight deck. This is your captain speaking. My name is Emmanuel. In the name of United Airlines, welcome aboard flight 1797, taking you towards Memphis. Flight time today, an hour and 10. We expect a smooth ride at 37,000 feet. Once again, welcome on board. Thank you for joining us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. If there is anything we can do for you to make it more comfortable, please don't hesitate to ask any of our cabin crew. Finally, the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. I would like to ask you to pay your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Once again, thank you for joining us, and welcome aboard. Okay, APU should be up any moment. Well, you know what? We are just about... No, we're not going to use GSX. I'm too afraid of my frame rate. I'm just too afraid of my frame rate. Sorry, guys. Nonetheless, let's go ahead and APU available, so external power can go. So ground power gone, park and brake set, so that's the chocks gun as well. And then mass and balance, let's get the load sheet. And let's also connect the pushback tuck already. No tuck available. Lovely. No, we don't have a tuck. Okay. Well, we'll try and figure that out in a moment. In the meantime, let's quickly have a look into the load sheet. Here it is. So 131.6, it's in compliance. And we've got 131.8. And the CG is 30.3. Here we go, 13.5 in the tanks, that is what we have here as well. 144.7, 144.7, accept. Okay. With that, we are done over here. Well, with the tuck, we just about got to see. Maybe the pushback is going to work anyway, but I want to try that myself. And Yttrium, no tuck available. It seems this parking area is completely broken. Well, yeah. I guess the tuck that we had at first was killed when we requested the GSX services. That's what I suspect will have happened. Okay, well then we're gonna do it without. Transponder is on already, very good. I suppose we do the before start checklist. Park and brake set, takeoff speeds and thrust. We got 46, 46.50 and 65 degrees. Windows, closed right, closed left, beacon on, before start checklist complete. Houston United 1794, pushing back, stand Charlie 10. Let's just try it like this. Yep, start pushback, it works. Might as well release the brakes, that's certainly going to be more healthy for our airplane. So we can pretty much start turning our nose immediately. As we want to get onto that first line over here. Normally they would pull you ahead all the way there afterwards, but I don't think that that is possible with the Phoenix at the moment. Okay, start engine number 2. Wait for the pressure to build up. Does. Starting 2. We'll stay just about here. Not the best of all pushbacks, but It's all we can get, so I'm fine with that. Brake set. Okay, number 2 starting nicely. Starter should go out any moment. Here we go, starter is out, starting 1. Again, starter's processing nicely, very good. And then we should be about ready to go. Go. After start procedures. And we're looking for a trim of down 0.2. Sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Okay, so after start checklist. Anti-ice, off, ecom status, checked, pitch trim. That's 29.5 set, rudder trim, neutral, after start checks complete. Off we go. Houston United 1794, taxiing holding point 15 right. Brake check, pressure 0. And out to the left. And my Polish friend, the V2 version of this is going to be so good. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it as well. Not only the IAE engines, but for me the main point is going to be the improved performance that they talk about. For me that is the most important. Obviously the redone displays will be great as well, because the displays is something that I always had in my mind, especially coming from the Flight Sim Labs Airbus previously, which had quite accurate displays, and the Phoenix, it was visible that they were a little bit inaccurate there. Okay, so here we are. November Bravo, we can go straight at pretty much to the end. Good. So, takeoff confirmation. It's going to be a left-seat takeoff on runway 15 right, flaps 2, noise abatement 2, speeds 46, 50, 50, and... sorry, 46, 46, 50. And for the SID, we proceed on the runway heading, and then we're going to get radar vectors towards the first fix. Climbing 16,000, and I didn't see any altitude restrictions in there either. Apart from that, we don't have any specials along the runway track in case of any emergency. 225 miles, MSA 3,100, so 4,000 is going to keep us safe. Questions? No? Very good. Then we can do the flight control track. Pull up. Pull down, neutral, pull left, pull right, neutral, and the taxi checklist. Flight controls, checked, flap setting, config 2, radar and PWS, on and auto, engine mode selector, normal, ecam memo, takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist complete. Clear left and right as we're about to cross the main taxiway southbound. Looking very good. So this time, let's try not to make the same mistake that I did in my Embraer video yesterday, where I took the incorrect way to the left there. So crossing the approach of 15 left, but a look to the right reveals no traffic. and the other side it ain't gonna be a problem for us. Nonetheless, strobe light on, whoever knows what it might be good for. And strobe light can come back to auto. And this time we're going left over here, and not like in yesterday's Embraer video where I went over there, which was definitely not correct. Here we go, this looks better. Okay. So next to the right, and that is our holding point. I would say we're pretty much ready to go, so turn on the TCAS, turn on the lights, and turn off the packs. Lineup checklist, takeoff runway, 15 right, confirmed, TCAS, TARA, pack 1 and 2, off, B4, no sorry, lineup checklist, complete. Clear left, clear right. Houston United 1794, line up takeoff 15 right.
Have a good flight, man.
Timing. Stabilized. And flag 65 SS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. knots.
Houston and town all traffic, United 350, pushing back to Charlie 14, Houston.
D1, rotate. You're up. Positive rate. Full heading. Okay, this time I'm going to accelerate the plane outside of the flight directors, just to show you what I think what an acceleration should look like. So flaps 1, speed checked, and we can also put a pack on, and flap 0. You know, if you look at this, the airplane is accelerating so much better, which is kinda what I meant in my previous departure. So here we are, 250 knots. Obviously I'm pulling it right through it again. Well, at least that gives us a nice rate of climb there. Okay, here we go. Autopilot on. And then let's take a turn into the right direction, something like 040 maybe? Or 020 at first? Okay, let's see, the packs are on, the rest is done, so we are up and flying. Nice how it's going through the speed over here. Come on, just follow your flight director, pitch down a bit. Not that hard. Slowly but steadily taking us into the right direction. Martin, okay, time for the dumb question. Where do you find or see what the acceleration point is? I guess you mean the acceleration point after takeoff, and basically you will have an airport briefing available from your airline that is going to tell you roughly what to do. Now, in Flight Simulator you don't have that, so here's a general thing. In most airports it's going to be noise abatement procedure number 2. So that means you are going to start accelerating and reduce your thrust to climb thrust 1,000 feet above the departure field elevation. However, in some cases they might ask you to do different noise abatement procedures, like noise abatement procedure number 1. And that would normally be written in the airfield brief that you're going to get from your airline, or it might be written in the departure briefing that you can find in your Navigraph charts. So that is always a place to look as well. However, in most cases, especially in the US, it's usually noise abatement procedure number 2, and in Europe it is pretty much the same, usually NADP 2, and only when you are in certain places it's going to be NADP number 1. But that's always going to be in the airport briefing. For example, when you're flying to Barcelona, it will be NADP 1, but you are going to start accelerating even higher at 3,500 feet and not at the normal 3,000 for NADP 1. So that's what to take into consideration there. I'm gonna keep the seatbelts on until we're out of those clouds here, by the way. So normally 1,000 feet above the departure field elevation is what you can use in most places. So quite a bit of traffic going on here. One can notice that by now it is the proper time over in Houston as well. And Rockspeed, hi, nice to see you. Okay, do we have any restrictions on that sit? Nope. Nice, then we can go all the way up to cruise level. Let's quickly see over here, optimum 350, and they planned us at 370. They probably planned us up there due to the wind. The receivable max is 378, so I would say we can take the 370. If Ops wants us up there, then we can certainly go up there. That 370 in blue. Okay, we're out of the cloudy area pretty much, so I don't expect any turbulence anymore. Seatbelts off. And Yttrium, 8 or 9 AM, they're up early still. Yeah, I guess that's kinda true. And Tim Rotunda, in Texas I think noise abatement isn't allowed. Probably a freedom of speech issue with them. Yeah, that's possible. And my Polish friend, isn't 1000 AGL for acceleration, 1500 for thrust reduction, or both at 1000? Depends on the airline's procedures. In my former airline it is, as you say, 1000 AGL and 1500 for thrust reduction. However, I got some Airbus briefing documents there from United, and they wanted at 1000 and 1000. So the point where you reduce your engine thrust really depends on the airline procedures. And Marek, you may try uplinking wings into the FMGC. Okay, let's just to confirm, is the optimum over here going to be including the winds? Because in the 737 it didn't do that. In the 737 it was just temperature and weight basically. So wind data uplink, insert, and it sticks at 350. Okay, thank you, Marek. So in that case, even though we've been filed at 370, if the optimum says 350 up here, would you stay at 350 in the Airbus? Okay, transition altitude, set standard. Passing 185. Now. And Marek, optimum includes winds and it changes from leg to leg. Okay, perfect. Well, in that case, we're gonna stick to level 350. No sense going much higher if it doesn't make any sense for us. So can we update it by pushing the altitude now? No, okay. Then we're gonna do it like that. 350. How far off is our top of descent? 2049, so in 40 minutes. Okay, nice. Okay, here we go. Richie, that's a very good question there. How realistic do you think VATSIM communication and procedures are compared to real life? What would be the biggest improvement VATSIM ATC can make? I cannot talk about the US over here, I can only talk about Europe. In Europe, they normally will not really let you fly the stars, unless you're in Spain. But, you know, in the UK or in Germany, for example, you will usually get radar vectors. In Poland, you will usually just get a direct to the final approach fix. So, yeah, I would say the best thing they can do is use radar vectors a little bit more. And use less stars. That's really my main recommendation there. And Marek, usually plant level and FMGC are close or the same. Yeah, that's true. Well, I figure it's just different between the Phoenix and the SimBrief data, so I don't really know. But in case you had it like this, planter 370, optimum 3.5, and receivable max 379, would you choose level 350 or would you choose level 370 in those conditions? Wind is roughly the same, tiny bit less at level 350, and there is no turbulence forecast in either level. The cruise is going to be approximately half an hour. Cuba, have I tried Pilot Edge? No, I didn't. I watched a couple of videos on it, but keep in mind, Pilot Edge really is only parts of the USA, so I wouldn't know what the correct procedures would look like over there anyway. Once I'm on my new type, once I'm on the A330, and gathered a bit of US experience, I might give Pilot Edge a try, actually. But at least for now, I haven't. And Marek, you would choose 350. Okay, perfect. Then that's what we're gonna do. And Yttrium, you are absolutely correct there, of course, that each VATSIM region has their own quirks and do things differently. Yeah, that is obviously true. And Philip, in Poland on VATSIM you may almost always expect direct to the final approach fix. Yeah, that's true. In Poland, that is actually true. I haven't flown too much in Poland on VATSIM. I might do a couple more sectors in order to get a better picture there. And Vlad, when you set up the FMGS, what tropo level do you use from the significant weather charts? Average or only top? Well, that's a good question and one that I cannot actually answer you. So, the tropo over here always gets uplinked automatically in the Phoenix. Now, normally I would say use whatever is on your flight plan. So, I'm not actually sure if there is something reasonable on here. Well, there is. Tropopause, you know, over here you got 4.2, 4.1, 3.9, so it's coming down as we fly along. And I would probably use something the like of this, so 4.2 or 4.1. Whatever I see, you know, averages my flight there. I suppose on long haul it's probably going to be totally different anyway, but ask me that again in 4 months and I'm going to be able to give you an answer. And Marek, we're trying to keep around 15 levels difference between recommended max and planned level. Just an airline thing, you guess. Yeah, it seems to make sense though. I mean, in the 737 we always had the optimum within 700 or 800 feet of the maximum, so we would just never go above the optimum. But probably also an airline thing. But yeah, 15 difference between what you do and what is maximum. Makes sense, I guess. Makes sense. Should leave you a nice little margin up there. And Tim, have I considered becoming a freight dog? Yeah, I've considered it, but for my taste it would be too much flying at night. And, you know, it is okay for me to do it occasionally, but I don't want to fly at night, you know, almost exclusively. For that reason, freight isn't really for me. I don't care if I have passengers or boxes in the back of the plane, but it's just the the lifestyle in your work that you have there. Going long haul, I suppose it's something different, because, well, every second flight is going to be overnight, but, you know, you don't fly that much at all, so for that reason that is fine for me as well. And Rockspeed, short question here. If you have to cross a runway on taxi, for example runway 2507, what does it depend if air traffic control says cross runway 25 or cross runway 07? Normally it depends on which runway direction is actually active. If the runway is not active at all, they might not even tell you to cross the runway, because they will just say like, yeah, it's not active, so you can cross it anyway. You will encounter that ever so often. Now my airline actually said that we should verify with ATC nonetheless, even if the runway is not active, which does absolutely make sense. But overall it will depend on the direction that's active. So if you got runway 25 active in general, they will say cross runway 25. If 07 is active, they will say cross runway 07. Hans Luca C09, hi, I hope you're doing well. Well, I am, thank you. Hope you too. Why doesn't the static inverter work on the ground to supply the AC essential bus for the PFD, etc.? On the 737, the battery can power the standby bus through the, Yeah, that's a good question why it doesn't do that on the Airbus. I guess, and that is really just a guess, because the display on the ground simply isn't necessary. What would you use the display for on the ground? It would only drain your battery while not giving you any advantage. And Alessandro, good choice from your airline. I cannot see the I can see the complacency problems it could cause with not checking with ATC. Yep, that's absolutely true. And Spider, have I tried flying in Asia on VATSIM? Occasionally, not too much to be honest. I flew in Asia a couple times with ATC, and usually they've been quite good. Obviously, I don't know the local procedures, so I don't know if what they're doing is actually realistic, but they always got me down nice and efficiently, so not gonna complain too much there. Richie, let's say ATC cleared you down to flight level 80 from flight level 140 and gave you speed 280 knots. Do they expect you to reduce to 250 when crossing level 100? Normally, yes. I mean, if I was at flight level 140 and I would get an instruction like this: United 1794, descend flight level 80, speed 280 knots, then I would probably ask them if they want me to maintain 280 below level 100. Because if they gave me a restriction like this, you know you're rather close to 100. If they give you a speed now, then I would certainly ask if they want me to maintain that below 100 as well. If they want me to do it, then I can. So my former company allowed me to maintain higher speeds until 6,000, but only if instructed by ATC. So in that case, I would just ask them if they really wanted me to do that. If the frequency was super busy, then I would probably just do it anyway, in order not to disturb the frequency too much. So in that case, I would really just fly the 280 until 80 and no problem. If they wanted me to maintain that below 6,000, that would be where I would definitely ask, because my airline normally does not allow it. However, that's just something that we need to take into consideration and something to think about. You know, you will see me, or you will hear me say something to think about rather often. And that's really because it just is that important. It just really is. Okay, we just received contact me from air traffic control. That's got to be Fort Worth Center on 135-175. Fort Worth Center, very good morning. United 1794 approaching flight hold 350, and that's going to be final inbound lookage.
United 1794, Fort Worth Center, good morning, squawk 2750 United.
And something isn't working, it seems. I can't hear ATC. United 1794, sorry, something's wrong with my audio. Can you give us a radio check? Thank you very much. 5x5 now. United 1794 at wind 350. (2750) and identing United 1794. Oh, 2750 and the ident. And I just realized you guys might not hear ATC, so let me just correct that. Okay, now you should be able to hear ATC as well. I'll tell you next time when they're talking, and my apologies for that. I changed my streaming software just prior to doing the live stream, so that's the reason why there might be those little differences. So, we've got a company message over here. Let's see, menu, ATSU, received messages, telex. Please contact me. Okay, that is what I heard previously already. You guys said you... Okay, you guys said you could hear them. Okay, I might change it back. If it worked, it worked. You should be able to hear them now as well. Okay, just gonna leave it. If it's not broken, don't touch it. Ants Lucazi 09. Cool, thanks. I'm doing well, but why does the 737 do it then? Does the standby bus use less voltage than in the Airbus? Okay, that was regarding the that was regarding the screens, and there is a fundamental difference in how the Airbus works and how the 737 works in terms of your
Roger,
there is a difference there in terms of how the 737 and the Airbus work. So in the 737, with a total loss of AC power, your batteries are always going to power the displays. In the Airbus, that is not the case. In the Airbus, you have the RAT powering the green hydraulic system, which in turn powers the emergency generator, which you have over here. So in the Airbus, you have the emergency generator powering your displays, while in the 737, you always have the battery powering them. So it's just a difference in logic how the two aircraft work. Okay, you guys should be able to hear ATC now, by the way. Or, right now they're not talking, but previously they just talked. And you should definitely have been able to hear them. Stefan, best channel. Thank you very much. Why do you actually almost always fly without other aircraft in your videos? Due to better performance or not having to manage them? Well, it's mostly because I am normally flying VATSIM. So, when I'm flying online on VATSIM, I don't want any AI-driven aircraft in there, but I simply want to see only the other VATSIM aircraft. And since there is no decent offline ATC available for the entire simulator, I don't like having a third-party traffic tool in there, because while it is very nice to see all the other aircraft, they are not going to respect me I'm not gonna respect them because they often do just stupid things. And that way I just decide, well, I don't want those in my simulator at all. So that's what I'm doing. That's how I'm doing it.
American 1370, correction, American 1731, leave my space for the west, Albuquerque Center is offline. Radar services terminated, change to advisory, approved, see it.
And Richie, so yesterday I flew to Frankfurt Friday and reduced to 250 below 100 on my own when I was assigned 280. The controller corrected me and said I must maintain 280 below 100. Richie, that is something where VATSIM ATC is definitely incorrect. In real life, if they want you to maintain it below 100, they're going to tell you. So, VATSIM ATC can sometimes be strange. There is a regulation that in airspace Charlie, there is no speed restriction below 100. No general speed restriction. And in those terms, the VATSIM guys will be sort of correct if they say, technically speaking, you don't have to reduce. However, practically speaking, almost any airline has a limitation in their ops manual that below 100 you fly 250 unless instructed by ATC. And for that reason, ATC should know that below 100 aircraft are going to reduce. And if they really want you to maintain more than 250 knots below 100, ATC is going to tell you that they need you to maintain it. VATSIM can be strange at times. In real life, ATC knows about it, and they're going to act accordingly. VATSIM can be strange at times. Don't take that too personally. Normally, if you have a speed restriction assigned above 100, you will reduce at 100.
The visual for runway 13 left.
Well, expected. Thanks, 147 Echo.
So that is how we do it in real life anyway, and on VATSIM, yeah, sometimes they're like this, sometimes they're like that. And Marek, Polish controllers sometimes use the phrase maintain high speed below 100. Yeah, that's my experience as well. Not only in Poland, also in Germany. If they want you to fly faster than 250 below 100, they are going to tell you. They might say high speed below 100, they might say different things, but generally, if they want you faster than 250 below 100, they are going to tell you. Okay, while we're flying along, we are slowly approaching the equal time point over there. So we might just about use the moment to see what runway is currently in use at our destination. So let's see if there is the real-life ATIS available, and if not, then we just about gotta help ourselves. But I see there is a real-life ATIS available online, so let's have a look into that. And here it is. So, Memphis. Wind 080 at 8, 10 miles, scattered in 6,000 CBs, broken 8,000, broken 15,000, 18 degrees, altimeter 3012. And that is that. Remark. Okay. Visual approaches in use, runway 18 left and 18 right. Okay, so they're using the visuals at the moment, so that is what we are going to go for.
Forward center, southwest 120, radio.
Southwest 120,
what are we going to do then?
1007, runway 13 left, paper takeoff, or an after door.
Well, we're going to have a look at the charts, see which runway makes more sense. Oh, it's kind of stuck a little there. Oh, Memphis, ground chart, airport. And we can pin that already. That's going to be runway 18. I would say 18 right is certainly taking us much longer to get back, so 18 center or 18 left. Well, 18 left is also giving us a longer time to taxi, but we're going to fly above the entire FedEx apron there. I like that. I like the idea. It's going to be 18 left. I want to fly across the apron. Probably not what they would favor us to do in real life, but I don't care. I want to do that. It's just going to be a cooler approach. So, what do we have on the way in? We've got the Hubbuck 3. That'll be this one. Okay, that is a lot of different stuff there. We're gonna fly around the airport once more. And we're arriving from El Dorado. Let's have a quick look into that thing. the arrival already? No, we're in Mount El Dorado. Okay, so from El Dorado we're gonna join Faye.
Southwest 120, read a contact,
And Elders
maintain
at
flight level
290 knots
220.
above 16,000. So let's get the constraints in. Okay, Otis above 16 at 290. Then Hobart 280 below level 230. Then Tammy 280 knots between 16 and 14. That is everything we have over here. Then roll cap. It's only for landing north.
Fort Worth Center, American
So we don't have any roll cap in here. But we're going towards
With information
Jamia.
Bravo.
250 knots between 10 and 12, and then Twickle between 9 and 11.
American 1931, runway 18,
So
left
that
side,
is what we have
Kilo,
over here.
Yankee,
From
Golf,
there we're going
Whiskey Golf, the
northbound via
altimeter
Cindy to 10 knots between
3004.
8 and 10, which we have.
18 left
then
for 1931. Is there any way that I can get
Bowen
17
between
right?
6 and 8, and then
Negative, we can't do cross
4,000.
complex departure, so it'll be 18 left.
So that looks pretty much good. Okay,
Roger.
from there on, we're
18
going to
left,
join the final.
and,
It's going to be a visual
would that be a
approach.
Zulu Hotel?
However, those restrictions here,
1931,
they really
runway
make it
18
impossible
left,
for us
taxi
to
via
turn
Kilo,
inbound early,
Yankee,
so we're just about
Golf,
going to go a little
Whiskey
bit
Golf.
higher, and we're going to turn the final
Roger.
over here.
Kilo Yankee Golf, Whiskey Golf for 18 left, American 1931.
Yeah, that's that stuff really. So 18 left. Let's get ourselves an ILS chart. Not that we were gonna fly it, but we want the chart anyway. I mean, officially we will be doing a visual, but I can very well imagine that we are still going to use the ILS as a backup. We'll see about it. So we've got Ronnie at 12,000. Actually, in here we have Reiser and then Ronnie. Okay, so Reiser is starting over here, 3,000, then Ronnie at 2,000, and that's what we have. Reiser 3, Ronnie 2, and then the minimum is going to be 501. Okay, we'll program that in a moment. Just approach, let's have a quick look into that as well. Flying 900, then left turn of 5,000, outbound Memphis via our radial 151 to Kesey and hold. Okay, so got 900, intercept 151 to Kesey, 5,000. Easy going. That means we need Memphis VOR, which is going to be Mike Echo Mike. And we'll need the 151 radian. Unplug this. Okay, Memphis 18 left is in, then we can quickly get this as well. Let me just about request the weather that we have the latest. Okay, weather 080 at 8, 18 degrees 3012. 080 18 and 301. Perfect. How long is that runway actually, and how much of that do we need? Got 2,700 meters, and this is probably going to be, like 1,800 or so.
EBS 930 push
Should
is
be
not
fine
control,
doing
cross
an auto brake, doing config 3 landing.
We'll call them ready, UPS 930, thanks.
That's that, and we'll use auto brake low. Okay, that's that. Minimums we said earlier. That we need 501. I'm just using the ILS minima because why not? Okay, perfect. And that should be all. Okay. Got a message from ops there. No delay code required. Nice. And that should be all. Okay, landing at 2114. That is in 45 minutes. I might just as well do the PA to the passengers now that we have it done already. Ladies and gentlemen, from Flight Deck, this is your captain speaking. We're going to start our descent towards Memphis in about 20 minutes, and the remaining flight time is 45 minutes. Weather over there at the moment very nice, light wind from the east, and the temperature 18 degrees centigrade. Thank you very much for choosing United today. We hope you enjoyed the flight as much as we did, and we look forward to welcoming you again on board our future scheduled service. Until then, thank you for your attention, enjoy your time in Memphis, if applicable, nice and safe continuous journey, and we'll see you all again very soon. Okay, that's the passengers covered. Unlike that, we are pretty much prepared for our entire arrival. So, got a couple more questions in the chat in the meantime. Yttrium, you should record your landings and replay them offline from them afterwards. Yeah, something I'll think about. Honestly, I'm not a very big fan of those replays because they normally prove quite hard on your performance. For that reason, I don't really like doing those. But I'll think about it. And Ansluka09, and another question, if it doesn't bother you. In case you have a dual generator failure, would you turn on the APU or not? In the 737, I certainly would, but maybe not immediately. So, the thing is, we have 60 minutes of battery power available in the 737. And an APU start drains quite a bit of that. So you can say roughly 20 minutes. That's probably a bit exaggerated, but I'd rather be conservative here in my calculation. So I only have 3 APU starts, and then my batteries are going to be dry. Now imagine being at night or in IMC and having that failure. The APU is certified to run all the way up to the ceiling of the plane, which is flight level 410, but it may or may not start there. You know, the APU probably has never been started at that altitude in the entire service life of the airplane yet, so we cannot know for certain that it is going to start. Therefore, what I would do is I would wait until we've descended to about level 250, and down there you can be pretty sure that your APU is going to start. And just imagine, if you were at level 410, you have that failure, it's going to take roughly 15 minutes till you're at level 250, a bit less maybe. But then you start an APU unsuccessfully, so you drain another 20 minutes of your battery. That means you only have 35 minutes of battery left. And that might turn out pretty tight, especially if you're over water and you still have to reach another airport. So if I attempt an APU start, I want it to be successful, so for that reason I might delay the APU start a little bit. Then, Remy, why did I turn the glide slope mode off? Now that's quite simple. The glide slope in Microsoft Flight Simulator is total shit, just like the puppy. I did a separate dedicated video on that, which I can only recommend you to check out, where I go into more details. But because the glide slope is so shitty, I like to deviate from it. However, if I'm deviating too much from the glide slope in the simulator, then, well, just like in real life, if I would deviate too much from it, in real life obviously I wouldn't because the glide slopes work. But in simulator, if I deviate from it, I'm going to get the glide slope caution. And that has a higher priority than the radio altimeter. And I absolutely hate not hearing the radio altimeter callouts. And for that reason, I'm going to turn the glide slope mode off on the GPWS. It's going to strike me off the glide slope warning in case it would actually happen, but in the simulator I'd much rather take that than having the glide slope call ruin my landing because it blocks the radio altimeter because some developer misplaced the ILS. And Slowy, hi, nice to see you. I'm very excited to see you live. Interesting in flap 3 landing. Yeah, I'm doing flap 3 landings most of the time in the Airbus, honestly. Just like I'm doing flap 30 in the 737 most of the time instead of 40. And, if we do the performance calculation, you're going to see that it simply works out most of the time. And there is just no reason to use flaps full. It wastes fuel. It doesn't gain you a lot on those long runway. So if we do the performance real quick here, 18 left, dry runway, refresh and apply, and our landing weight, 7,000 pounds on the arrival, so we're going to burn 1.6, that makes 138.4, let's take 138.4, 8.4, now let's, you see, this is the figures as we get it. Low auto brake.
United
idle reverse.
1794, leaving my airspace to the east. Memphis is offline. Radar services terminated. Change your advisory. Approved. See it.
Over to advisory, United 1794. Thank you very much. See you next time. So as you can see, flaps 3 gets us down very nicely. So, no problems at all. And it just saves a little bit of fuel. And to be honest, I do believe that the Phoenix lands a little bit nicer when you're using flaps 3 than flaps 4. So for that reason I'm using it. And 350 smooth. I've been told that the 30 minutes of battery power includes 1 start attempt of the APU. Well, that's at least not in our manuals. It might be. But at least in my former airline, we had 60 minutes of battery because we had the optional SAC battery installed as well. Then Richie, what is the most dangerous failure you ever had in real life? Well, I never had any dangerous failure at all in real life. I would say the most dangerous was that I had a fuel filter bypass on one occasion. And that was on for like 10 minutes, and after that it just went off again. So it might just have been an incorrect sensor, which I expect is probably what it actually was. So, yeah, that's really that. With a fuel filter bypass, you know, the engine might go out if the fuel is actually contaminated. We didn't know if it was at that time, but the QRH didn't tell us to land, so we just continued on, and a couple of minutes later the light went out again and everything was solved. So that was about that situation. Apart from that, had a couple of pack failures. Window overheats are very common, but you know, nothing of that is dangerous. Dual FMC failure I had as well a couple times, but then again, that is not dangerous either. And Slowy, am I excited for the A330 in real life? Oh yes, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to the Airbus. I do believe the Airbus is the nicer workplace over the 737, so I'm very much looking forward to that. And Spider, damn, so I've been doing it wrong on the PMDG in Phoenix the entire time. And how do you cancel the glide stop on the 737? Well, on the 73, you cannot. But the 737 is going to, well, the PMDG 737 has a little bit of accommodation built in for the downsides of the Microsoft Flight Simulator. So in the PMDG, if you deviate from the glide slope, it's not going to scream at you unless you get a major deviation. I've never, well, maybe 1 or 2 times I've had a case where the PMDG screamed at me, and if the PMDG complains, then you got the glide slope push to inhibit light just in front of you in the 737. So you just push that button and then it stops screaming at you. So you don't need to turn that off in the PMDG. Obviously, you said you've been doing it wrong on the entire time. Now, technically speaking, you're not doing it wrong. Technically speaking, you are not supposed to turn that off. In real life, if I turned this off, the captain would slap me. And after that, the airline would. In real life, you absolutely don't turn this off. But in the simulator, look at my video on the glide slope problems that the sim has, and then you will understand why I am turning this off. It's really a simulated thing there and not a real life thing. In real life, you would never ever turn that off unless instructed to do so by a non-normal checklist. But you don't turn warnings off just because they annoy you know what I mean? After all, the warnings are designed to annoy you, and the way how you should get out of that annoyance is by correcting the misbehavior that the warning is pointing out to you. And Alessandro, I really hope that they fix that, to be honest. I can imagine that simulating Cat 3 is pretty hard due to this. Yeah, absolutely. You know, from the beginning of the simulator's life, the way for them to go would have been to give developers the option to include custom glide slopes. If that would have been the case, then we wouldn't have that problem at all. However, since that is not the case, if they introduce that now, then we have all the incorrect sceneries out there already, and you can, I guess you can count the number of developers who is going to revisit those sceneries on a single hand. So, I don't really see any improvement on that, to be honest. Right now, it would only be up to Asobo to fix it. And if they are going to do it, well, honestly, I don't think so. There is just not enough people complaining at all about this problem. And without sufficient people complaining, they aren't going to work on it. And Marek, GPWS glide slope mode is turned off only for localizer-only approaches in normal operations. Yeah, thanks. I guess that makes sense. And slowly, when you turn that off, you'll get a slap from the captain. That means that you just have to push one button to get a free slap. Yeah, the question is if you want that free slap, you know? After all, we're sitting in flight simulation here and not in the porn industry. So, getting slapped is actually not good in an airplane. Not at all. For that reason, don't do it. Alright, so, slowly approaching our top of descent. About 20 miles to run. And Marek, the company can slap harder. Oh yes. Yeah, certainly, I have no idea what it's gonna be like in my new company. In the old company, we actually had operational flight data monitoring installed in all the aircraft. So if you flicked the switch that the airline deemed you should not flick, and the airline cannot see why you flicked that switch, then you are certainly going to be in for a meeting. So you know, there is this saying like, don't press that button. Don't press it. Just don't do it. And Tim Rotunda, ever do a tactical approach with the reverses out? Well, no. We'll leave that stuff for the guys in the military. And Ansluka-Z09, you were talking about a pack failure. What would happen if both packs fail? Would you descend slowly and declare pan? And also about the A330, how are you doing with the rating? Okay, so with a pack failure, you would really just let it be. If both packs go out, then you go down to level 100. And depending on how quickly the cabin is climbing, you know it's going to be different per aircraft. Depending on how quickly the cabin is climbing, you might just about do a normal descent, or you might have to do an emergency descent. Really depends on the particular airframe that you're sitting in at that moment. Now, with the A330, I'm currently still preparing for the type rating. It's going to start early next month. And Alessandro, the airline is going to press P inhibit on your paycheck if you press that button. Yeah, probably. Michael, hi, and how does the PAPI work on Frankfurt 07 left, for example, where you have two different approach paths? Well, ATC is going to tell the PAPI that the angle that it should work at, and then, you know, ATC presses the button. That's basically how it works. ATC just presses the button. Okay, let's go down. And look at that speed target going up to 290. That certainly shouldn't do that. At least I believe it shouldn't. Should just stay at the Mach number until it reaches 290, but that's fine. And Ans Lucasi09, you would get a harder slap if you turned ADR 1 and 2 off to get the plane into alternate law. Well, by the time you do that, you wouldn't get a slap anymore, but you would get a kick into your butt, and it would be absolutely justified. And Marek, Airbus won't allow for reversers to open in flight. You can only get the ECAM reversers selected in flight. I guess Airbus is doing smart things with that, yeah. I guess they certainly do. And Yttrium, seeing that you are one of the main beta testers for Working Turtle, do you think you could get closer to Asobo to suggest them to fix the glide slope? Well, I'm not officially one of the main beta testers, you know, I'm testing the public beta that everybody can test. And no, I don't think I can get close to Asobo. I pissed them off so badly with videos about, you know, how the weather radar is useless, how the glide slope is totally bugged out. I pissed them off so badly, I don't think I can talk a single word with them. I really don't think I could. No. I just don't see an option there. I just don't see an option. They don't like me. And ODG John, I'm sure they don't take it too personally, will they? I'm sure they will. And Alessandro, actually, on the topic of those glide slopes, I did talk about it with them long before I did the video. So about a year prior to that, I talked about it with one of their lead testers, and they just said like, no, they can't replicate it, it's not a bug. Took me a while to actually remember that conversation because it was so far back. Back in the day, I had just started the channel and did the PMDG tutorials, so they were kind of still nice to me. And at that time, I talked to one of their testers, and yeah, I just got the no, it's not a bug, it's nothing wrong. And I couldn't convince them otherwise, so, you know. Metaleye, nice to see you back. We're going to Memphis at the moment. Yeah, it was the typical, it's not a bug. And nowadays, I probably couldn't talk to them anymore. No, honestly, I don't really care, to be honest. They shall do whatever they want with their simulator. We normal users have to adapt to whatever they do on their sim. And if they decide they want to do things that way, then we just about have to live with it. And we have to adapt to it. And Spider, I fully agree, the weather radar problem is a real problem. However, you know, if it's something that they come up with whatever reason in order not to do it, then yeah. It is what it is, we can't change it, so we just got to do the best out of what we actually have. So why are we going above the profile again? Is the Airbus doing that in real life? Marek, is the VNAV really that bad that it constantly deviates from the profile? 800 feet above it, gave me the speed brake. Yeah, Metaleye, the weather radar clearly shows thunderstorms outside and there is absolutely nothing. Yep, that's it. It's just, you know, okay, here we are, back on profile. Sarkotek, how to dump fuel on the A320? You can't. there is no fuel dumping installed on the A320. The main reason for fuel dumping system really is... And the main reason for fuel dumping systems is to have them on aircraft that really have a lot of a difference between the maximum takeoff weight and the maximum landing weight. So let's take for example a Boeing 747 that has a max takeoff weight of 450 tons but a max landing weight of something like 300 tons or so. On those aircraft you will need a fuel dumping system, because if you have to land immediately you are just going to be hugely overweight. Those aircraft can land at the maximum takeoff weight, but it's just not going to be very good. You are going to survive it, but you know, you get where this is going. And on an aircraft like an A320 or like a 737, where the difference between the max takeoff weight and the max landing weight is just some 10 or 20 tons or so, you know, you don't need a fuel dumping system there. You just land 10 tons overweight, so what? Happens. And Marek, when you get the profile, the magenta box appears around the green yo-yo. Yeah, that is actually a company option. So, if you have the magenta box, or how that thing looks like, that is actually a company option. I know a couple Airbuses that are constantly magenta there all the time, and I know some others as well. Okay, so set 3012, and that equals to 1020. Passing 17.1, descending 10,000. By the way, Marek, is it correct that when you change the altimeter setting, your VNAV path is going to run off? Because the Boeing aircraft, they correct for that in real life, so that when you change from local to, when you change from standard to local, you are going to stay right on profile. In any Airbus simulation I've seen so far, the path always jumps off. Is the real Airbus doing the same, or is that just something they didn't simulate? Like, I know PMDG doesn't simulate those path corrections either, so in the PMDG when you change the altimeter you also jump off the path, but that doesn't seem to be the case in at least not in the real Boeing, so I don't know what the Airbus is doing there. And Richie, is it normal that the PMDG 737 sometimes sets you high or low on path after crossing a waypoint, like it's recalculating? It doesn't happen as often in real life as it does in the sim, but it can happen. And Marek, real Airbus path is QNH corrected. Thanks. Kinda expected that. And Lima Echo Lima 3, the SIBO mod has that simulated. Yep, it does, but try the following in the SIBO. You are going to take off with a low QNH. Let's say QNH 999 or 990 or something the likes of that. And now you are you have a first level off at 5,000 feet. The transition altitude is also 5,000. Do that. Set the MCP to 10,000 and see where the plane is going to level. Is it going to level at 5,000 or is it going to level like at 4,400? Because that is really what shows you how the VNAV system should work. So what the VNAV should do is basically above transition altitude, it's always going to calculate with a standard setting regardless what your actual altimeter is set to. And Metal Eye, that is exactly the reason why you set the transition altitude at 5,001. But try it with a transition at 5,000 and see where the plane is going to level off. Because that's going to show you how the that's going to show you if they actually simulate the logic correctly in the SIBO. As far as I know, they don't. But that is just as far as I know. And Anslukazi09, about the weather radar, what is the tilt setting in manual mode at takeoff, cruise and descent? When do you turn the ground clutter and how do you use automatic mode? Well, we always use automatic mode, but if you have to do it manually, then for takeoff you set something like +5 or +10, and then you basically correct it for your flight path. So If you have to use manual mode, I suggest you use the flight path vector, or the birdie, and then basically set that setting for climb. For the descent, you basically want to do it the way that you start seeing terrain clutter just about on top of the display. And if you've got an aircraft that has the clutter correction, well, something like 2 or 3 degrees down is usually going to work quite well, since that is what your flight path is roughly going to look like. But yeah, do let me know how that test is going to work out in the SIBO, because that really interests me. And in the meantime, let's go back to the heading and vertical speed mode here. We don't need the birdie in the descent with the autopilot. But we can go down to 4,000. Let's see, passengers are seated already. That looks like everything is pretty much fine. And Metal Eye, I will upload on YouTube on Monday, and if you want, just send me a message. I test for you. Yeah, that'd be appreciated. When you have it done, Metal Eye, just send me a message on Discord, and I'm going to have a look at it. And we're approaching 10,000, approaching some clouds. Let's see, temperature plus 10. In real life, I would probably turn the anti-ice on now, because when you enter the actual cloud, the temperature is going to drop. But in the simulator, I know the temperature ain't gonna drop when we go into the clouds. For that reason, I'm just about going to keep the anti-ice off. And Marek, there is a bug, however, when you do a managed descent with no waypoint changes during a large part of the descent. The FMGC calculates around a 1,000-foot higher path. Well, that is interesting. So the Airbus isn't perfect either. Doesn't surprise me. By the way, talk about it. Why are we off the VNAV path right now? And how far? 1,200 below. Why? Just why? I guess I don't want to know. We're passing 10,000, so lights on, seatbelts on, constraints selected, ILS selected. Nav aids in, secondary, copy out the active, and we got GPS primary, high accuracy, so that's all we are gonna need. And you know what? Officially they have visual approaches in use. Let's go open descent. Let's go a bit below the profile there, and then take a little bit of a shortcut. And Marek, direct 2 waypoint solves the problem. Yep, sounds familiar. It's the same in the 737. Always the same. Okay, let's keep it at 250 for now. Whenever something like LNAV or VNAV messes up, just give it a direct and then the plane is normally going to fix itself. Yep, that sounds fairly familiar. Good to hear that Boeing and Airbus aren't that different overall. Okay, approach checklist. Bow ref 3012 set, left and right. Seatbelts on, minimum 501. Auto brake, low, engine mode selector, normal, approach checks complete. Lovely looking weather, isn't it? I really like that. We had those CBs forecast, and looking on the right, actually quite dark over there. Even though that's quite a bit lower than what I would have expected. Maybe we can just about have a look into the latest weather, even though it's not going to change anything anymore. But yeah, that Memphis is broken 4,800 CB. Okay, that makes sense. There is some thunderstorms around the area as well already. And yep, that certainly matches what we're seeing outside. Well, anyway, we're going to continue the approach down to 2,000. Let's get the speed back. And then we can turn right, heading 090. Approach face is active. Let's quickly clean up the flight plan. Like that. And flaps 1. Speed checked. Flap 1. Okay, 2.3 miles to run. Let's make that final turn. Heading 150. Well charmed, autopilot 1-2. Flash up star, localizer star.
2,500.
Mr. Approach altitude, 5,000. Set. Here we go. Ah, that looks nice. That looks really nice. Okay, flap 2. Get down. That's our field in sight. The wind is coming a bit from the left there. That means we might encounter some quite strong turbulence on final when we are flying across those FedEx buildings up there. That might have quite a strong turbulence effect. Okay, flap 3, landing checklist. ECAM memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. And give me a manual. This is looking quite impressive, isn't it? This is really looking impressive. Even though I shouldn't be heading out too much, but instead focus on flying my aircraft.
1,000.
Oh man, going right over the apron. That is really... That's really a strange feeling here. Okay, the wind is shifting to slight tailwind. But that is alright.
$500.
500 continue.
400.
That looks amazing, going over the apron. That looks really amazing.
above.
Checked.
200.
Minimum.
Continue.
100.
The glide slope really seems a bit too low.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Oh no, flat a bit too strong.
5.
Come on. Here we go. That wasn't a good landing. Okay. Reverse green, decel, spoilers. Gonna miss that first exit, we'll take the second. $70 knots. Manual brakes. And off we go. Okay. Yeah, slowy, you name it. Long float, but welcome to Memphis. And here we are. Okay, that's gotta be a little bit of a longer taxi now. Oh, keep it on that taxiway, please. Metal Eye, anyone donated yet? Yes, 2 people donated $2 earlier. And 2 people joined the channel as an economy member. Going a bit fast there, but that should be fine. I will not take... Yeah, we will take this one to the left. Bring on the APU. And crossing the runway. Can't see anything to the right. Can't see anything to the left. That looks good to me. Melvin, do I think there will be a sale for Microsoft Flight Simulator? Don't think so. Not in the sooner future, at least. Okay, now comes the big question, that is where to park. I'd say we go over here to number 11. So let's go to Papa 1. That should be this. No, not this one, but the next. Metal Eye, $23.99 donation. Thank you so much. I'll be the 3rd donator. Great to see you back streaming. Thank you very much, Metal Eye. Thank you so much. That is really much appreciated. Okay, we clear on the right. Get it down to 10 knots for the turn. And off we go. And Melvin, I don't think there will be a summer sale, no. Okay, shut down engine number 2. And Sizzle 1997, amazing stream as usual. Your videos have been so helpful for me. Well, thank you very much, my friend. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're gonna go a little bit to the left here. and then the taxi lane just ends. I guess you would probably just get a follow me at this point in real life, would you? Okay then, we wanted stand number 11, that is the second from the end. Turn off the lights. This looks a bit strange, I'm afraid of driving over this. Is that water? No, just a texture, okay. And here is stand number 11. So here we go. And we're parked. Okay, park and brake on, APU is there, engines off. Okay. And we got both engines below 20. I believe I forgot the after landing checklist, so let's quickly do that as well. Radar PWS off and parking checklist. Park and brake trucks. Set engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off, parking checklist complete. And we got an external power as well. Shut down the APU. Jetway is connected, nice, and then you guys can start the deboarding. Okay. So we made it to Memphis. Company message. Arrival message. On time at 21:15. That is good enough. Here we are. Okay, so we made it over to Memphis. Let's see then. Ooh, the frame rate is really going down when I'm going to the outside view, but I suppose that is fine. Yeah, I still gotta show you that landing, do I? I guess I do. And I should not throw over my iPad. That would be quite helpful if I didn't destroy that. Melvin, would I fly to UAL in Sweden? Well, not in this live stream, for sure, but for a future one, we can think about it. And Mitteleye, predict minus 94 feet a minute. Well, let's see about it, if my sim toolkit is ever gonna open. So, view the full landing report, please. And here you guys go as well. We have a sat image. Not yet, but we have already 97 feet a minute. And here's our sat image, so that's our aiming point. That's me floating around, but we made the second to last marker. And that at 97 feet a minute. Well, probably a little smoother than it should ideally have been, but I would say that in general, at least we sort of made it. Okay. Yeah, Metal Eye, close enough. Exactly that. You name it. So, let's see real quick. I have a little bit limited time right now, but Memphis to Houston should take us about an hour and 10, so I suppose we're gonna do the flight back to Houston as well. And Ray, I love SimToolkit Pro's landing page, especially since you can check where you landed relative to the touchdown zone. Yeah, that's really true. I really like it as well. Okay, well then, I suppose we're still flying back to Houston, so why not have a quick look at that. I just got us the flight number already from Flight Radar, which is going to be United 1835, so that is what we will use for that flight. Then let's quickly head over into SimBrief in order to check what we are going to do. So, SimBrief, new flight. And we are going to fly an A320. I'm just going to take some. November 423 Uniform Alpha. And here we go. United Flight 1835 from KMM towards KIAH. For alternates, what is it calculating? Those are all much too far away, aren't they? Can't we just take something like Huntsville or so? What do we have over here? Let's see. Oh, too much. Surprise. But how about we just take Houston Hobby Field? Should be much closer, and I know Southwest is flying 737 in there, so why don't we as well? Austin X27. That is alright, that is alright. Let's see what the scheduled flight time is for this. Schedule 1:44. That's quite long for a flight that should take about an hour and 10. So 160 passengers, 1,000 pounds of cargo. Departure on mail, 18 right, looks about okay to me. And that should mostly be it. So, we got everything in here. Just the departure time, I'm gonna set it towards 40. Apply. Yep, looks good to me. Generate the flight. Umberto, hello, nice to see you in the comments. Hello, a quick note about GSX possibly slowing down the sim. If you used it with a custom profile which added guidance systems to an airport that didn't have it before, those will affect the frame rate. Okay, Umberto. That is actually a good thing there. We added a new option in the latest version where it's possible to decide to create only the VGDS for the gate you're using, not the whole airport. Umberto, I'm absolutely going to check that out. Is that in the public version already? Because if it is, then I'm certainly going to give that a look. But yeah, would be really great if that little frame rate problem there could be solved, because it didn't exist when GSX came out, and it's really the main thing that prevents me from wanting to use it at the moment. And yes, the details page of the airport customization page. Okay, I'll check that out, Umberto. I'll check that out, and I will absolutely report on it. So, I suppose we cannot do that from right within the simulator. So... Can we do that within the simulator without having to restart it, as we are currently located on a different airport? I guess we probably can't, but we'll find out about it. In the meantime, back to the cockpit, and where are we at? Everything is in the shutdown state, okay. So I just filed my flight plan. Let's also get it into the Phoenix. And Giorgio Marino, digging the A320 cert. So unusual to see you flying it. Yep, I am. Okay, the off-block time we're going to adjust. Let's make that 21:40. Like this, and then let's make an informed fuel decision in the meantime. Update the flight plan, please. Here we go, Memphis to Houston. How is the weather looking? Absolutely alright. And the same goes for the alternate as well. So no reason to take any extra fuel. That means we're gonna take 11.5. Which sounds perfect for me. So, mass and balance, 160, 5,000 pounds, 11.5, let's make it 11.7 then. Okay, load aircraft, and you may load that in fast time, please. Okay, nice. And flight recorder going on. That is all done. We are still refueling. We have 160 passengers planned. And that's pretty much this stuff. That can go off though, and squawk 2000. And Umberto also will update the Houston scenery later today to let users install a 4K version of the background textures. Right now they are 2K. Umberto, I love you. That is really going to be great. I'll have a look at that. And I will certainly cover it in a video. I really like the approach that you've taken, Umberto, with Houston. You know, with the little bit lesser details, but with the much better performance. I really have to say, flying out of Houston at the moment is one of my favorites in Microsoft Flight Simulator. So, just because the frame rate is so good. So that's really something I appreciate. And having that option to decide is something that I really appreciate. And I'm looking forward to see what that is going to look like. Because overall, I think your Houston turned out really well. Not everything as high definition as it is in some other sceneries, but then again, you found a really good compromise with the performance. And Richie, if I had to choose PMDG or Phoenix, well, that's a hard choice. I would go PMDG, but that does not at all mean that the Phoenix is a bad add-on. It isn't. It is a good one. So, chill to 5. And we're going towards answer. And then over towards Houston, where we're gonna land. All this time we're gonna take runway 27. And we have a Seacod 2 arrival from Sierra Whiskey Bravo. So that's gonna be a little bit of scrolling. Seacod 2, transition, gonna be Sierra Whiskey. Oh, there is none. Then, that's interesting. Well, I guess it's just about gonna join it somewhere in the middle, so we'll just about do that. We'll just about do that in flight then. Emergencies, as always, KMM 18 right. We can go straight ahead on a 180 heading for 25 miles. Pick up the holding, 180 inbound right-hand turns. And let's see what the MSA is. MSA in that direction, well, 3000 is going to keep us safe either way. And going back to Memphis if we have to. With the ILS approach, 18... Well, if we have to go back, it's going to be 18 center, because that thing is quite a bit longer. I don't want to return to 2,700 meter runway if I can have one that is longer than 3,000. Do we have weather already? Oh, we got a couple load sheets. Okay, that's a preliminary edition number 4. That's a preliminary also edition number 4. And we've got a telex that says connected to VATSIM. Okay, well, we're going to take this one. 130.6. And that is calculated at 30.7. The fuel we set 11.6, and finally our diversion fuel is 1.5. That's not a lot. Look at that, the Phoenix is once again calculating a negative alternate fuel. I don't know why it does that, but that can't be correct. Here we go, 1.5 tells me -1 extra, but I find that entire prediction in the pre-flight here to be a little bit, well, not perfect, so for that reason I'm going to ignore that, and I'm sure once we're en route, that is going to turn much better. Okay, so Memphis, departing 18 right, we're going to synchronize the preliminary load sheet and the weather. Do we have any intersection data? No. Okay, calculate. And my Polish friend there, I wonder if using 737 callouts will be a problem on the first couple of flights in the A330, especially when the workload increases. Yeah, that could definitely happen. What's most likely there to happen is during the type rating, of course, that I'm just about going to make 737 calls then. After that, in the line training, yeah, probably the first couple of flights, that is certainly a thing. But overall, I would say that by the time you have passed your exam and once you actually have the type rating in your license, it's usually not that much of a problem anymore. Okay, so we are done with this stuff. We can accept the preliminary load sheets. The refueling is complete. Seatbelts on and the pumps going on as well. And then I would say we can go ahead with our departure briefing. Don't see any threats for this, so we are simply going to make it good weather. Couple CBs, but I don't see any problems there. It's not thunderstorm yet, so just CBs. So good weather. Airplane is in a good shape with the couple known phenexisms that it has, and the scenery is good. So, for our departure, let's see what we have. Gate 9, pushback is going to be via something on to point 2 Whiskey or 2 Echo there. And then taxi runway 18 right, we go via Tango, Mike for full length runway 18 right. The takeoff data we have calculated already at a flap 2 takeoff downwind point 2, 66 degrees, and that's what we have over there. And the takeoff speeds 43, 43, and 46, all of them are in. And then we will take it out normally via... Do we have the SID anywhere here? I don't think I did that yet. Oopsie. So let's see what we have. Shelter 5 departure. And that is down here. Shelter 5. Here we go. Top altitude. Do we have any? Yeah, 5,000. And that is pre-selected. And then our routing on 18 right straight ahead until 860 feet. No, climb on heading 180, intercept course 214 towards Shadow. So we climb straight ahead, intercept 202 towards Shadow. Wait a moment, that is, yeah, 202 towards Shadow, okay. Then our depicted route towards Childer. So we have Shadow, and then the depicted route is going to be Mudho, Nixo, boarding complete, thank you, and Peapock. So we've got Mudho, Nixo, Peapock, and then towards Childer, and then Answer. So we have Childer and Answer, and that's it. Looking at that on the ND once more, just to be sure we got everything correct. Straight ahead, right hand Shadow, Mudho, Nixo, Repog, Childer, Answer. Perfect, that's what we've been looking for. Okay, any questions? No? Nice. Let's get the APU started, say hello to the passengers, and then we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome aboard this United Airlines Flight 1835 taking you to Houston. My name is Emmanuel, and I'm going to be your captain on today's flight. We have calculated a flight time in the region of about an hour and 10 minutes with a smooth ride at 36,000 feet. Weather over in Houston is looking very good as well, temperatures over 20 degrees centigrade. Thank you very much for watching, sit back, relax and enjoy the flight with us. Finally, the cabin crew is shortly going to point out the safety features on board this Airbus A320 aircraft. I would like to ask you to pay your full attention, as that is not just for your own safety, but also for the safety of the passengers sitting around you. Once again, thank you for your attention, and welcome aboard our flight. Okay, so that should cater for our passengers. Did I release it? Yes, I did release the button. Very good. Otherwise, that can turn embarrassing very quickly. I've actually had a case where I flew along on the jump seat on deadhead flight, and the captain got the load information document from the dispatcher while they were doing the PA, and the dispatcher came really close to the microphone and just gave a casual like, "Oh, here you go with the documents, we got 180 idiots on board." And you could hear that in the entire airplane. That was just great. It was really just great. Even though I did absolutely not want to go back into the cabin afterwards for my deadhead flight, but rules obviously required me to do so. But just, you know, hearing the dispatcher in the background saying something like, "Yeah, we got 180 idiots on board," and you hear it through the entire airplane on the PA system. That was great. That was really great. Happens, I guess. Okay, we got a final load sheet in compliance with edition number 4 on a 30.4. On a 30.4 and 30.1. Here you go, 11.7 in the tanks. And that leads me to a takeoff weight of 141.7, which we have in here as well. Except it is in compliance, so we don't need to do anything on here anymore. So we should be about ready to go. Okay, very good. With that said, let's go ahead and read the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity, we got 11,700 pounds on board. Seatbelts on, ADRs. Navigating, yeah, 3.3, but that's gonna be fine. ADS navigating, barrel rev 3012, reading 320 on both sides. Cockpit prep checklist complete. Okay, they can pull the equipment, please. So GPU and chocks, and we want a pushback tug, if there is one. Let's see. Yep, there is a tug available. Very good. And let's see, no ATC online at the moment. Let's go ahead and start it up. Before start checklist, park and brake, set, takeoff speed and thrust. Got 43, 43, 46 at 66 degrees, and that's checked. Windows closed, beacon on, before start checklist complete. Okay, cockpit to ground. Yeah, go ahead. Confirmed door hatch is closed, ground can remove, bypass pin is installed. Yeah, that's all confirmed. Door hatch is closed, ground can remove, bypass pin is installed. Okay, park and brake is set, we're clear to push and start. Okay, release park and brake, please. Brake released. And you're clear to push. Standing by for the engine start. And my Polish friend, I guess no one bought the lottery tickets that day. Yep, you can be pretty sure of that. Okay, so this is the engine start point. I have actually no idea if we can even push the airplane in that direction properly, so I guess I'm not even just gonna try. But just about leave it at that. And most importantly, return to the cockpit. I don't know why it is, when I'm going to the outside view, my frame rates are always really dropping in the live stream. In my simulator, they're totally fine, so I have no idea why that's actually happening, but it is, so for that reason, we better ignore it. Okay, let's start turning the plane around, and at the same time, start engine number 2. And I do apologize, I just see that the frame rate on the live stream there seems to have really reduced. Can anybody confirm that the live stream is lagging at the moment? It surely is for me on my iPad app. In the simulator everything is still running fine. Let me just restart that app, maybe it's just that. Or I might be overloading the system, I wouldn't be surprised either. Haven't done such a long live stream in a long time using my OBS Studio app. Okay, starting number 1. And where are we going? Yeah, that looks good enough for me. Stop the pushback, please. Remove the tug, parking brake is set. Engine number 1 is starting. And Alessandro can confirm, though it was my PC. Thought it was my PC, but it only happens when you switch to the outside view. Okay. And Metal Eye, it was quite laggy on approach from the outside. Alright, I'm gonna stay inside, and I don't know, maybe it's Memphis, maybe it's something else. I'll just stay where I am then, never change the running system. And we have got 2 good starts, clear disconnect. Okay, never change the running system. After start checks, anti-ice, off ecom status, checked pitch trim, 29.5% set, radar trim, neutral, after start checklist complete. So for the taxi out, we're gonna go straight into that Tango, and then Mike for the full length from 18 right. That's the plan. Okay, off we go. Clear left, clear right. Brake check. Pressure is 0. We'll take it straight out, onto here, and then right turn out. That's gonna be the plan then. This texture over here looks a little bit strange, like that might as well be water. Directly on the left. Clear left, clear right. Okay, straight to the end, then to the right, and then to the full length. Let's do a flight control check in the meantime. Full up, full down, neutral, full left, full right, neutral. The rudder we can't do, and that should be it. Clear right, clear left. Okay, let's review the takeoff briefing. Left seat takeoff 18 right, flaps 2, noise abatement 2, takeoff speeds 43, 43, 46, and that is set here and here, 66 degrees. Sit, straight out right turn, and we are going to use the autopilot a little bit. Apart from that, I don't really see any threats for the departure. Emergencies, if we have to, we can always go straight at 25 miles, climbing 3,000 feet, MSA the highest 2,500. Any questions? No? Very good. Okay, taxi checklist please. Flight controls, checked. Flap setting, config 2. Radar and PWS, on and auto. Engine mode selector, normal. ECAM memo, takeoff no blue. Before takeoff checklist complete. So, just another quick check to make sure that no ATC came online in the meantime, but there is nobody online, so we're about good to go. Cabin crew, please take your seats for departure. Cars looks clear as well. was a little bit positive there on the brakes. Certainly everybody would be tightening their seatbelts now, but maybe that is a good thing. Maybe we should make that a common habit. Okay, clear left, clear right. X going off. Memphis Traffic United 1835, line out and take off runway 18 right. Line up checklist. Take off runway 18 right confirmed. TCAS, TARA, PAX 1 and 2 off. Line up checklist complete. Okay, timing. Well, I've done better lineups in the past, but that shall be alright. Stabilized. And flag 66, SOS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. Knots. D1, rotate. You're up. Positive rate. Okay, I'm being lazy today. Autopilot on. Cross climb, auto thrust. Flap 1, speed checked. And here's the comparison again to the takeoff we did before. Like, look at how the autopilot is almost not accelerating there. That's, I don't know what, I don't know. Would be surprised if the Airbus flew like this, but then again, might be realistic as well. Okay, flap 0. And we can continue our climb. Let's initially take something around 300 or so. And yeah, guys, that was interesting discussion there. Regarding a Phoenix A330, I would obviously absolutely love that to happen. However, I don't see it happening anytime soon. The problem Phoenix has is that they are always purchasing their aircraft from other developers. So, for example, the entirety of the aircraft systems in the Phoenix A320 are actually developed by ProSim. And since ProSim doesn't have an A330, Phoenix has no software base that they could purchase. So they would have to develop it completely on their own. And I don't see that happening anytime soon. Actually, if you compare the stuff that Phoenix bought from ProSim, like the Airbus systems, versus the stuff that Phoenix has done themselves, like the interactions with the simulator, including the fly-by-wire and the engines and stuff like that, you can really see how the engines are at a much lower quality level, the same for the fly-by-wire, than the rest of the Phoenix Airbus systems. So you can really see that the stuff they had to do themselves is kinda, let's call it medium-ish, while the stuff they bought from ProSim is really, really good. So that's what makes the Phoenix like a very good add-on, but with a couple of downsides where you'd think like, couldn't they have done that a bit better? Thinking of stuff like the flight controls here, or the engine model, and you name it. You know, you can easily see where the Phoenix really shines and where it got a couple of drawbacks. And that is what I meant here the most. But something to keep in mind, Phoenix, in order to be able to do another airplane, basically needs a software from another developer that they can purchase and then use in their products. And Kokamoka, but they're improving that with version 2. Well, we'll see. In version 1 they already had a couple of versions where they also said that they're going to improve it, but in the end the improvements didn't really turn out that well, so we'll see about it. I would be very happy if they did, but, you know, I kind of believe it the moment I have it on my simulator. And Metal Eye, yeah, agree, Tolis has great Airbuses. Indeed. A friend of mine is an instructor on the long-haul Airbuses, and he said as well that the Tolis are at the moment the best you can get. So that's something that we'll see. We will see. And Captain Jake, why do they not make their own systems? Well, basically because it takes a lot of time. So if you think back to Flight Sim Labs and their Airbus, they announced it first in 2012 and they released maybe 2016 or something the likes. So yeah, you know, it would have taken Phoenix much too long to develop the systems all themselves. But actually, I believe that to be a very good decision, because the ProSim Airbus is very good. So the decision to integrate that into Microsoft Flight Simulator was absolutely the right thing for them to do. It brought us an Airbus years faster than if they had developed everything on their own, and they had a very good system there. So it was absolutely the right thing for them to do. Now, if we are thinking forward into what else they might develop, then I'm thinking like, well, which other aircraft are there available on the market? There is this 747 simulation, what's it called again? Precision Simulator X. They got a really good 747 systems. Maybe Phoenix might opt into doing that. However, at the same point, we need to keep in mind that PMDG also has a 747, so it might economically just not make any sense for Phoenix to do, you know, it might not make economic sense for them to do a 747. So what other aircraft are there available? Well, ProSim has a 737, so it would only be logical that Phoenix would look into the 737. However, then again, PMDG has already saturated the high-end 737 market, so that is probably not happening either. And now we just need to look around into other aircraft types that, for which there are good systems available, that they might purchase and turn into another flight simulator add-on. And that might also be the reason why Phoenix is not doing any other A320 family aircraft. There just isn't the system base available, because ProSim only has the A320 and not the 19 or 21. Obviously, that is all just guessing, so none of what I have just said is anything where I could provide any hard proof on. Only Phoenix themselves will know which aircraft they are developing and why, but it would seem logical from my point of view at the moment that they might be doing something like this and not something else. So it would only seem logical if you ask me. But obviously that is just guessing, so none of that I could actually prove. And Kokamoka, them purchasing the system instead of making them their own, probably reflected on price positively as well. I could very well imagine that. Like, think of the price of the Flight Sim Labs Airbuses and how expensive they were. And then think about the price of the Phoenix. So yeah, there is definitely something in there that brought the price of the Phoenix down. And it can not only be the much larger customer base that they have in Microsoft Flight Simulator compared to the Flight Sim Labs in P3D. Obviously, they are gonna sell more copies, that's out of question, but we don't know how they turned out their contracts and what they did with, you know, exactly how much they paid, if they just paid a lump sum or if they might have, you know, paid something else. We don't know that, and it's probably a good thing that we don't, because otherwise people would just keep complaining, if you know what I mean. Okay, so this looks like quite a long way around. I don't want to do that. So how about we just go into here, see where we enter the area with active ATC again. So give me a high airways, please. It seems to be the case over here. Because that area here is online, so just prior to that turn. If only we could get the name of that thing. I don't think we can. Oh, that's Eldorado VOR, Echo Lima Delta. Okay, so how about direct? Oh, actually, I think before I do that, I should probably synchronize the route. That makes a lot more sense. My mistake here. Should have synchronized that earlier. Here we go. And which waypoint is this? Close to stun. There's Etwa over here. Stun. And then we got Sawmill, Sierra Whiskey Bravo. Which part is ATC controlled? This part is. Okay, so what do we have after that long turn? Get Joliet, Dart. What's here? That's Joliet. That's Dart. Okay, Dart is the border. Then we're going to fly direct to Dart. Provided we can find that. Oh, here it is. Okay, Dart. Looks good to me. Insert. And that's gonna be a minute up. Okay, ETA 2300. That's in an hour and 4. 11 minutes airborne. Yep, that adds up to roughly 1:15 as expected. Okay, let's quickly decide on cruise level as well. This one should be rather easy. 360 is planned, 360 is optimum, so we go 360. Here we go, set, 360 blue. Okay, let's see, Houston to 7, how many miles is that? 355. Interesting, and we're gonna take over an hour to fly that. And Steve Levesque, what? Wow, almost 6 hours of stream. Thank you for the training, but I fear YouTube will lack enough magnetic tape to record all of that. Yeah, that might be the case. That might be the case indeed. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, I did notice when you're doing such long streams, then sometimes the quality degrades a little bit. Not sure why that is. Right now it's fine, so I'm not gonna complain. But we'll just about continue our flight. Okay, and Alessandro, they can erase the last 3 YouTube rewinds to make space. Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose so. No, honestly, every second there is like 500 hours of video uploaded to YouTube, so I don't think that that's gonna be a problem. And Coca Mocha, great simulation of a 4-leg short-haul day. Yep, that's what it is. At my old employer, we would have called a day like this a nice and easy day. Because it is only 1-hour flights. You know, at my old employer, you might as well have done 2-hour flights and 4 of them on the same day. So, 4 1-hour flights in a row, no problem whatsoever. That is easygoing. That is what I did for the past 5 years. Well, normally including 2-hour sectors and not 1-hour sectors. But yeah, that's about that. And honestly, when you're having fun, you don't even feel it. Even though I do have to say, that sometimes I'm thinking like, should I do another sector? Do I have enough topics to talk about? But yeah, somehow it always turns out, and then there's the questions from the community that's really making life easy, and somehow you always manage to get topics to talk about for all that time. And Wilhelm II, is the mechanical standby altimeter realistic having in an EIS-2 A320? Well, that's a good question, to be honest. Yes, I have seen a couple pictures of Airbuses equipped like this. Now, when I decided to use the old standby instruments in the A320, I did that based on pictures of real-life United cockpits that were close to the registration of the one that we are flying right now. However, those all had the EIS-1 cockpit installed, and not the EIS-2, but I suppose at some point there will be some Airbus that actually is correct like that. Now, let me actually show you something that I wonder if anybody of you has seen already. Talking about cockpit setups. Metric standby altimeter. How many of you have seen this? I recently jump-seated on a Lauda A320 and I chatted a little bit with the crew, and I saw they had a second standby altimeter in the cockpit, and I found that to look really, really strange. But at a closer look, it actually was a metric altimeter, so the airplane was probably bought second-hand from some, well, maybe some Chinese airline or some old Russian airline that still had a metric standby altimeter installed. So yeah, at Lauda they had a couple of aircraft like that, or at least one. That one I know for sure. But, you know, it was interesting to have that thing on there. And, I don't know, it just looked really strange, you know? Standing here in the back of the flight deck, and then just seeing another altimeter. I was like, why? What is that for? But yeah, really nice to see Phoenix actually simulating that. But, for now, let's get rid of that. And yes, Alessandro, they use metric in China until this day. In Russia, they at least switched to feet by now, at least mostly. But in China, they still use that. And then, my Polish friend, did you plan to move to long hauls from the beginning, or was it more of an impulse? I remember you reviewing Marle approach and mentioned you'd like to fly there. Well, at first I thought I never want to do long haul because it would be too boring. You know, sitting there for 10, 11 hours in a cockpit and, you know, just watching out the window. And then flying at night, and at first I never wanted to do that. But later on, when, well, my airline normally doesn't do night flights, but then over the last couple of years the punctuality suffered so much that even though we were normally planned to land back by midnight latest, sometimes we departed at 11 p.m. for a flight halfway across Europe and back, and then we got back at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. So, you know, in my old airline, we started doing all the night flying as well. Just that it wasn't scheduled, but instead it was unscheduled, and you were unprepared doing that stuff, you know. So I thought, like, well, I'm now doing night flights anyway. And then I thought, like, well, I don't want to sit in a 737 for so long. But you know what? You're sitting in the cockpit for 12 hours anyway. The question is just, are you sitting there for, you know, flying along, enjoying the views, enjoying the meals, enjoying the cabin crew? Okay, sorry for that. But you're sitting there enjoying yourself anyway for so long, so why not do it on long haul where you at least have an easy life compared to doing the same thing 5 days in a row, you know, on short haul. So, in my opinion, I would say the urge to fly long haul just developed over time for me, and it wasn't something that I wanted to do initially. Initially, I just thought, like, yeah, 4 sectors a day, very nice, I get flight experience. Yeah, it was, but overall, it's just turning so, you name it, huh? I much prefer doing the I really much prefer doing long haul now. It's just going to be more relaxed. And I'm sitting in the plane for 12 hours anyway, so... By the way, don't let my girlfriend hear that, okay? Don't let my girlfriend hear that. The cabin crew part. Alright, anyway, 30 seconds break. I'll be back. I will be back. But I'll take a 30-second break here, and then I'll be straight back for you guys. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for your patience and thanks for staying. So, back in the captain's seat, and we might as well get that seat back up front. Here we are. Okay, let's just about make it a little bit more cozy up here in the cockpit. We've, like, seen everything. Oh, that's nicer. Now, in the best case, I would put the back of the seat back now and just enjoy this a little bit. However, there's still a little bit of work to be done, because we can see we have only gotten routing until Sierra Whiskey Bravo over there. So, let's get out the table. We gotta do a little bit of work here. The Polish guy. Sorry. The V-bar flight director is available as an option to any Boeing aircraft. But most airlines don't have it installed. I believe some Americans do, but don't ask me which ones. I also know a couple of Boeing business jets have it. Okay, so let's just about fix that route. We are Sierra Whiskey Bravo, and then we've got the ZAC-2 arrival. So let's have a look into the ZAC-2. Here it is. So there should be a sawmill transition available. Why did we not have that previously? Or what is our next waypoint? ZAC. No, that's not right. We're missing a couple waypoints here. So let's go ahead and fix that. Arrival. We have the ZAC-2. Here we go. From Sierra Whiskey Bravo, insert. And here it is. That looks better. That looks like what I would expect to see. Okay, at the same time, if we are already looking into stuff like that anyway, how about we get the most recent ATIS as well? Currently no ATC online over there, but we do have some ATC en route that is surely going to call us any moment now. At the same time, let's quickly grab the real-life ATIS from Houston then. And we can find that over here. So, Houston information, KIAH 03085, few 3000 broken, broken 2500, 27 degrees. Okay, and we gotta answer that ATC call first. I really hope my radio is gonna work this time. Fort Worth Center, United 1835, level 360 over at DART. Why do I not get an answer? Oh, my output device is broken. God damn it, that is embarrassing. United 1835, sorry, that was blocked second. Five, 6, 4, 3, and the flash, United 1835. 5, 6, 4, 3, and the flash. Okay. Pennywise, that's a good question there. I have around 35 frames with the 737. 35 frames with the PMDG 737. How many can I expect with the Phoenix? Well, it's not going to be less than 10 less, so I would expect something around 25 to 30, I would say, with a Phoenix. And Nordic Aviation, no, I'm not following the Bundesliga right now. To be honest, I'm not really the biggest soccer fan anyway. I watched the matches of our national team, but that's about it. And we got a company message there. Okay, Telex, that is the contact me we just got. And then we got United Ops, no ADC required. Well, that's nice. We're actually flying an entire day on time. I feel proud. I haven't done that in a long while. I really haven't done that in a long while. Okay, so let's have a look at the ATIS one more time. So that should be right over here. So, Houston ATIS, 03085, expect ILS, 26, yeah, 26 and 27 is active still, simultaneous approaches in use, departing 15 left, 15 right, and that is birds in the vicinity. Okay, so the stuff that we're basically prepared for already. So it's going to be runway 27 this time, then we have seen a little bit. And Richie, you are the type of guy that only watches women's soccer, are you? Well, no. I actually don't watch too much soccer at all. And Spider, reasons why I don't fly in Europe. I don't want to be made fun of for sounding American. Don't worry too much, my friend. There is much worse out there. There's much worse out there. Okay, let's have a quick look into the arrival then. That's the stars, that's the ILSs. We got a runway 27. It must be so nice to fly all those visual approaches that they fly all the time in the US. In my last airline, we couldn't do any proper visual approach. We had to program it all using had to program it all in the FMS, and that was the only way we were allowed to fly. Okay, nonetheless, we got runway 27 in here, so let's program the secondary for runway 26 right. Like that. And we don't need any of that stuff. Actually, we want it from Sapo. So let's see, VOR wise, we need Houston VOR and the 215 radio. And that is that part. Then let's go ahead and request our weather real quick. Here we go, weather data, 030 at 527 degrees, 3003. That's going to be a slight tailwind component on the way in, but that's only going to make our life more interesting. Minimum's 286. How far do we let it roll this time? Yeah, to the end. Okay, that is definitely going to be config free landing. And that means landing flip free and GS mode off. Okay, that is what we need. Then for the secondary performance, minimum 295 and also going to be config 3. Okay, nice. And that's the primary again. So 288 knots on the descent. Does that comply with our star? That's always worth checking if there is any standard speed. Yeah, 280 after sawmill, so aircraft capable of 280 or greater only. Yep, perfect. So that's what we're gonna do. 280 on the arrival then. And then the rest of that stuff over here is filled out. Perfect. So that's all we're gonna need. Use low auto brakes, and that's really it. Interesting discussions you guys are having in the comments there right now. Regarding the takeoff config warning or the cabin altitude warning in the 737. Yeah, that's regarding Pizza Monster's question. Hello, any idea why in every flight in the Phoenix I have cabin pressure problems, even I have failures off? Depends on what you define as cabin pressure problems. What happens to me all the time as well is that the pressure page just shows up, but there is no actual problem on there. So we can see the differential pressure is fine, the cabin altitude is fine, and the position of all our valves are fine as well. So there's basically everything alright on here. It just so pops up. Now, if you click it away, the problem is solved. An actual cabin altitude warning in the Airbus is going to sound quite a bit different than it does in the 737s, obviously. So, yeah, that's what it is. And the flight line, is it typical in Europe that you guys don't use uplink? We use it all the time in the States. It really depends on the airline, but in many, it is still normal not to have uplinks installed. Like my last airline, which is one of the biggest in Europe, doesn't have any ACAS at all. They just have operational flight data monitoring, which is sort of an ACAS function, but for the pilots, there is nothing available and nothing accessible in ACAS at all. I mean, to be honest, they do very well without it, so for that reason, why spend the money? However, I'm really looking forward to my new airlines, to my new airline. They have ACAS for sure. Oh, over Sierra Whiskey Bravo, I believe we should be leaving the airspace of the current controller again. But it is rather quiet here at the moment, and I seriously like that. And just now I see that a Memphis tower came online, but yeah, a little bit late right now. Alright, so right now I'm doing exactly why I'm joining long haul, which is sitting back, relaxing, enjoying the views of the sunshades. Well, the sunshades are actually an interesting topic there. In my previous airline we only had the green sunshades, and that is all we had. We didn't have the yellow ones. And my girlfriend so happens to be a doctor, and she just told me that there are some studies going on at the moment on how much increased the risk of cancer or the risk of skin cancer is for pilots who are constantly exposed directly into the sun without those sunshades over here. For that reason, I will probably always be using the sunshades now when I'm flying. I found that really interesting. And Richie, that's a very good point there. Aren't you afraid of airlines looking up your name on Google and finding you on forums, YouTube and other social media when you apply for a job? Actually, that is exactly what happened in my present airline. So, they definitely found my YouTube channel, and obviously in the actual airline interview I didn't bring YouTube up at all because, well, it's a hobby, you know? I didn't bring it up at all, but they eventually brought it in like, hey, what about that? And I'm like, yeah, what about that? You tell me. And they were just like, so you didn't tell us of it. And I'm like, yeah, because I'm applying for a pilot job, not for a social media job. Over to advisory, United 1835, thanks, see it. So yeah, the airline definitely knew about it, but honestly, what was there to say? I'm sure they watched a couple of the videos. I'm sure they did, but, you know, unless they sue me doing gross bullshit over here, what's the problem gonna be? Obviously, it means that I kinda have to, fly the plane properly over here, just in case any airline recruiter ever watches it. So if any airline recruiter ever watches this particular part, hello there, I want your job. No, just joking, of course. But, you know, fly your plane halfway decently. They know it is a game as well. They know it is a game as well. And overall, that is what all the airlines are saying and thinking about flight simulation anyway. It's a nice game, but that's about it. Nonetheless, apparently I can't seem to be too bad at it because they did hire me. And Coyote, good thing you didn't fly the 737 inverted then. Yep. Well, to be totally honest here, even if in the simulator I took a 737 and flew it below Tower Bridge or below the Golden Gate, you know, what's the airline gonna do? They can ask me like, yeah, why did you do it? And I tell them, yeah, because it is a game, and it is fun to do that in a game, and people like to see it happening in a game. Am I ever gonna do it in a real airplane? Obviously not. So what's the problem here? Obviously, if you went into a full motion simulator and you flew below the Tower Bridge, that would be a different thing. Because then, you know, you see actual airline pilots doing that stuff. If you do something on a computer game, you know, it would be a lot worse if I actually talked bullshit up here. So, if I would actually claim certain things, or if I would explain stuff and that would be grossly wrong, that would be a problem. Because then I'm very sure if an airline saw that and I would go to the interview, they would absolutely bring it up and I would have to explain the entire topic in the interview, and I better do it correctly, otherwise I can forget about the job. But, you know, that's not... I just take it as a commendation that what I did on my explanation videos and on my tutorials videos wasn't too bad. I just take it as that. And the flight line. My airline has a mucho stricto social media policy. I have to be very, very careful. Yeah, it used to be the same with my old airline. That's the reason why I never disclosed their name while I worked there. So, you know, in the end, if they asked me anything, that was my plan from the very first day where I opened the channel. Like, if they complain about anything, number one, the channel is going to be closed immediately and erased from the world, because I much rather stick to my real job than stick to YouTubing, for an obvious reason, let alone the fact that YouTubing isn't paying as well. Well, you know what I mean with that. But, you know, if they ever complained about it, I would just have told them, I'm playing a game. What do you want from me? You know, but yeah, you have to be careful, that is true. If I ever disclosed any confidential company information, you know, they would have every right to fire me if I would all of a sudden start explaining the hijack procedures, you know? Obviously. But as long as it is no security sensitive stuff, that is my opinion of the whole thing. As long as it is no security sensitive stuff, and as long as it is no stuff that any journalist could come across and then make a big headline on the local newspaper, like, hey, that airline's pilot is talking that bullshit. As long as that isn't happening, I don't see what should be wrong doing this stuff. And Metal Eye, I could imagine they saw the engine failure video at Innsbruck. Yeah, that is what I kind of suspect as well. I mean, it's pinned to the top of the channel. I'd be absolutely, I would absolutely not be surprised. And the flight line. Any airline out there in Europe unionized similar to what we have here? I suppose with here you mean in the US, and in Europe the unions aren't that strong, but at least in the good old airlines like Lufthansa, KLM, and so on, you have strong unions there as well, yeah. And Alessandro, damn, I wanted to ask you about the secret brace position the airlines don't tell us. Honestly, even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you any of the likes. And Ray Hover, I could see an airline's in-house counsel raising all sorts of red flags as a gut feeling. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you do stuff like this, you better do it right. Otherwise, things are gonna turn into a problem for you very quickly. That's out of question. That's really out of question. So, yeah, that's really what I thought back then. And, you know, you either do the things right or you don't do them at all. But I have to be a little careful there in order not to disclose anything that is obviously not meant to go public. That's out of question. And that's also part of the reason why I am a big opponent of... that's also part of the reason why I'm a big opponent of flight deck door locking systems being simulated properly. In my opinion, that just doesn't belong in a flight simulation. And my Polish friend, the ATR, has some very interesting checklists, like a bomb on board. Yeah, I don't know why they included that, but they did. I suppose they just typed everything the entire QRH had, including that stuff, but that's nothing that I would cover on my channel. In my opinion, it just doesn't belong here. You know, you can talk about a lot of things, like how do you fly an airplane, but eventually you're going to reach a point, if it gets security sensitive, where an airline is just going to say, nope, that is getting too hot for us, shut it down. So, you know, just show a little bit of common sense there, like what can you talk about, what can't you talk about. Really not all that difficult, is it? Just think along. Obviously, thinking along is something that my old airline didn't want their pilots to do. My new airline, I have no idea. The old airline just said like, yeah, here's the book, do it out of that. The new one we'll have to see about. By the way, it's setting the target speed into the red band again. Metav. Do you have any idea what airlines ask when you're in an interview, especially for pilots? There's so much information out that on YouTube and other places. Just Google for it, you're gonna find a lot of good stuff there. And Marek, imagine simulated cockpit access codes. Oh boy. I don't even want to imagine. If any developer ever comes up with something like that, I'm gonna swear at him. I'm gonna tell him he's a fool for doing that. And then I'm probably just gonna tell him, yeah, at least make the code, you know, like 1111. At least make it something stupid. But if anybody ever goes on with information like that, I don't know. Would you actually have to report that to the authority? Because it might actually be a real breach of security. And your Emperor, good afternoon, buddy. Congrats on the new job, by the way. I'm sure you're gonna miss the 737, but fret not, the A320 is a real gem as well. I'm sure about that as well. I'm sure about that as well. And once again, we're getting high on profile. I really don't know what that plane is doing here, but time for the speed break. And Ray Rover, I sometimes wonder if the guy who took the Alaska Q400 in Seattle practiced an X-plane. I wouldn't be surprised. And Alessandro, you name it, even if the code is something stupid, it may actually cause someone to attempt to do something really, really stupid. That's absolutely it. Captain Jake, do you have Deutsch version of the channel? No, ich habe keine deutsche Version des Channels. So many people are speaking English. Indeed, looking at the user numbers of the channel, about 10% of the entire views come from Germany. So for that reason, I'd rather keep it in English, and I'd rather keep it international. Not only because English is the international language of aviation, but also because it means that a lot more people can enjoy the videos I do. And for that reason, I'm keeping it English. And my Polish friend, my buddy had a lot of CRM questions on the interview, like what would you do if the captain wanted to do something unsafe, etc. Yep, I had stuff like that in a lot of interviews as well. So yeah, in the interview, CRM questions can certainly come. Like, I've had questions like, imagine you're in the situation where, for example, imagine you're on approach, you're approaching a 2,000 meter runway, you're sitting in a Boeing 747, fully loaded, and the captain wants to fly VREF plus 20 because he doesn't like being so close to the lower speed limits. Convince him that you will not do that, you know, and then you basically work out that kind of stuff, and you shouldn't tell him you're an idiot, don't do that, you know, that is what the airline does not want to see, but you will get there. And Michael, are you based in Europe? Yes, in Germany. Okay then, let's see. Approaching 20,000, you know what? Let's put the belts on. Surely can't hurt to give the cabin crew a little bit more time to get the cabin ready on the last flight of the day. Okay, and then hopefully we will be there in a few moments. I can already see Houston coming up on the horizon there, at least very, very roughly. And Madhav, the A320 has the most attractive hydraulic sounds, which is the landing gear retraction. I tell you honestly, for me the most attractive aircraft sounds are those that you do not hear. That's really what it is. Give me my noise cancelling headphone, silence the entire airplane out, I don't want to hear any of that. Make it silent. The less I have to hear, the longer I can hear proper music without killing my hearing. And your Emperor, no, I haven't begun the type rating yet, and as my Polish friend correctly pointed out, it's going to be the Airbus 330, not the 320. I just always say Airbus type rating because, you know, they are so similar to one another. It is about a week of a difference, of course, or so, to switch between the 30 and the 20, but it is going to be the Airbus 330, and the type rating hasn't begun yet, but it is going to start very early next month. And Alessandro, making an airplane go silent is easy for a few moments, but then you would need to tell the passengers to stop screaming. Yeah, that's about right. That's about right. Okay, let's get the latest weather one more time. So, Houston, I want the METAR sent. Weather data, 030 at 5, 9 sea miles, view 3000, broken 2500, 27 degrees, 3003. Okay, perfect. Then set 3003. And that equals 1017. Passing 16.7 now. And Richie, are you already practicing stuff at home for your next type rating? I am. I actually did a video that's up for channel members at the moment. And yeah, I'm doing a lot of system stuff there, understanding the Airbus philosophies and stuff like that. Also looking at a couple of the computer-based trainings and stuff like that, you know. And your Emperor, if I'm ever fortunate enough to start my piloting career, my goal is flying cargo. Maybe not super long haul like Kelsey from 74 gear, but I'm not much of a people person. Yeah, honestly, to me it doesn't matter what you have in the back. In the cockpit you don't really notice if you have passengers or cargo in there. The only difference is that if you're flying passengers, you can ask somebody to bring you a nice coffee. If you're flying cargo, you gotta go and do the coffee yourself. And Matav, yeah, I'm aware of the headphone simulation setting in MSFS, but in my opinion it's really bad. It doesn't sound like wearing a headset at all. It's really, well, I don't know, I don't like it. I don't like it. And my Polish friend, sounds so nice in the sim, but when you can turn him down, but the 737 cockpit is such a noisy place. Yeah, if I can believe my smartwatch, then it is about 72 decibels in cruise flight at 0.77. Around 72 decibels, so definitely too loud for my taste. And Metal Eye, what is the best seat to avoid babies nearby? I would say the business and the first class. Normally, most of the babies are gonna be in the economy. And Captain Jake, I never had an engine failure or anything the likes. The worst I had was probably a fuel filter bypass light for some 10 minutes or so. But you know, so what? The QRH is going to tell you the engine might fail, but in the end, after 10 minutes, the light went out, so it might probably even have just been a sensor fault. And apart from that, you know, happens. Metal Eye, 180 idiots or 180 packages, it doesn't matter. Yep. Now, Alessandro, I guess one perk of cargo flying would be not to have to worry about going to the bathroom with the door at all. Yeah, that's something. On the other hand, you know, many airlines have different policies there. I'm not going to go into any details, because otherwise I would be the idiot breaching security information. But yeah. And my Polish friend, yeah, that's exactly it. The fleet is very new, maintenance is great, so hardly anything happens on them. Indeed, you barely even have anything on the listed on the minimum equipment list, so the things just work. So they're really doing a great job on that. Really do. Alright, Ufran, hi, nice to see you. Yeah, 7-hour live stream, we're at it again. But this is the last sector for today, I promise. Is there any ATC online in Houston meanwhile? No, there isn't. Okay, you know what? Adding to 20, that looks about right. And then you can give me a nice 1,000 feet a minute. And do we have a nice waypoint over here for a shortcut? Yeah, how about we take faster? Put that here, please. Insert. And now, give me... Actually, you know what? Let's draw an extended center line. Direct 2, faster. Is that right? No, it isn't. What's the runway course again? Uh, 087. Okay, nice. That is what we've been looking for. Nice extended center line there. Airplane is ready to intercept the final. You know what, we can actually turn a little bit further here, make that 225. And a nice 500 feet a minute descent to make a CDA. What else could you be looking for? Marios, is the channel's name going to change? I don't know that yet, but if it will, then there will be ample time where I'm going to inform about it before it actually happens. So, no worries. If I change the channel name, you will know about it in advance. And Ufran, how do I like the American phraseology? I'll tell you honestly, it doesn't really matter that much to me. It's different, but it doesn't seem any better or any worse. So for that reason, you know, just, it is what it is. And I'm happy with that. Don't need to change that. Okay, RadNav is good. Secondary is good. We have GPS primary. Let's go ahead and run the approach checklist. Barrel ref 3003, set seatbelts on minimum 286, auto brake, low, engine mode selector, normal, approach checklist complete. And Methav, yeah, it is quite normal that you don't hear the engines running with headsets on. Especially nowadays, A&R headsets, they usually don't, they usually cancel the engine sounds out completely. So that is actually normal. You know, if you have a really good headset, you're just not gonna hear anything anymore. What I used to do, but stopped doing after a short while, was I had the Bose ProFlight headset, and I just put my Bose QC35 on top of the ProFlight, you know, so that I have two times the A&R, and that would just cancel out anything. You would have total silence. That was so nice. And Google TRX, moving from American to European phraseology is what's holding me back from flying in Europe on VATSIM. Honestly, just do it. Number one, you're on VATSIM, you can't do anything wrong anyway. So just use whatever phraseology suits you there. And number two, what should go wrong? You know, on VATSIM it's really learning by doing. You can't mess anything up, so just give it a try. And Methav, I don't have any picture of my simulator set up here, but it's really just, I got the lovely 40-inch monitor, I got my Thrustmaster Warthog to the right, and I got my thrust levers to the left, and that's it. Ufran, I know the native language for the Americans is English, but is there any other reason why they speak so fast? I think it just adds more to the stress for pilots and controllers. Well, yeah, busy airspace is one reason, but the main reason just is that they understand each other, and that is what matters. As long as you can understand what everyone is saying, there is no reason to, you know, talk slow just in order to talk slow, you know? If everybody understands, it's totally fine to talk fast. And Eric, are you only going to fly long hauls now when beginning on the A330? Mostly. My new airline does a couple of turnarounds, so you fly to a place, and then you drop off like half the passengers, and then you continue to another place that is about an hour away. In some cases even less. We have a couple of those flights, so I will be doing a couple of short hauls as well, but only followed by a long haul, or preceded by a long haul. Okay, let's activate the approach phase and manage the speed. And Tuka, do you have some kind of Airbus set for your Bravo throttle? Not at the moment. At the moment I'm using the general aviation thrust levers from the Bravo, which I believe are kinda the closest to the actual Airbus. So for that reason, that's what I'm using. And Melvin, can I ask if you fly for a European company or an American one? I'm flying for a European company. Okay, nav is capturing, bringing us nicely onto the center line. We are just about on the glide slope. That is absolutely perfect, I would say. Localizer alive, approach armed, autopilot 1-2, Cat 3 dual, speed glide star log star, flaps 1. Okay, missed approach altitude, what's that gonna be again? 3,000 feet, set. And we're established. Huge tailwind, however. Look at that. 35 knots direct tailwind. And yet they are using this runway in real life. That is impressive. In any case, it means that we will slow the plane down early. Okay, flap 2. Let's bring it down to 160 knots. That tailwind is huge over here. But what is that? Ground speed 210? TAS 200? With 36 knots a tailwind? That doesn't make sense. Okay, there is something wrong here, guys. There is definitely something wrong. Look at that. Apparently we have a straight tailwind of 37 knots, but it's only 10 knots difference between ground speed and true airspeed.
2,500.
That is definitely incorrect. Something is wrong about those winds. I have no idea what it is, but we'll just about continue. Houston Traffic United, 1835 established, 8 miles, to runway 270. Let's get that down, or let's get that speed down. And Marek, you would not be able to slow down in the Airbus in config 1 with such a tailwind. Yeah, that is what I figured. But it just seems the wind indication is incorrect. That is my take on this. Okay. Gear down. Not sure if you're allowed to actually use the speed brake in the Airbus with the gear down, but I will just about do it now. Unless somebody tells me that I'm not allowed to, I assume that I am. Okay, block 3. That looks okay.
$1,000.
Perfect. And the landing checklist. Econ memo, landing no blue, landing checklist complete. Okay, approach lights in sight. Let's go manual.
$500. $400.
Land.
100 above.
Perfect.
200.
Minimum.
Continue. About caught that glide slope.
100.
Okay, all visual now.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
And right on the marker. That's how to do it when you're unsure about the weather conditions. Okay, speed brake up, reverse normal. And manual brakes. 70 knots. And here we are. Welcome back to Houston. Okay, we are gonna go straight onto the parallel taxiway. And then we'll take a tiny tour of the airport. After all, that is what we want to have a look at in this live stream as well. So, that was definitely a little bit positive. Matlai, I saw your prediction, but no, that was definitely not what we did here. That was much more positive. However, you know, with this kind of weather, knowing Microsoft Flight Simulator, I was really afraid that it would simply give us some stupid reaction, let's call it that way. And for that reason, I just, you know, banked it onto the aiming point as you should. With the approaches being kinda unstable in the simulator anyway, Tyler, can you park at Echo 10? Well, I will have to find Echo 10, but then I can, yeah, why not? I'm not sure if that would be correct parking for this flight, but we'll give it a try. If you say Echo 10, then we take Echo 10. Provided we can find it. Okay, that's Echo over here, Echo 10. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, after landing checklist, radar PWS off, after landing checklist complete. So, that is what the bridges look like. Oh, that car is flying. Okay, we're not gonna take this one, but the next. Okay, we're passing spot 20, that is over here. So next to the right and then into the corner. Okay. Start the APU. Geo 0A320, you're in idle reverse. Yep, true. We can turn that off. Wouldn't be the first time I would go idle reverse all the way to the gate. Happened in real life as well already. Okay, so let's do GSX. Throttle engine hasn't started. Okay, then we don't do GSX. Oh no, I want to do it. Throttle. Let's get that up. Probably going to cost me quite a couple frame rates, but it's about the end of the live stream anyway, so that is fair enough. Onto Alpha, and then Echo 10 is the one in the edge. Okay. GSX. Echo 10. Follow me, no thanks. Handling by shipboard. Here we go. Echo 10, that's it. Okay, A320 is on the docking system. We are. Okay, parking brake set, APU avail, APU bleed on, and that is the engine's dead. Okay, engine's running down, and that's 20%. Parking checklist. Parking brake or chocks set, engines off, wing light off, fuel pumps off. Parking checklist complete. KGSX, please start my deboarding.
Deboarding requested.
27 degrees. I'm gonna leave the APU bleed on for a little bit here. And why is my jetway driving away? I guess an incompatibility there between Phoenix and GSX. Probably both of them requested the toggle jetway command. Here we go, that's better. So let's see if we can see that from the outside without the frame rate dying off. Just about have to see. Yeah, well, frame rate is kinda okay, but that is it. Welcome to Houston once more. And I really have to say, this looks really nice over there. Let's quickly go back to the camera mode. Oh, that's interesting. Here we go. This looks really good. How did they do that? Ah. Once again, without doing an actual interior, but if you look at it, it really looks like there is one. And that is a really good technique that they used here, because it looks really good, and at the same time, the frame rate is just absolutely superb. So, they really did a good thing here. I really like how they did this, because the frame rate at this airport is just absolutely stunning. The same if you move around everywhere here. You know, look through the windows, you can immediately see what I mean. It looks like there is everything 3D in there, while it really isn't. Maybe in here they could have done something 3D, but yeah. You get what I mean. It's very efficient and it just looks good. And remember what Umberto said earlier, that he's going to release a higher resolution version of the general background image later today. So I'm really looking forward to see that, because that's probably going to make the airport look very, very good. And I have to say, this already looks very good right here. Look at that. That really looks impressive, doesn't it? And that comes for a price of, you know, $10. So, very, very well done, I have to say. A very well done scenery. Okay then, for us in the meantime though, go back to the cockpit, and we're done for the day, so turn off the bleeds. Most passengers should be on their way out right now, and if it's getting hot, it's only going to expedite the deboarding process. In the meantime, we received a company message there. Let's see that. Arrival message on block 2257. That's alright. An hour and 9 flight time. That is also alright. And I would say that that's about it. Then let's go ahead and start shutting the airplane down. Passengers are out, very good. Gonna expedite that APU shutdown process here. Batteries off. That should force the APU to shut down a little bit quicker. Okay, in any case, let's go ahead and run the securing the aircraft checklist. Oxygen, off. Emergency exit lights, off. EFBs. Can we even turn those off in the Phoenix? I don't know. Well, I don't care either. They're gonna shut off anyway. And batteries off. Securing the aircraft checklist complete. And bye-bye. Ah, APU still feeding the plane. Okay, I don't care. We'll leave it on. The engineers can go and get it. So, thank you everyone for watching. I surely hope you enjoyed this one today. It surely was one of the longer live streams, but then again, it was a great lot of fun. So, thank you very much for flying, and I do look forward to see you all again very, very soon, hopefully. In the meantime, have a great weekend, and I'm sure I'm going to do a couple more videos over the course of the weekend, maybe even a live stream, we'll see. But in any case, thank you for watching, and I see you all again very soon. As always, if you want to support the channel, I would appreciate a small donation through the Buy Me Coffee link in the video description below, or to see you as a channel member, which is going to give you early access to new videos before they're released for everyone else. Thank you for watching, and I see you all again, hopefully very soon.